Well, hey, everybody.
Yep.
It's Friday night. You know what that means.
Time for fucking rum and coke.
Yeah, well, I mean, not usually, but today we have rum and coke.
Mm-hmm.
Usually I have vodka. But today we went to the liquor store and we're just kind of on the top, like, let's get rum instead.
Get some Bacardi. Yeah, Bacardi and coke. It's good.
Yeah.
So that's a plug for Bacardi right there.
Sponsored by...
Sponsored by Bacardi.
Not really. Not really.
Yeah.
I don't want to get sued.
I haven't had that in a long time.
I thought we just got it, like, a few weeks ago, didn't we?
I didn't drink it with coke.
Oh.
I had it with something else.
We also got passion fruit.
Yeah.
But I think I like it with coke better, though. I mean...
It's good either way.
So far.
It's good either way. So, today is Friday, and we are ushering you into the weekend.
Yep. Sitting here, staying in
Yep.
this evening, so we can just sit here and
Yep.
get shit-faced.
Yep.
Well, I don't know about shit-faced, but maybe quasi-shit-faced.
Yeah, he's going to interact. Interacting with our regular fans. And just talking about whatever you guys want to talk about. All kinds of shit happening. They fucking spotted 10-foot fucking extraterrestrials at a damn shopping mall, and all the cops came out. You didn't hear about that? All kinds of weird shit has happened. Well, it was evidently what had happened was there was some youths were shooting off fireworks inside the shopping mall, and a shit ton of cops showed up, and helicopters and everything. It looked like fucking 100 cop cars showed up.
Must have been a slow day.
Yeah, I don't know. It was at night.
Yeah, must have been a slow night.
And well, you know, I guess they didn't want fires going on or anything, but all these cop cars showed up, and some people started saying, yeah, there were aliens in there. There were 10-foot tall aliens that were actually behind all this shit, and it scared everybody, and they were... So there's this UFO angle with that. Now, I don't know if there's any...
Seems very random.
Would be great, yeah. What would be great is if somebody had some fucking cell phone footage of some 10-foot tall fucking alien running down the fucking shopping mall.
It'd have been funnier if the aliens came to Earth specifically just to fuck with people, and like they brought bottle rockets and shit like that and just set them off in a mall randomly, and then they were like, hee hee, and then they got back in their spaceship and took off.
That was a good story. Hey, man, if Art Bell was still around, he'd be doing a show on that.
Of course he would.
Hell yeah. He'd be having fucking people call in, witnesses call in, probably fake witnesses, but, or, you know.
Yeah, he's like calling up all his buddies. He's like, hey, can you call and like make pretend
he'd call
that this
the fucking
is like a real thing?
Call somebody, a representative for the fucking police, and start asking them what happened, and then he'd bring up the aliens and see if the cops knew everything, and then he'd go, it's a cover-up. It's a cover-up. That's how it was. Art was
That's his explanation for everything.
It must be a cover-up. But no, Art was great.
Well, his whole... I think a lot of...
great.
The reason that a lot of people like that show is that even if you didn't believe in any of that shit, which I don't, it was kind of cool because he just had a policy that it was almost kind of like, this is a no-judgment zone. We're just going to pretend that no matter how fucking insane some of the shit that people said was, we're just going to pretend that it's completely plausible.
Well, you see, what he would do is he would not really push back.
Yeah.
He would just ask questions, and they would say some crazy shit, and you go, I see.
Whereas I'd be like, no.
Yeah, I see. Well, now, well, you know.
Isn't that something?
Yeah, exactly. He was like that.
Yeah.
He didn't throw his 2 cents into it. He let the guests just.
Yeah.
And if he was non-committal. He didn't say, oh, well, this is what happened. He didn't have a narrative per se.
Right. He was just
a good presenter, and he was real good at making everything sound fucking mysterious. Even if all the details of the case fucking contradicted each other, he could still make an interesting show out of it.
Yeah.
And make it sound like might have been something, you know, the Star Child skull, you know, fucking, that was wild, man. I was like, what the fuck is this? This is early days.
We did a show on that, didn't we?
I think so.
I don't know if we did an entire show, but I think we did like a show of...
It was kind of in the earlier days of the internet. I was just starting to get into the internet, and fucking, I had to go to my girlfriend. She ended up being my first wife. When I married, I had to go to her office computer to look up to see what the Star Child skull actually looked like. And I saw it, and I was like, man, that's what they were talking about? Man, it must be real. And they had some just weird... It was made out of the same material that teeth were made out of. They said it's not normal bone. They said the proportions were all wrong. It does look like a fucking ET. It's not, though. It's not. It was a deformed child. And they buried it.
Occasionally happens. Yeah.
You know, so what do they call it? encephalitis, or no, what do they call it? Hydrocephaly.
Yeah,
it's like that. Yeah. Hydrocephaly.
Like water on the brain. It like
yeah, yeah. It had a big round head, and it may have the skull material might have been more like tooth enamel. Who knows? You know.
Yeah, all kind of weird shit.
All kind of weird shit could happen. All kind of weird shit could happen.
It's pretty
with
terrifying.
Genetic problems.
Honestly, I read a couple books about genetic mutations and stuff like that, and honestly, I'm surprised that anybody comes out looking normal.
Yeah.
Considering how complicated all that shit is and how much shit can go wrong.
Yeah.
The fact that most people come out looking pretty much okay, I'm like, that's amazing.
Yeah. I mean, somebody can correct me. I think it was about a year old. The baby. It wasn't stillborn, I don't think. I think it was about a year old. It was enough to where its head was made out of bone, not cartilage. So it wasn't just, I think newborn babies, they do have real bone in them, I think.
Well, not on the top, though, because it's not fused.
Right. A lot of it's more like cartilage.
Mind his fontanelle.
Right.
As they say in Raising Arizona.
So they're not born as bonsai kittens.
We were watching the Wang about that bonsai kitten thing. I can't believe people actually. I can't believe people actually like fell for that.
Yeah, though. People believe the FBI was trying to.
I'm like, no.
Yeah, there was an old internet rumor that when kittens are born, that their bones are so flexible that you could throw them on the ground and their bones would bend and then snap back. So you could put them into like a round jar or multiple round jars, and they would grow like a bonsai tree in there like that.
But a kitten.
But it was a kitten, and the site was claiming that they. And they had like weird pictures of the things that did look like cats that were in the shape of bonsai trees.
But I mean, just reading the copy on the site,
yeah.
I mean, obviously it was a satire. But I guess some people aren't good at picking that up.
Yeah, they thought it was true.
So, I mean, it's, it's kind of funny. Even though I have a really hard time, especially since we've got cats, like I have a hard time watching anything that's, even if it's just pretend, like that has to do with like hurting cats. I'm just like, eh. Tammy said she thinks this is her favorite wig. Yeah. I like this one a lot too.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tom got me this for Christmas. I kind of dig it. I have another one that's like this one that I got a long time ago. That's this short, but it's just black. But for some reason, I don't like it as much. Oh, the bangs are different on that one. Yeah. The bangs are actually kind of short, whereas this one has long. But you know what I mean? Yeah, Santa said he had a whole playlist of Art Bell. Yeah. So Tammy asked how your dad was doing.
He's gotten a little bit better. I'm going to go down there Monday. I'm going to rent a car. I'm not going to fly. I'm going to drive. Once I did all the numbers and everything, what it cost to fly, and what it'd be to rent a car there, and then, man, I don't want to go through all that bullshit, and then just carry-on luggage, and then be stuck in one spot with my fucking relatives and shit.
With no car and no ability to escape.
Yeah, no ability to escape on that shit. So I'm just going to drive. I'm going to rent a car and drive. It's really, like, it ends up being like $400 a week. So I might have to stay 2 weeks there. So we'll just see. I got enough credit to do it.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Yeah. So I'll be off the show for a little while. Probably at least a week.
Yeah. So I'll just do the shit by myself.
So we did this before anyway. I was gone 2 weeks last time.
Yeah, you were gone 2 weeks last time. When you went to see your dad when he had the bypass. I'll hold down the fort.
Yeah.
Because for a minute...
I'll be on the show as a guest.
You got to come in the chat and comment.
In the chat
so
room,
it's just, there you go. So you can come in and like give me moral support.
Yeah.
Because he was like, well, why don't you come with me? And I'm like, well, one, the cats, and two, I got to work.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
I would like
another thing.
I would like to go.
That badass job that Jenny got offered, they called back a couple days later and said, I'm sorry, we can't do it. The guys above me fucking shut the whole thing down.
Yeah, so they're not doing it now, so I'm just like, okay, well.
Yeah, fucked out. It was a $50,000 a year job.
Yeah, well.
It's okay. She still got the other offer, though, the remote work from home.
Yeah, so.
It's a fraction of it, but it's more.
Yeah, it's not as much, but it's not as many hours. So
yeah. She comes in, she goes, the universe hates me. I said, what happened? She said, they told him that he couldn't do the hiring after he said he hired her. But you see, nothing was in writing, so you can't do anything legal.
Yeah, because he had called me and said, I'll email you like the formal offer letter and all that other kind of stuff, and then I didn't get it. And I was like, oh, maybe he'll send it tomorrow. Yeah. And then he called me the next afternoon.
Yeah, the formal offer letter.
And he seemed to feel really bad.
Yeah.
So I guess like he got scoped by the people above, I don't really know like why, and he didn't know either. He's like, I don't really know like why they shut the whole thing down. I would have been the first designer that they hired. They didn't have...
and that company's in some kind of a restructuring. There's a bunch of power plays going on in it.
So I'm not really sure.
You might have dodged a bullet.
Yeah, possibly.
That company might be fucked up.
I mean, I was kind of bummed out because I was just like, I didn't, I don't necessarily want to have to like commute every day and stuff like that like I used to. But for that amount of money, I happily would have done it because I was like, oh wow, I can pay off all my credit card debt and we can get a new car and all this other kind of stuff. And so when they called and just said, oh, never mind, I was really pissed. But then like the more I thought about it, I was like, well, I'm not really in that different a situation than I was in before them calling me.
Yeah.
So. It's it sucks, but it's not really that big.
Well, you got that other one though too. You got a new client that'll add up.
Yeah. So that should be okay.
It'll be about probably half. It'd be about half the money monthly.
Yeah.
Of maybe a little less than half.
But no gas and
no gas
commuting, and we don't have to get a new car right away because we were thinking if I got this job,
I'd buy a car.
We would have to buy a car soon.
Yeah, because I don't really trust that one long term.
Yeah. Because, it's been a good car, but it's old.
We're going to get another one anyway.
Yeah, we are. But it's just, now there's not any rush.
There's not a rush on it.
Because, well, because when you were talking about going to see your dad, and at first you said, I'll drive out there, and he was going to take my car. I'm like, dude, it would probably...
She'd be out of the car, though.
It would probably make it. I wasn't even worried about that because I said, look, it's like, yeah, it would suck being without a car for a week or two, but it's like I don't really have anywhere to go. It's like if I had to go to the store, I can walk there.
It's just right there.
It's just right there. So it's like that's really the only place I would absolutely need to go.
I don't want to drive that fucking rattle trap around.
But that was what I was worried about. I was like, it'll probably make it, but I wouldn't trust it for that distance. So, and I would worry about you. You know what I mean? I don't want you like breaking down on the side of the fucking highway somewhere. So... Yeah. So you said...
Just get a good rental.
So you're just going to rent a car.
Yeah.
Because the thing about it was, like, he was going to fly, but you can get cheap flights to New Orleans, right?
Yeah, but not to Biloxi.
Right. And
not this time of year.
And the thing about it is, like, the super cheap flight to New Orleans was from the Orlando airport.
Yeah.
He wanted to fly from the Sanford airport because that is, one, much closer to here, and two, it's much easier.
It's not a
because it's really small.
Yeah.
So it's much...
Yeah, you could only do that in the summertime.
I mean, the Orlando airport is... I mean, it's obviously not as big as, like, Atlanta or Denver or Heathrow or something like that, but it's still a fucking nightmare.
It's bigger than it was.
Yeah, they built a whole other terminal. There's 3 terminals now.
Orlando's much bigger than it was 10 years ago.
And it's just the traffic around there, and it's like, and everybody's just coming there to Disney World, and nobody knows where they're going, and they're just like all over. There's 5 lanes, and they're just like, wait, how do I get to Epcot? Where's my hotel? And it's like, so everybody's like all over the road, and it's just like every time I have to drive to the airport, I have a panic attack.
Plus, I don't want to be, restricted to just carry on luggage like I did last time.
You want to just be able to take everything there.
So I get a car, I'll fucking pack all kinds of shit up in my car, maybe go shooting or something. Fucking
you can take whatever.
I don't have to worry about going through fucking security or anything.
So much easier.
Bring all my injectable fucking hormones and shit.
That's another thing about flying is that even if it's more, it might be slightly more expensive to drive, and it takes longer, but
carrying all that stuff.
But I mean, flying is really not. I hate flying. I would always rather drive.
Well, I love to fly. I hate airports.
Yeah, you hate everything having to do with. I think most people do.
Yeah.
Because it's just such an ordeal.
Yeah.
It's like I would rather pay more and just fucking drive myself. Even though I hate to drive too, but it's like I would much rather drive. I would drive cross country before I would fly.
I like choppers, man. They pick you up right where you are and set you down right where you want to go. But you can't get that in the civilian world unless you're a billionaire.
You can call somebody up and like,
come get me, man. Fucking land a chopper out in the backyard.
Steal some rich person's credit card and then run a chopper.
Yeah.
Come get me. Land on the roof.
Yeah.
And like land in the yard.
Our backyard.
Yeah, you can land in the yard. The backyard's big enough to land.
Yeah, you can fucking land a UH-60.
It's all open.
Yeah, it's almost like acre. You can put a CH-47 out there, Chinook. I'll go jump it
Tom running out there with his little rucksack.
Yeah. And drop me down in front of my dad's house. All right, I'm here. Yeah.
Yeah, I think most because he's been talking to a lot of his relatives on.
Yeah, they're
Messenger,
there. They're with him,
and a lot of them are already there.
Yeah.
So
well, not a lot of them. 2 of them.
2 of them were already there. Okay.
Yeah, my cousin,
so I thought it was
my cousin and my aunt.
Oh, okay.
And he's not awake.
Yeah.
They got him sedated because he started pulling shit out. He always gets hospital psychosis.
Yeah,
he's in there too long. He starts going crazy.
Everybody here knows about the turkey neck
Yeah,
story.
he thinks people turkey necks in him. He thinks people are trying to kill him. That he's been abducted by a cult. And he's for real. He didn't recognize me a couple of times. Who are you now? He goes, yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, when he got the bypass, well, he was threatening to, like, he was telling his friend to go get his guns out of his truck so they could shoot their way out of there because he thought he'd been kidnapped.
He thought he'd been kidnapped.
So, not great.
When he snapped out of it, he told me over the phone, he says, I couldn't, he was very confused about how long he was in there for, the time, and fucking what he did, and he didn't have a clear recollection of everything, and fucking he gave a fucking crazy story, about what he thought had happened. It was like something out of damn fucking Silent Hill. He says, they abducted me. They had me down there. And I was like, and he goes, I couldn't get out. They had me tied down. I saw them. They cut me up and they put turkey necks in there. And I said, Dad, they didn't do that. He goes, yeah, I know, but I thought they did.
Yeah.
It's fucking funny. Thought they were putting fucking turkey necks in his fucking thing and
in his chest.
Yeah, his friend Goober. His name is, they call him Goober. That's not his name.
South, y'all.
Yeah, Goober. Goober's a fucking strange character. He's a fucking champion pistol shot fucking with 1911s. He's a fucking master of fucking 1911 45. I don't think he's worked a day in his life. He just lives in his mom's house. After she died, he just lived in her house. And the fucking everything's all grown up around it. He's like a fucking hillbilly. Okay. He gets some kind of check from something. He just lives off of that. I'm not even sure he even has power. I don't know. Probably does. He's probably got water and power.
That's crazy.
Yeah, but
he's not like one of those hoarders that like shits in bags, is he?
No.
Oh, okay.
He's not a hoarder.
Okay.
He just
no, I was just saying like maybe he didn't have indoor plumbing.
No, he's real antisocial. He doesn't like society. He likes his friends that he grew up with, but he doesn't want to have a job. He just lives at home, the house that he does, I think, have cars, but it's always used cars and stuff. So he makes enough money to save up and buy things, and he goes to the grocery store and comes back and eats Little Debbie's and shit. He doesn't smoke or anything. He did dip, but he had a whole bunch of 1911 45s. He had one that he carried a lot. He had a carry permit, and it was a Remington Rand 1911. That was from World War II. They're a collector's item. If you have one, they're worth more than a Colt. Because Remington Rand, I believe, was a fucking sewing machine company, or typewriters, I think, is what they made. And during World War II, they converted it out to make 45s. And they didn't make that many of them, but if you have one, they also had Singer sewing machine made them. Anything that was off-brand like that, Savage made one. But they were a gun company. They weren't worth on the collector's market. They weren't worth as much. But he would go to fucking police pistol matches. All started in the 70s, 80s, and 90s with that fucking Remington Rand. Fucking World War II Army surplus 45. They had a trigger job on it, and it was match accurized, and it didn't have a bit of bluing on it. It was bare metal. Because he carried it all the time, not in a holster, just in like an OSS waistband. You take a loop of string and put it through your belt, and then muzzle up through the 2 loops of the string, and then down into your pants, and it'll hold it. So when you pull the gun, there's no holster. You can throw the string away and fucking toss the pistol. There's no evidence that you actually had it. That kind of shit. You know what I mean? But he had a bunch of those 45s. He could different kinds, gold cups and shit, all real good shit. But he carried that nasty looking fucking Remington Rand, and it was bare metal, but it was shiny though because he oiled it a lot. And it had a fucking sweet trigger pull, and he was a fucking great shot with it. Now I don't think he took it into the hospital with him, because I think you have to go through a fucking metal detector.
In a hospital? Well, I guess it depends on where the hospital is. Last time I went to a hospital, I didn't. It was mostly just like state buildings. But
you got to go into the emergency room, and I think you got to go through a metal detector and take.
Yeah, maybe so. I haven't been to one in a while. So
right. So my dad's hallucinating, and he calls Goober. It's Goober, come here, Goober. Now I heard him talking to him, but I didn't hear exactly what he was talking about. I didn't really make. Afterwards, fucking Goober's like, yeah, he said he wanted me to go down and get his truck ready and go get his fucking pistol and bring it up in here, and we'd fucking shoot our way out of here. He wanted me to get him out of here.
Yeah.
Fucking, he said he'd been abducted. I was like, what? Yeah? He goes, yeah. He says he was abducted by a cult. and we were just looking at it like, what the? It must be medication. And we were like, yeah. It wasn't medication though. He just was suffering from hospital psychosis.
Yeah, some people get that.
Yeah, he goes crazy when he goes to the hospital too long. Loses his mind.
Is that why they're keeping him sedated this time?
Yeah. Yeah.
Make sure he behaves.
Well, what it is, he gets frustrated. He doesn't like it.
Well, so nobody really likes it. I mean, but you know.
And I think he's under a lot of stress, you know, fear of death or something.
Yeah.
So then he has some kind of psychotic break.
Yeah. And
he can't do anything because he's too weak to do much.
Yeah.
So then he starts fighting and starts tearing shit out of his arm, and I'm going home, that kind of shit. He'll be real confused about where he is and who's who. But he regains sanity after a while.
Yeah. Tammy said she's got to drive to Pennsylvania on Sunday, 9 hours. Yeah. That's about how long.
That's how long I got to drive.
Yeah. From here to Biloxi. He's driving to Biloxi. That's about 9 hours.
No, I'm not going to Biloxi.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Going to Laurel.
Laurel, that's right.
Well,
see, the thing about it, because another thing where you said you didn't want to fly was because, one, you had to fly out of Orlando, and we were like, oh, God. But also, you can only fly from Orlando to New Orleans.
And then my cousin would have to come
get him. And then cousin would have to come get him.
Yeah.
And that's like a 3-hour drive.
3.5, 4-hour drive to there, and then another 3.5, 4 hours back.
Right.
So, and he hasn't had a whole lot of sleep. He's ushering his mom around to fucking... Because they're basically kind of like whenever he starts fucking dying, she goes into fucking death watch mode, and she goes in there every visitor. There's 3 visitor times. It's like 10 minutes each one because he's in ICU, and she'll stay up all fucking day wanting to go see him, even though he's not even awake. You know, which I understand it.
Yeah.
Leave that motherfucker alone, man. He told him to get out. That was his last words, just get out of here.
Yeah, he was a little cranky.
Yeah, get out of here. Just thank you for coming, but get out of here. Because I understand he wanted the privacy to fight it and try to sleep it off, is what he's doing. You know, he didn't fucking...
Yeah, I get it.
You can't help me, get out of here. You know, that's what he's doing. He doesn't like to be seen that way.
Yeah, I kind of feel like a lot of people don't. I mean, I wouldn't like that either, so I get it.
Yeah, and according to my cousin Scott, he looks rough.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's very frail because, see, he had lung cancer, and they had him on chemotherapy. He wasn't sure whether he wanted. He's like, I don't know if I want to go through that chemotherapy. I said, fuck it, maybe I'll just get the fuck out of here. And he's mad. I'll just die from this shit. I don't care. I'm sick of this shit. He's like that. But then he elected to have the chemo. And the cancer actually responded to the chemo. It responded real well. But it weakened his immune system. And he got a cold that became pneumonia.
Yeah.
That's what's gotten him right now.
I think that happens.
That's what's got him.
That happens a lot.
Because he's got a pneumonia. And they put him on a bunch of... His blood pressure started to drop, so they put him in blood pressure medicine to try to elevate his numbers. And it did something to his leg. It started to get black. The circulation went bad. So they may have to go in there and fucking clear an artery. They almost considered chopping it off, but it got better the second and third day. And then it got better as they backed off on the blood pressure medicine. His blood pressure is actually getting better. It's going up. It was too low. It's going up, and is somehow that's affecting that leg positively, that it's going back to normal.
How old is your dad?
Not old, 75.
Oh, okay. So yeah, that's not that.
That's how I became a bodybuilder. Was seeing my dad go through this shit.
Just like I said.
Yeah. That first time I went down there and watched him pull his fucking heart out, and he's talking about chicken necks and all this, went crazy and shit. I'm looking at him and I'm fucking thinking, I says, all this shit was avoidable.
A lot of it,
yeah. Smoking them fucking cigarettes like a train. And eating that white trash ass fucking Mississippi Delta diet, man. Like I said on the other show. It's not just black people, it's anybody from the South, from that area, eats like that and they get fucking diabetes. Especially that generation. The younger generation is not as bad. But baby boomers...
Yeah, well, because...
fucking trashed themselves.
Well, I feel like there used to be, and I grew up in the South, so I know.
Yeah.
There was a stigma among that generation that it's like just eating salads or eating stuff that was healthy, that was like effeminate.
Not only that, they would just say that wasn't real food.
Yeah.
They would say that's not real food.
It's like it's not real food unless it's like fried in bacon grease.
You had to be deep fried, a lot of fucking bacon grease.
Everything had to be like meat, a lot of meat.
Yeah, meat, a lot of soda. But the meat was fried, battered and fried.
Yeah.
A lot of it. They ate vegetables, but they were heavily boiled.
So like no nutritional value.
Boiled down. All the nutrition was in the fucking broth that they threw away. Just they would take spinach and boil it down into fucking slime. They're crazy.
Yeah. Well, I told you, it's like Southerners, growing up, it's like I thought I hated spinach.
Yeah.
Until I actually got a little bit older and ate like raw spinach like in a salad. I'm like, hey, this is actually pretty good.
Fucking deep South Southerners are fucking a trip. Black people too. Okay, it's about the same thing. They fucking could cook real well, but because of their heritage, they tended, especially the baby boomers, they tended to overcook things. They cook it to death. Because they weren't used to fucking safe foods. They'd cook it a lot to make sure that they were killing anything that was in it. I think it came from the days of fucking the Depression and subsistence farming. They fucking grew shit in their backyards.
Yeah.
And they fertilized it with the outhouse water.
Yeah.
Threw shit water on it.
Which is good fertilizer. I mean, it sounds gross, but...
But if and making compost piles and shit. But the thing is that if you don't wash those vegetables real well, you could get all kinds of disease like typhus and shit. So when they cooked things, they fucking cooked it to death to be safe, to make sure that it was safe.
So they didn't taste like anything, really.
Right. Now that was a long time ago. That was the 20s and the 30s. But that habit went from my grandparents' generation to my parents' generation.
Yeah.
In the South. It's nowhere near as bad as it was. They can cook vegetables now because they're buying them. And they know you don't have to cook them to death. There's an internet. You can fucking find out how to cook them the right way.
Yeah, I feel like
Jenny did not know what spinach was really like until got out of the South.
Yeah.
Got left home.
Until I left home. Yeah.
Tell her what spinach was like in your house.
Well, my grandma always made it, and like I said, my grandma and my grandpa grew up in the Depression, and we, I spent a lot of time with my grandma because my parents worked, so I was over there all the time. And she made good shit, but she was, she was from Tennessee, like deep South Tennessee, like small town Tennessee. And everything you say about like all the stuff she made all that stuff.
Yeah.
Every single vegetable was just boiled to nothing. Like spinach, I always thought spinach was like this big snotty slime because that's how it always... It didn't even occur to me that you could eat it raw.
Yeah.
But then like later on, like people had salads and stuff like that with like raw spinach. I'm like, huh. Really? I didn't know you could eat it like that. And I was like, and I ate it and I was like, oh, that's good. That's much better than like the,
If you were to take something and make a fucking beautiful wilted spinach salad and give that to my grandmother, she would be like, oh, hell no. Oh, hell. She would think that was risky to eat that. That's not cooked. Yeah. I love wilted spinach salad.
I do too.
Fucking great, yeah.
I like raw spinach in salad better than lettuce.
Yeah.
I will always pick that. Like, and we got Publix subs today.
Yeah,
for lunch, really good. And I always get spinach on there instead of lettuce. It's much better.
But the diet's gotten better as a generation.
Yeah, people actually kind of know. Right. I think that's something that sort of like died with the the boomer generation. That's kind of
it's dying out with them. They just had real bad habits when it came to eating shit. They'd fucking a shit ton of fucking grits, and then they'd fucking season them with a lot of fucking pork drippings and stuff.
Yeah. It's delicious.
It's great. Oh, yeah.
But I'll eat it every now and then with like big tub like things of butter in there, but it's like you can't eat like that every day.
Southern black families would take grits and then just fucking add a lot of sugar to them. That was each family kind of had their own.
Yeah, some people prefer sugary grits and some people like savory ones. They're good either way, I think. But I like savory ones better.
I noticed black people liked them with sugar. And then they'd fucking sometimes put, cinnamon or maple syrup in them. That it's good.
Yeah, that is good actually with maple syrup.
It's just that, like a lot of white Southerners like, oh no, they got to be savory. So cheese, pork, kind of stuff. It's good either way. I like whole hard-boiled eggs in them.
Yeah,
so scoop the egg.
Whenever Tom makes them every now and then.
Yeah, I got a shit ton down there.
Yeah, he puts whole like hard-boiled eggs in there.
Yeah,
and cheese.
Garnish it with hard-boiled eggs,
bacon,
and American cheese and bacon, and fucking green onions, and hell yeah.
But that'll generally be the only thing we eat all day.
And Tony Sachery's fucking Cajun seasoning in it.
Yeah, it is good.
Hell yeah.
But we don't eat that every day though.
No, it's fucking huge. It's a carbohydrate fucking flood.
Yeah.
I mean,
literally,
that's where diabetes comes from.
Yeah,
is eating that shit.
All we have eaten today is a Publix sub.
Yeah,
that's it.
Meat.
We both got roast beef subs. Yeah, they were just roast beef and vegetables.
That sandwich is probably 1,500 calories though.
Yeah.
So that's pretty good. We need to lose a little bit of weight because the holidays.
Yeah.
We were fucking pedal to the metal on the holidays. So I'm kind of bringing it down to one decent meal and maybe like a couple snacks.
Yeah.
You know, I'll get down there and make us something tonight. I got some shit down there.
But I mean, I
got hamburger down in there, raw hamburger, and those buns. I can make us a small slider.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Okay.
Let's see. Hold on.
Be drunk making a hamburger.
Yeah. Well, you've done it before.
Yeah.
Yeah, Xana said lots of older people drink a ton of soda. Younger people prefer tea or other healthier options. Yeah, it's weird because my grandmother loved Coke.
Yeah.
She never drank water. She never drank tea. She drank coffee. She loved coffee. But coffee and Coke, I think that was all she ever drank. She didn't drink fruit juice or anything.
But tea is not safe in the South for diabetes because they drink sweet tea.
Oh, it's sweet tea. Yeah.
And it's fucking sweet. In a gallon of tea, there's at least 2 cups of sugar in it.
Yeah, so it's not really healthy.
No, and I think a lot of them might have 3 cups if you wanted it really sweet. It's syrupy. It's good though.
She used to get on my case because all I would drink was water and milk.
Yeah.
Because I didn't really like soda. I still don't. I'll drink it every now and then, but it's not really my thing. I always drink something else if it's available. Or I would rather just drink water. Honestly. My
dad would take a fucking big-ass glass and pour an RC Cola into that glass and then take a package of those salted roasted peanuts that you get at the dollar store. Or the dime store. They call it dime store.
Yeah.
The dime store, and pour all that inside that fucking soda. And eat the peanuts floating on the top of the soda and drink it down. Yeah. And I said, "What the hell's that?" And he goes, cola and soda, cola and
soda,
peanuts. What the fuck is that? I don't know.
I guess
since we was a kid.
Well, it's like sweet and salty.
Yeah,
I get that. Like sweet and salty is good together.
Yeah.
Like
he couldn't explain it. Says they just grew up doing it.
Like, I used to like when I was a kid getting Lay's potato chips and then breaking off little pieces of like Hershey's chocolate bars and like eating that together like with a little sandwich. Like that was like really good.
Okay, there's a bunch of questions in there. The statements go down the way.
Yeah, I got way behind.
Somebody asked me something about rifles.
Where was that? Where was that?
Something about, I think see who it was. I saw something about 308s in there.
Let's see. I don't know if that was like before that or I don't even know where we're at now. I'm trying to like scroll through and like look at everybody's.
Yeah, there's a lot of shit there.
I know. We'll see. That's what happens. Let's see. Xana said, I don't know anyone who's eaten grits. They're good though. If you prepare them right, they're good.
Art Hill had the best coverage of the Phoenix Lights. Yeah, that's right. You see that? That's up there.
Brenner said, yeah, I'll cook a couple eggs sunny side up and throw them into some grits and go to town. Yeah, see, that's good too. We put hard-boiled eggs in there. But yeah, you can put like sunny side up or fried eggs.
Okay, I think it was Bee's Nest asked me if AR-15s and 308 were any good. Yeah, it's called an AR-10. That was the original version, actually. Eugene Stoner came up with the AR-10 first. It was in 308 or 7.62. But the U.S. Army didn't buy it. One of those African countries bought it. And they used it in one of their civil wars. I don't remember if it was, you can probably look it up. It might have been Nigeria. But they were the first country to buy an AR. They loved it. Just that on full auto, it was too much of a handful. It's kind of long, too. I think it had a 20-inch barrel on it. Maybe more. It might have been 21, 22 inches. But it just looked like a giant M16. Then later on, the 5.56 version, that got adopted by the Army over time. Actually got adopted by the Air Force first, and then the Army adopted it. But the thing is about things like the AR-10 is the AR-10, The whole idea behind Eugene Stoner's concept was something that was very lightweight. And 7.62 ammo is heavy. It's also expensive. And the magazines are only 20 round magazines. So it's more like a standard automatic rifle. It's not really an assault rifle. The AR-15s and 5.56 and all the different versions of the AR-15 I think are a lot better for most purposes. They're just so much lighter. Now, the older the AR-15 got in service, the heavier it got. That M4 carbine, which is what they've been using recently, they've been strapping so much fucking bullshit to that thing. It's fucking heavy now, even though it's shorter. And that's not the original concept. The original concept was something that weighed about 5 or 6 pounds. And it's perfect just like that. You don't need all the lights and fucking foregrips and fucking prismatic sights and shit. Those will not help you, really. Some would say, well, the accuracy is better and this and that. You training on the troops is really what does that. All right. We had red dot. Ours was just the front sight post. You just looked at the target and you saw the image of that damn front sight post, that big old fucking raised front sight post, just kind of like a blurry middle finger come up. And when you saw that blurry middle finger, you just put it underneath the target and just started firing, and you'll hit it. You'll hit it out to fucking 100 meters. And that's where most of the shit is happening anyway. So all that red dot sight, that's all fucking training wheels, man. You really don't need it, even though I have stuff like that. It's just, I don't know. It's got batteries. It's good for home stuff and security. But in warfare, you don't want anything that has anything to do with batteries, because you're probably not going to get batteries. They're going to shoot down all the fucking helicopters that bring all that shit. So you just be stuck out there with something that doesn't work. In a real war, you're getting your ass kicked. All right.
High Desert said, I just started reading some horror stories by Gemma Files. Really good. I think you would like her if you haven't already. I think if she's the one that wrote the novel Experimental Film, I did review that some time ago, and I liked it, but I could see how maybe a lot of people might not like it, because there was a lot of stuff in there. Like the first, I want to say 33% of the book was like very much about like the Canadian film industry, which I thought was fascinating, but I could see how some people might not. But yeah, it's pretty good. It was a very ambiguous story. It was like kind of ambiguous and low key, which I liked about it. But I thought that I had read some of her short stories too, because the reason that I picked up that book, because I bought the print book because I recognized her name, because I thought that I had read some of her short stories, but I'd have to like go back and look through some of my anthologies to see. But I did read Experimental Film, if that's the same author, which I think it is. And I reviewed it a long time ago. Yeah, Xanada said all I drink is water or coffee. Yeah, me too. It's like I get up, I fill up a glass of water, I make a cup of coffee, and then I just keep filling up water all day. And then at night, sometimes we have booze. Camp
guy says, yeah, you got to go through a metal detector when you go into a hospital.
Oh, okay, so I haven't been in a while.
Yeah.
Last time I went in a hospital, I didn't have to. Xanada said, I love chicken and waffles for sweet and salty.
Yeah, good,
chicken and waffles.
Fried chicken with waffles.
Yeah.
If you're up in Europe, fucking look that recipe up. Learn how to deep fry chicken. You can do it in a pan. You do it the Southern way. Just make a good fucking batter. The batter's fucking, it's egg wash, and then you roll it in seasoned flour and deep fry it in a fucking pan. Flip it over. And learn how to make a waffle, but you gotta have a waffle iron for that.
Yeah, you kind of need a waffle iron to make a waffle.
And then frozen fucking
Otherwise,
waffles.
it's just chicken and pancakes.
And a waffle iron can be expensive. I think they're about $50 to $75.
You can get a cheaper one, but they're not great.
Yeah. Yeah, you want a good one that flips over.
Yeah.
It's a big machine. And then you put that, once the waffle's done, you want that waffle about the size of a plate almost. You put the chicken on there. You can use a thigh or a leg or a breast. I like a thigh.
I like a thigh.
Like 2 thighs on there.
I'm a dark meat girl.
Yeah. Put some butter on the waffle first, then put the chicken on top of the butter, and then take some warmed up maple syrup and pour it over the chicken and the waffle. All right, this is really good for you, man. It's health food, all right? And you just cut the pieces of the chicken off that's got the damn syrup on it, and then a piece of the damn waffle, and just eat them together, man. It's good, yeah. And that chicken juice is seeping into the waffle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We had chicken and waffles at Chantel's a couple of times, and that was good. Their shrimp and grits is delicious, too.
Yeah, Chantel puts coconut milk in it.
Yeah, because we asked her.
Yeah,
like, why is this
a secret group?
Yeah, I was like, this is like way better than any other shrimp and grits I've ever had. Yeah. Yeah, scrambled eggs and bacon are good in grits. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, we always put bacon and eggs in there.
Yeah.
Zach says, I think I only ever had grits once at Golden Corral, and I was like, well, this exists. Yeah, Golden Corral.
I wouldn't trust grits from there.
Well, that's the thing. It's just kind of like, when you stay in like a mid-tier like chain hotel, and they do the breakfast buffet, and they have like 40 million things, and they always have grits, but they're never seasoned. So it's like you got to put your own fucking seasoning on there, because you don't put like 40,000 tons of butter and pepper and shit like that in there. They're not going to taste. It's not going to taste like anything. It's just like anything else. It's just they don't taste like anything unless you dress them up with stuff. They're kind of like plain white bread or just plain rice or something like that. You have to do things with them. You can't just eat them like that. They're not good. I still laugh when the first time I went to the UK in the 90s, I think it was the 90s, and my then mother-in-law, they had only just started selling Lender's Bagels over there. And, it's the UK, so they don't really know that much about bagels. And so she bought some because, she was trying to, be nice. She's like, oh,
they don't have bagels in the UK?
Well, they do now.
Okay.
But they didn't back then. It was like a new thing.
Okay.
And, and she was always trying to like buy, say, hey, I saw this thing that had an American flag on the package, so I bought it. You know what I mean? So she's trying to like make me happy or whatever. So, so she took one out of the package and just ate it. And she was like, man, that was horrible. And I'm like, you're supposed to toast it and like put cream cheese or shit on it, right? Or something, or butter or peanut butter or something. And it's like, oh, yeah, that would probably. She just took it out of the package and ate it.
Did you give it to her when it was cooked?
I don't know if she had one cooked later. But she was just like, I think she was like complaining to me because he's like, these are awful. And I was just kind of like, she just took them out and ate it like that. And I was like, yeah, it probably would be awful if she just took it out and ate it like that.
Store-bought bagel's not going to be good cold. But you can buy a real bagel, like, say, on your way into the damn Boston Tea or the Subway. All right? And some of the shit that they're selling, and that's good.
God, I love bagels.
It doesn't have to be... If the bagel's good, it doesn't have to be warm.
Yeah, no, you can totally eat. But the ones you buy at the grocery store, like the Lender's Bagels, you absolutely have to toast those. Right. I mean, you can eat them right out of the package, but you're going to have a bad time.
Yeah. You need a high-quality bagel to eat it just raw.
Yeah. Like if you go some like Einstein Brothers or something like that, you can eat those.
I'd be on the run and I'd fucking get a high-quality bagel. It might have poppy seeds on it or something. And then they give you a damn thing of sour cream, or excuse me, a cream cheese. Philadelphia cream cheese in a packet. And I would just squirt all of it on the top of it and just eat it like a fucking hamburger.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Your nose would get in the fucking cream cheese in a hurry. They fill you up, man, but they're terrible nutrition. There's no protein in that.
I mean, it's just all carbs.
Yeah, but it's all carbs.
I used to like the smaller bagels, like toasted, with a layer of cream cheese and then like some sliced cucumber on there and some salt and pepper. I used to like that a lot. Yeah, Camp Guy said bagel and cream cheese or bran muffin is my go-to breakfast when I'm traveling and or in a motel
Toasted
hotel.
Bagel with scrambled eggs and cheese and fucking bacon or whatever. That's good in there. Ham.
Hell yeah.
And imagine all the Jews are fucking going crazy. You can't put ham on that, But yeah, I do.
You can
I'm
put
a
whatever.
Gentile.
It's bread. You can put whatever you want in there. I don't think anyone cares anymore.
That's. I think it's Yiddish.
Yeah, well, that's how it started out. But like I said, now it's just I don't even think people a lot of people that eat them even care about that.
It's great with lox and cream cheese on it.
Yeah.
It's when I was in Israel, when I worked in Israel, they had that at the hotel morning buffet. Bagels, lox, cream cheese. I'd be making a fucking
yummy.
Yeah, I'd be making a fucking sandwich stacked up, and fucking lox is like smoked fish. I think it's salmon.
Yeah.
But it's got a real nice flavor. It kind of has a ham-like quality to it. It's good enough. At least it's a protein. It'll fucking give some nutrition to that thing. Yeah, it was good.
Danny says blueberry bagels and salmon cream cheese are the best.
No shit. Well, the smokiness and the sweet.
I guess that could work. Unless you're trolling. But I'm sitting there thinking, because initially I was like, gross, but then I was like, oh, wait, maybe not.
Might work.
Maybe not.
Yeah, Murder Hornet's still upset that a fucking AR-15 in 308 is American. Yeah, the first AR-15 was in 308. Called the AR-10. So, yeah. That's more American than the... And that was the 50s that came out. I think it was late 50s. Late 50s, early 60s, around that time. That's an old design.
John Smith says crumpets. I actually quite like crumpets as well. They don't have a lot of flavor to them, but, I mean, they're similar-ish to an English muffin. Because you know what I mean? Well, that's what, when they were making English muffins, and that they were trying to make an American version of a crumpet, so they're kind of similar, but they're not quite the same.
Yeah.
I was like...
it's a dumbed-down version of it.
A crumpet is denser. Yeah, the texture of it is different.
Everything...
It's spongier and denser a bit.
Everything that is kind of American was redesigned for this market for mass production. Because anything that survived over a long period of time wasn't some small local manufacturing facility. It was something that was able to go nationwide. It's a huge country here. And this is back in the late 1800s, early 1900s. So to produce this shit quickly and then get it passed out to keep the United States supplied, it had to be made out of something that was readily available resources. So regular old fucking flour, you know what I mean? So everything was kind of dumbed down so you could make a lot of it quickly.
Yeah.
It didn't mean it wasn't bad. It wasn't bad. It's just what it was based on is going to be a lot fancier.
Right, it's going to be a lot better.
Right. Well, once you start pumping that out,
it's just going to be adequate.
It's just adequate. But once that includes chocolate, like Hershey's.
Yeah,
Hershey's was
adequate.
It was adequate.
I'll eat it. It's fine.
Yeah,
but it's not great.
That was the only chocolate that a poor person could afford, and it was everywhere.
Yeah, so it was like a luxury to them.
Yeah, and real chocolate, a poor person couldn't afford that. You know, it was a nickel, and you got a fucking maybe a penny. You got a fucking Hershey bar.
Like, I think it was that's some rich people shit.
That was some rich people shit.
It was, yeah.
And European style chocolate, which we had at that time, it's just that was made locally in your local candy maker. That was many times more expensive than that little 5-cent Hershey bar.
Was it delicious? Much more delicious, yes.
Yeah, but over time that became part of our tastes.
Yeah. Because you grew up eating that.
Hershey's chocolate has its own taste. It's kind of got a slight sour wang to it. And it was made, they knew
Which a lot of Europeans say, why does it taste like vomit?
Yeah.
I've heard more than one of them say
it. It has to do with the way the process was made. They were trying to make a lot of chocolate bars out of a small amount of chocolate.
There's whole documentaries about it. It's actually fascinating.
Yeah. It was a very efficient way to make a shit ton of chocolate out of a small amount of chocolate cocoa powder. You can make a lot of chocolate bars out of a small amount of cocoa powder. Milk chocolate. And things like temperature control, and it was hard to do back in those days. So they had the recipes had to be very dumbed down.
Yeah.
You know, and it had to be something that was shelf stable, because there was no refrigeration then.
Well, you had to ship it across.
You had to ship it across
state. This is a big ass country, obviously. Right. So. Yeah, Xander said my dad used to make homemade coffee cake when I was a kid for breakfast. That shit was amazing.
Man, so yeah.
Oh shit! I used to every now and then, like when I was not being lazy, like sometimes on the weekends I would bake a coffee cake if I felt like it, and yeah, that really does make a good breakfast. That's really not good for you, but okay, it's okay. Xander also said I tried some Mediterranean style hummus last week. It was amazing. I never knew how good hummus was.
Yeah, real good.
Tom makes it from scratch.
I'll rehydrate those fucking garbanzo beans, also known as chickpeas. It's chickpeas, garlic, lemon, a little bit of olive oil, water, and tahini. You got to make tahini. Tahini is ground up sesame seeds. Okay, you can get a bunch of sesame seeds. You can blend them and make it. If not, you can buy tahina.
Yeah, like
it'll be in the import section, in a jar. It's like peanut butter made out of sesame seeds.
Yeah.
Some people have used peanut butter, unsalted peanut butter, as a substitute. Probably pretty good.
That would probably work.
But you couldn't use sweetened American.
Well, no, because there's a ton of sugar.
Right. It had to be
You couldn't use Jif or anything.
It had to be unsweetened peanut butter.
That could work.
Yeah. Natural peanut butter. Is that what they call it? Natural peanut butter.
Yeah, you can get natural peanut butter. I've gotten it before. It's pretty good. It's a pain because you have to
not sweet.
You have to mix it every time because it separates.
Yeah, it separates.
You know what I mean? Danny says Germany makes the best chocolate. Yeah, they probably do. Xana said, I bought a Whitman sampler over Christmas. I forgot how good Whitman's is.
Yeah.
It's as good as any European chocolate. And then says, my go-to is Belgian white chocolate. Holy shit, I love white chocolate.
Look, I've had fucking fantastic homemade chocolate in Brazil in a place called Gramado. And Gramado was a fucking German town. All the Nazis ran there. But they were Germans there before the war, too. But they all went down there. And they could sell you a big box of chocolate. Yeah, it was great. I never had... When I went to Germany, I didn't have any of the chocolate. I had the Nutella. It's just like it is here, but I didn't have the chocolate. Didn't have time. There are candy shops that make the candy on site. There used to be one at Harvard Square down in Boston, and man, they could the chocolate was fucking just badass. It was expensive though. You could get. They had about 7 different versions of peanut butter cups, and they were the size of an apple. Man, some of them had strawberry, strawberry and peanut butter and a big old fucking. It wasn't the size of an apple. It was the size of a fucking cupcake. They were made in a cupcake.
So you'd have
tin.
to like eat it in slices.
Oh man, I'd get halfway through it and it was so rich I couldn't.
Unless you were
couldn't finish it. But they had all these little homemade chocolate bars. You could get a selection of chocolate bars. It'd be like probably 30 or 40 chocolate bars in there. They were unwrapped, but they were all in the same box, stacked perfectly in there. Each one of them different. Some of them white chocolate, some of them just, 4 or 5 different kinds of chocolate. They were fucking great. Now that box of chocolate, though, might be $50-$60.
I mean, that's not bad for a bunch of bars, though.
Yeah, but they're not very big. They're only like they're only like that big. It was expensive.
You gotta pay
and that was the 90s.
Right. Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I was like, but you could go in there and get one of them. You get one for like a couple bucks, $2 or $3, something like that.
Well, I told you one of these days, if you ever go to St. Augustine with me, there is a very famous candy shop there that's been there for I don't know how long. It was there when I was a kid, and it had been there a long time since then. And they make all the shit on site. And you can buy. I think the last time I was there a couple years ago, they have like a whole bunch of different flavors of fudge. I think it might be $6 a pound. Or maybe $8 a pound. I can't remember. And then they make like a bunch of other stuff too. Because I think I bought like some butter pecan fudge, and then I bought like a jar of chocolate covered espresso beans.
Danny says that there's a town in Brazil that's filled with twins because Joseph Mengele was there doing twin experiments. I don't believe it. I'd have to see that to believe it.
I heard that story too.
Yeah, I don't believe it.
I also heard that story.
During the time that I was there as a kid, my mother was working in the State Department. She worked at the consulate, the American consulate in Sao Paulo. And she was there when they found that body, Mengele's body. And there were people in the intelligence community that got the full report once they found out, Israel was involved and everything. They wanted to know everything about Joseph Mengele's life in Brazil. He didn't do anything. He basically stayed in the favela. He swam on the beach. He laid low. He got snuck out there by the rat line. That's how they used to sneak the Nazis out. And there was some kind of secret funds coming to him from Germans in other countries. We're sending him the stipend to live off of. Those Germans took care of each other. They didn't just leave you out to dry. They had kind of like a mafia network of them taking care of each other. And he had a black girlfriend that lived with him for like 20, 30 years. I don't know if they got married, but they did have children. Okay? So, this whole fucking Germans of the Bent Cross and fucking racial purity and shit, they didn't really actually seem to fucking believe in that shit. They just did what they were told to do. They were like, okay, but dude had a black girlfriend. And kids and shit. Some people might say, well, that was just his cover. I don't believe so, though. She didn't know who he was, though. She knew he was something from the war, but she didn't know who he was. He died.
Yeah, I imagine that isn't something that you like lead with when you're on a date or whatever.
Yeah, I don't think she knew who he was. He died swimming at the beach. There was a beach called Ubatuba. That's where he died. He died when he was fucking swimming, had a heart attack.
Zach says, Tom, I still say you and Jenny should write some kind of political thriller novel. I bet it'd be great.
Who said that?
Zach did.
Zach, yeah.
Gay Zach.
Gay Zach.
Not
Motorcycle Zach isn't here.
Motorcycle Zach is not here. Joseph Green said The Boys from Brazil was a great movie. Oh, I agree. I haven't seen that in a long time either.
Yeah, I got...
Shit, we haven't reviewed that, have we?
I got stories of that shit. Okay? When I was a kid, I was a State Department dependent. So I got sent to a high school there called Escola Graduada de São Paulo. It was the best high school in Brazil. I went to school with all the children of all the richest people that ran Brazil. The Malufis, the Melos, those are people that were presidents and shit. Luis, I forgot his name, Luis something, I gotta look at my yearbook. One of the guys who was kind of like a dude who was in next to me in class I was constantly fucking with, he was the king of Brazil, but I didn't know. He was king of Brazil. But the king was deposed. You know what I mean? They still had a parliament. And it's kind of like England, you know what I mean? They kept their royals around, but they did kind of have a title, but it was unofficial. And they weren't paying them. But they were so rich that they didn't have to pay them. They owned a bunch of buildings, a bunch of businesses and shit. There was an American kid that I hung out with that I'm not going to mention his name. But he was an American kid. He had a German last name. We would get high as shit, smoke weed, drink. I was hanging out with him one weekend and another guy named Darren. And he goes, gotta go to the favela, get some weed. And he says, come on with me. And I was like, all right. And, which was stupid, but I says, man, that's a favela, man. They'll fuck us up in there. That's a fucking shanty town. He goes, no. Where I'm going, it's all good. And I was like, all right. He goes, I know these guys. Let's go down to the favelas. There's little narrow corridors and shit. Shanty town. I went up to this thing. It looks like a pile of shit. This house. And when he knocked on the door. Door opened up, and a fucking white dude in a suit was in there with glasses and shit. And told us to come in. And his name is John. I'm not gonna say his last name. John started speaking German to the guy. I didn't know John spoke German. He was an American. So he walked in there speaking German, and I fucking end up on the other side of the threshold in what looked like a fucking beautiful fucking house. On the outside, it looked like just a shanty house. And the inside looked beautiful. Had lighting and everything. I was in the middle of a goddamn shrine to Hitler.
Yikes.
Yeah, it was red on the inside, lights. It had a fucking swastikas. It had fucking the mustache man. And these were like original pictures like back from the fucking 40s. And then all of his ancestors. And I'm looking at all these uniforms. Some of them were females and some of them were guys. And they were all in, German uniforms of some sort. I couldn't tell you if they were Waffen SS or SS security or police, but they were something like that. And the dude comes back and they're making a transaction, give him the whole coffee can full of fucking weed. And we're in the fucking ghetto, man. And nobody would touch us, and we just walked out of there. And I was like, man, what the fuck was that? And he's just laughing. And he goes, yeah, I know those guys. Fucking, I said, how the fuck you know? He goes, through my family. I was like, what? And he goes, I said, what? And he goes, my grandfather was in the Third Reich. I was like, really? He goes, yeah, my parents immigrated here. Immigrated to the United States. My grandfather was in the Third Reich. So I said, oh, it made sense. They were still speaking German. Mm-hmm. And his sister could speak German. And they lived in Brazil. But I think they might have had dual citizenship, Brazil, America. I don't know. Because they were kind of moving between the two countries. Because I linked up with him here in the United States years later. Now, he wasn't a Nazi. But his ancestors were.
Yeah. I mean, you can't control what your ancestors
right,
do.
Yeah. But that kind of was like, man, and the dude that sold him that stuff was young. But all those artifacts in there were from the 40s.
Yeah.
Which means that he was a descendant of them.
Right.
And there was a network there.
That would be weird. Like, I don't think my ancestors did anything particularly nefarious, but that would be kind of weird if that was...
Well, they got blended in to the intelligence agencies of Argentina because Juan Perón was in with them. He used them. And rumor has it Uruguay, Paraguay, Chile, they were involved. And from what I saw, Brazil, that they all took him. And Magala was there. I don't know if the Brazilians knew he was there, but they may have been paid to look the other way. Brazil's not highly organized. It's an anarcho-tyranny. It's always in some kind of stage of collapse. That's why Americans are freaking out what's happening now here in the United States. It's always like this in South America. I'm mentally prepared for what could happen. America's been stable for pretty much for a long time. Last time it was like this since the 1860s. We'll see. We'll see what happens. But the world is a lot more like... What's fucking funny is that just by chance of birth with me, a lot of the shit you see in fucking like James Bond movies, I've fucking seen it. So something you would read about in a movie or a music video from Duran Duran, yeah, I grew up like that. Back in the 80s, back in the 80s, Brazil was one live Duran Duran music video. From my point of view.
It was, rather.
From my point of view, yeah.
Murder Hornet asked if you'd ever tried hash. Because he wants to try it.
Yeah, hashish. I tried that in Egypt. But it's just like real strong, concentrated weed. I don't really like that kind of.
Yeah, because he said even though I hate THC.
Yeah, not my thing.
I'm not a big weed fan. Like, I know some people really like it. Like, the few times I've smoked it, it's just, like I said, it made me feel...
Paranoid.
Even more paranoid than usual. And I was just like, I don't need that.
Slightly hallucinogenic, but not as good as LSD. LSD's a lot better. Don't do drugs, kids. And mescaline was good. Kind of like LSD, not quite as strong.
I didn't really have, like... I didn't have a hallucinatory thing, but what I did have... when I smoked weed was everything. It seemed like a slideshow. Yeah. Like I seemed like there were like gaps in time were missing. Yeah,
that's
like
hallucination.
So it seemed like kind of because I was at iBar. Yeah. And I was standing there, and then like a song would come on and be like, "Oh, I like the song. Oh, it's over." Yeah. Like you know what I mean? Like I lost that whole 3 or 4 minutes. You know what I mean? Like it seemed like it was. Skipping over shit.
In real good weed, you'll have little trips where your imagination takes over and you see things, but it's not very visual. It's mental.
Yeah, I just basically felt like everyone's looking at me.
Yeah. Uncomfortable.
I'm doing something stupid. I felt like that, and it was just like really, and it's like I feel like that anyway. So it's like I definitely don't need something that heightens that. You know what I mean?
Make you another drink here.
Okay. Zach says, have you guys ever reviewed Blow Up, the 60s movie? I do not think we have. The Antonioni one is the one you're talking about. We did Blow Out, the one with John Travolta, but I don't think we've done Blow Up yet. But that is definitely one that's on my list, though, because I really like that movie. Let's see. I've never tried hash, but he has. He's done all the drugs. I've done some of the drugs, but not as many as he has. Xanada said infamous war criminal Klaus Barbie lived in Bolivia and helped the cartels before the French captured him. He worked for the CIA before fleeing to Bolivia. Yeah, we should probably do a show about that. I think the only one we've done about the Bent Cross Germans was we did one about like the occult, like all of the occult shit they were into. But I don't think we've ever done. I think I put it in the polls a couple times, like all the ones that like escaped to South America and all that kind of stuff, but I don't think I ever won, so we never did. We never did a show about it. Yeah, Camp Guy said hash is just like good weed. Yeah, I don't like I said we know a lot of people that really smoke a lot of weed and like enjoy it, but the few times that I've smoked it, I really don't like it. Some people it seems to like chill them out. Like I have a friend who has similar kind of like anxiety issues and stuff like that. And she seems to really like it, and she like seems to respond really well to it, like it chills her out and stuff like that. And so I was thinking, oh, you know, it'll chill me out too. But that's not what happened. That's not what happened. It just exacerbated, you know, which I guess it does do for some people, but it didn't chill me out at all. It just made me even more like paranoid, and like everyone was looking at me and stuff like that. So like made me more self-conscious, which I don't need. That's why I like booze. Honestly, other than LSD, I don't think I've ever taken any drug that I liked more than booze. I like LSD more than booze. But other than that, everything I've tried, I was just like, I'm going to try this out. Maybe this. And I'm like, nah, no. I just didn't like it. We were at the club a few weeks back. I don't know if I should say this or not. Well, I'm not going to mention any names. We were at the club a few weeks back, and a friend of ours was like, hey, I got some. What did he have?
What?
Remember when we were at Barbarella?
I didn't hear the beginning of that.
What did he have that he gave me and Jen?
Jen.
What was it? Was it DMT?
I don't know.
I don't remember what it was.
I don't remember
what it was. But it didn't really do much of anything though. But like I said, I tend not to respond to things strongly.
Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, what was that?
It was ecstasy.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Just wasn't enough.
I guess not.
Yeah.
Because he was like, hey, you want some? I was like, okay.
There's a bunch of comments coming up. What did you say?
I've already read most of them.
Okay.
I'm not behind.
You're not behind? Okay.
No. Yeah, they're just like, hash is just like good weed, like I said. And I said, I've never been a big fan of weed. It doesn't really it doesn't chill me out like it does other people. For whatever reason. Xander said, if you have any questions about weed, ask me. I smoke every day. Yeah, see, like I said, we know a lot of people that do that. And it's like, I was always kind of looking into it because, like I said, it's like, oh, if I had something that could like chill me out and stuff like that, that would be good. But because I overthink and I have anxiety and stuff, so it's like if something chilled me out, that'd be awesome. But the few times I've done it, it's just had the opposite effect. So I don't know if it's just the wrong shit.
It's never really my thing. I didn't like it. I liked alcohol better.
That's what I mean. I kind of like alcohol better because, well,
easier to control.
Up to a point.
Yeah.
Up to a point. I like alcohol better because it gets rid of the overthinking.
Yeah.
So it just kind of makes me just go, fuck it.
Yeah.
And I think that's good. Like, I need that. But like I said, if it goes, I don't want it to go too far because then I get like, start crying and shit. But you know what I mean? Depends on what kind of night it is and what kind of drink it is. Xander just said you get a slight hallucinations on edibles. Yeah, Xander said I love weed. It's my one vice. You get over the anxiety feeling, but it's not for everyone. Yeah, maybe it's just because I've only done it a few times,
It's too slow feeling for me. I don't like it.
Like I said, I really liked LSD. I enjoyed that quite a lot.
Yeah.
I've always been more interested in hallucinogens. Yeah. I guess maybe because I'm a creative person, it's just like I want to see if I can like see some cool shit that'll give me some ideas, you know what I mean?
At the proper dose, it's mind altering, but it isn't debilitating. You can still do a bunch of stuff.
That's what I liked about it. I liked that you saw weird shit, but you were still lucid.
Yeah, you knew
you knew that it was the drug that was doing that, but you're like, ooh, neat, you know what I mean? So I thought that was kind of cool, that like juxtaposition.
You could still think pretty clearly.
Yeah. Whereas like on alcohol, after a while, it's like, you wake up the next day and you're like, what the fuck did I do yesterday? Like you don't remember like after a certain point. But it's like I remember every single thing.
Yeah.
Like when we did LSD, I remember everything that happened.
Joseph talking about it, the Odessa Files. It was a good movie. I've never seen it.
I think I saw it, but it was a long time ago.
It's an old movie. Kind of reminded me of Odessa File. I think was kind of in the same genre as what was it? 3 Days of the Condor. I think it was something kind of like that. That was a great movie. Robert Redford. That was his fucking spot.
Yeah, we reviewed that a while back, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Xanadu, man. If you haven't seen 3 Days of the Condor, man, you need to see that.
I really like that movie.
That's a fucking badass play. Robert Redford.
I love all those 70s like conspiracy thrillers.
Yeah. He's a dude that works for the CIA.
That was a whole thing.
And then all of a sudden, assassins are trying to kill him, and they're CIA paid assassins, and he can't figure out
like,
why.
What the fuck is going on?
Why is I'm in the CIA? Why is the CIA trying to kill him?
I'm one of you guys.
Yeah, and they're trying to kill him.
What?
And the way they tried to kill him was very realistic. Dude just shows up. Special delivery. He's a fucking mailman and everything. And fucking he's trying to sign for the mail, and dude fucking pulls out a fucking MAC-10 with a suppressor and starts fucking firing him. And then later on you find out he was an ex-Army first sergeant and everything. They're big because the Condor was his code name. Fucking Robert Redford's fucking code name was the Condor. His job was just to read spy novels and enter the fucking plots and tricks out of the spy novels into a database that the fucking CIA would use.
Yeah.
For some reason, they're trying to kill him, and he's not a fucking field operative. His job is just data entry. He reads fucking books and enters the data. That's it. He can't figure out why they're trying to kill him. But it's a good flick.
It's a great premise. I love that premise.
Yeah. So
I wish I'd thought of it.
Because he read all these tricks, he's never done them, but he uses all these tricks that he read about to stay alive.
Yeah, because reading books is good, kids. You can learn things.
In that world, knowing is fucking most of the battle.
Yeah. DVD Dragon says, have you ever heard of Clive Barker's Undying? I have. It's a video game written by him, really good characters. I've never played it, but yeah, I have heard of it. Because I've read all of his shit and I've seen all of his movies, but I've never played any of the video games. Zach says, I kind of want to try LSD, but I'm scared I'd wake up in a ditch missing an eye or something.
Yeah.
It's not that bad.
He's asking what the name. The name is called 3 Days of the Condor.
Yeah.
And I think it was based on a book called 5 Days of the Condor.
Yeah, it was like a different number.
It's a different number.
6 days of the Condor, something like that.
Yeah,
we reviewed it a while back.
All you gotta do is just fucking look up Robert Redford's fucking filmography and look for fucking the Condor movie. Just probably watch it free on. You probably watch that bitch free on Amazon. Or no, I think we had to pay, but it's only like $2.99. That's a badass flick, and it's raw. It's all practical effects. It's the 70s, and it's all very grounded in real shit. And Max von Sydow shows up in it as a contract.
Always a plus.
Yeah, as a contract killer. And a lot of the contract killers and shit, they're fucking older guys. Because, look, you see funny shit in the movies a lot. For those of you who don't know me and everything, I'm an ex-soldier. I was in the 101st Airborne Division. I was in the fucking 1st 327 Recon Platoon, known as Tiger Force. It was fucking one of the most decorated fucking recon platoons of all times. They were fucking CIA front and shit in the Vietnam period. I was in there after. I have a State Department background for my family. I did shit later on in fucking weird stuff. Contract type stuff. I'm fucking retired now, all right? They pay me to not do anything. Okay. You see weird shit in the movies. You see dudes in insurrections, like this new movie, A24 movie, Civil War. I really want to see it. But they're showing clips of that shit, and it shows guys dressed as the fucking, in camouflage, fighting out in the middle of the streets with rifles. And some of them are dressed like the fucking Boogaloo Boys with Hawaiian shirts and shit. That is not camouflage. Camouflage doesn't even really work. I remember when I fucking when I first went into the Army, I'd go down to the fucking PX and I'd buy this new fucking equipment that I'd need to use in the field. Shit like mini mag lights. And it would come in a pouch this big. And that pouch would be camouflaged. And fucking, I'd tie that shit to the front of my LCE. Shit's camouflage, man. It's tactical. Think about this for a second. If you're close enough to see that camouflage pattern, you can see that fucking flashlight. It's the same thing with those clothes. If you're close enough to see that camouflage pattern, you're going to see that man. At any distance, that camouflage pattern just becomes green. It might as well just be fucking green. Or gray. Or brown. That shit actually works. Then they came out with some ridiculous shit called urban camouflage, which was white and black and shit. And you put him in an urban environment, and you up close, he's just like a dude in white and black tiger stripes and shit. And at a different distance, you can still see him. It just looks gray. That is not camouflage. You take that same man and you dress him up as a pizza delivery boy and put him in a crowd of people on a fucking New York City street, you'll never see him. That's camouflage. That's some ninja shit right there.
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously, I don't know.
That's what camouflage is, right. Well, that's what I was saying. Some of these movies are just hoaxes. Dudes running around in this fucking green tactical gear and shit. Nobody can see me.
But a movie isn't real life.
Yeah.
It's like, you know what I mean? They have to take into consideration, is this going to look cool in the movie?
Friend of mine I was in the Army with ended up being one of the badass assassins in the fucking world. His name's Timothy Van Vakius. I got pictures of me and him together. We served together in the 101st. You can find him all throughout the internet. He's doing time right now, doing federal time for trying to kill DEA agents. They're going to make a movie about this dude. He was the closest thing to James Bond he'd ever fucking know. He ran an international team of mercenaries that worked for governments all throughout Central and South America as hit squads. They had the ultimate fucking camouflage. Their clients would dress them up as cops with a police car from that country. and they would serve you a warrant at your front fucking door. And you would get into a police car with them, and they'd take you out to a pre-planned position where a grave was dug and everything, and they'd shoot you in the back of the head and bury you. And then they'd get $20,000 for it. And they killed hundreds of people. Hundreds. And it was all state sanctioned. He started off as a fucking security company owner. He's doing time right now because one of the clients asked him to kill a DEA agent. I don't know why he did it. Maybe he didn't know he was a DEA agent, or maybe he was a bad DEA agent. But just look up the name Timothy Van Vakius. That's a personal friend of mine. He knew what camouflage was. He helped train some of those cartels too. And this is the weird shit. These governments do that. That's not unusual shit. That's what they do. Because it's not so much the government, it's the politicians that were elected into there. They can't trust their own government's people, so they use private contractors to do it. And it's in what we call in the Army an echelon above reality. Because there's a lot of shit governments have to do, but they don't want to follow the rules, so they hire outsiders to do it. Foreign mercenaries and stuff. It's a weird world we live in.
Murder Hornet said, LSD scares the shit out of me. And if you have a bad trip, you have to ride that out for 10 hours. I don't know. I never really had, I never really worried about it. I mean, I guess I've heard about people having bad trips and stuff, but I think one of the things that, that I was told before I did it was you got to go into it, like, thinking it's going to be a positive experience. Because if you go into it being afraid that you're going to have a bad trip, then you might. Oracle also says, a friend of mine is very fond of absinthe, in part because she writes Victorian era novels. You know what? I wish I liked absinthe because I like all of the iconography around it. Like, I love all of the... I even have, like, my whole bathroom, like, over there is designed, like, you know...
absinthe themed.
Yeah, like, absinthe themed. It's, like, the walls are absinthe green, and I have, like, all this absinthe, like, old ads, like, from the turn of the century. I even have a shower curtain that's, like, Alphonse... is it Musha or Mucha? I don't know how you pronounce his last name. But yeah, because I love his artwork. So I have a shower curtain with his artwork on it because I love all of that iconography, but I do not really like absinthe itself.
Yeah, I gotta correct Sebastian. Sebastian, I never said that Tiger Stripe wasn't a Vietnam camo. It was. My platoon was the only platoon really in the United States Army authorized to wear Tiger Stripe camouflage. And it was, we're talking about Tiger Force. You can look it up on Wikipedia. First 327 Recon. Tiger Stripe camouflage was not American camouflage. That was not the American Army. That was the South Vietnam Army, or ARVN. That was one of the camouflage patterns that they used. That platoon, or my platoon, adopted that and then kind of made it famous, Tiger Force. But the thing was about Vietnam Tiger Stripe camo is that the patterns changed over the years. They weren't all the same because they were made in little bitty tailor shops. It wasn't made in big factories. They were made in smaller batches through these little Vietnamese tailor shops. But it was Vietnam pattern stuff. The Army liked it, but they didn't adopt it widespread. Only small special forces type units. Because the material it was made out of, they didn't think it was tough enough, and the dyes that they used tended to fade, and some of it was like stamped on fucking paint type patterns that they put on it, and it didn't last very long. It faded out pretty quickly. But they wore it anyway. They just changed it out. Although some guys said in Tiger Force they actually never wore it in the field, they just wore it back at the camp. In the field, they evidently a lot of times just wore the OD Army green because it was a tougher material.
Murder Hornet said, does absinthe today still make you hallucinate?
It never did.
I don't think it actually made you hallucinate back in the day.
No.
I've read a few books about like the history of absinthe, and what the general consensus is that was the wine lobby trying to scare people away from drinking it.
It was a smear campaign.
Because it was getting so popular. Yeah. It was so popular that they called, I think it was 4 p.m., like in Paris, the green hour, because everybody would go to the cafes and they'd get absinthe.
Yeah.
And the wine lobby didn't like that because it was cutting into their sales. Yeah. So they started like a scare campaign about, it does this, that, and the other thing. It makes you insane and it makes you see things and all this other kind of stuff.
It was all bullshit.
It does have a slightly higher alcohol content, I think, but it doesn't really have hallucinogenic properties.
And they leave out why absinthe became popular. It became popular because it was issued to French soldiers in one of those foreign wars that the French were doing. They were issued them absinthe as a water purification. That way, if you might have iffy water in your canteen, you could put a shot of that damn absinthe in it, and it would kill a lot of the bacteria, and you could drink it. It had a herbal flavor to it, and there were herbs in it. It had a high alcohol content. It did not taste like black licorice, though. Most of these modern absinthes of today taste like black licorice or anise, which is like ouzo or anisette. That is not what absinthe tasted like. In fact, they didn't know what absinthe tasted like. The flavor's forgotten. They eventually found an original bottle of absinthe, and some of these absinthe companies bought it in a big auction. One of them bought it to get a hold of it, and they had their taster taste it. They had a whole fucking documentary on it. And we tasted it. He was like, oh, okay. Yeah, it's very different than what we thought it was. It had a light buttery flavor with a kind of an herbal undertones. It wasn't strong at all in terms of like, it didn't have any anise or black licorice type flavor in it. It was kind of mild. But evidently returning soldiers liked it, and they brought it. French returning soldiers liked it, and they were ordering it in cafes and bars, and it was selling well. It kind of became a fad, and it started to dig into the French wine business, and you had a lot of fucking rich nobles owned the wine industry, so that was a threat to them. They had to get rid of it. But there was nothing wrong with it. It was just a liqueur.
But I really do. I like the whole kind of mythology that sprung up about it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I do like that.
They were spiking it.
Yeah, that's true.
Heads of the time, and other people that like to get high, would take absinthe and melt sugar cubes and laudanum and stuff, which is basically opium, and they drink it. You can get high as shit off of it.
Well, opium and wine, they were doing that.
Yeah, they were doing that too. And they were also mixing cocaine with it and drinking it.
Yeah, that too.
But it wasn't the absinthe. That was just an herbal.
Yeah, that
liqueur.
was other shit they were like.
Yeah.
Like I said, I think absinthe does have a slightly higher alcohol content, but it doesn't have anything that would make you hallucinate.
No.
They were spiking it with other things.
Yeah.
That was maybe making that happen. And, you know, people that you associate with the whole absinthe madness thing, such as, quote unquote, like, you know, Vincent Van Gogh or something like that.
All the cool people drank that shit.
I mean, he might have had mental problems anyway.
Yeah. The cool people drank that shit because it was new and it was fucking trendy.
Yeah.
Like fucking... Alright, it's like energy drink.
Like Toulouse-Lautrec and all that.
Yeah, it'd be like fucking Red Bull of the day. Everybody drink a Red Bull. Now we're going to put vodka in the Red Bull. And then over time, we got to stop Red Bull. They tried to stop Red Bull and energy drinks. They're too dangerous. It was that.
Yeah, it's 25-year-olds having heart attacks.
Oh, yeah.
But you find out later that it's like, oh, well, that's because they slammed like 12 Red Bulls like in a couple of hours or something while they were playing a video game.
And they might have been high on some other shit.
And maybe they were super fat also. Mm. That probably didn't help. Yeah, Xanada said, talking about Jägermeister. Yeah. Xanada said, Jägermeister is great. Only real men can handle Jaeger. And then Daddy said, I hate Jaeger because it tastes like black licorice. Man, I don't hate it, but it gives me like instant heartburn.
I went to high school with a German guy at that international school in Brazil I was telling you about. Fucking, he would laugh that Americans would fucking pay money for Jägermeister. He said that was the fucking worst thing you could ever find in Germany. That was like shit that bums drank. That was like Mad Dog for the Germans. They were like, you drinking that shit?
Ew. Like I said, well, I don't really like any of those. Because, you know, every now and then when we were at the bar, like some people would buy us like, you know, Goldschlager or something like that.
Yeah, Goldschlager is good, yeah.
And, I don't really like any of those kind of words that are like real. I like cinnamon, but I don't like anything that's like super like cinnamony flavored or super ginger flavored or something. I like it, but because like I said, it just gives me like instant heartburn.
They were back in those days, back when that particular club was slamming. It's not there anymore. High rollers would come in and they would just buy me and Jen shots fucking all night. We'd have our drinks, and then all of a sudden these shots keep coming. And the ones that kept coming a lot, man, was fucking oatmeal cookie.
Now those are good.
Yeah, oatmeal cookie. We can get that one over and over again. Slam an oatmeal cookie. I don't know how they made it.
Or lemon drops.
Lemon drops.
I think that was the second most common.
some kind of fireball.
Fireball. That was probably the third
fireball,
most common. Because I was always just kind of like, okay. But, you're not going to turn it down because it's free.
Yeah.
Then I was like, man, now I'm going to have heartburn the rest of the night.
I was deep into these drinks called Tokyo Tea.
Oh, yeah.
Which was kind of like a Long Island iced tea, but it was a different blend. One of the things that was in there was Midori.
Didn't it have melon liqueur in there?
Melon liqueur, Midori.
Yeah.
And it fucking tasted like green tea. It didn't taste like alcohol at all, but it was all alcohol.
Yeah, it was sneaky.
Yeah, and you didn't need top shelf alcohol. You could use well alcohol, the well booze, the cheap shit. And just as long as it had that Midori in there, and it'd be a cheap drink, that big, but man, it was like drinking 5. I think I could only drink 3 of them a night. Was it like 3?
I used to get a similar thing.
Yeah.
You would always get Tokyo Tea. I'm not real into melon, so I would always get the Red Death.
Yeah.
Which is a similar configuration.
It was just red.
But it was more like, it was red, obviously.
It was red and it tasted like cherry.
And it kind of tastes, like cherry or punch or something like that.
Yeah.
But you could not taste the alcohol in it at all.
No, but it was all alcohol.
It was a mixture of alcohols.
Yeah.
It was vodka, rum, tequila.
Yeah.
What else was in there?
Just fucking
everything.
Everything
was in there.
They would all counteract each other, and it would just taste like
I think the most
punch.
of those I ever drank was 4, and I don't remember anything after probably midnight.
I could drink like 3. Tokyo Tea was about as strong as that. I could drink 3 of them, but I was also being given fucking shots all night.
Because that's the thing, you don't want to say no.
Yeah, no.
You know what I mean? It's like, because the thing is, we'd already be shit-faced.
Yeah.
On Tokyo Teas or Red Deaths or whatever. Yeah. We'd have been out there dancing and stuff, so we're sweating some of it out. I mean, to be fair. We go back up to the bar to get another drink or to get water, and then one of our friends would be like, shots all around, and we'd be like, oh, all right.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Well, you don't want to look like an asshole, you know what I mean? They're offering. So it's like, you kind of got to do it.
Yeah, and they're spending $5 a fucking shot.
Right. So it's just like, you don't want to, like I said, you don't want to look like a dick and like say, no, I don't really want one.
Unless it's a free drink.
Right. So I'd just be like, oh boy, I'm really going to regret this tomorrow, I guess. But you know what I mean? And you would just go and do it. Last time we were at Barbarella, they don't actually have, he doesn't have his whole liquor license thing. So they just have those pre-mixed cocktails in cans, which some of them are okay. We got one the other day. I can't remember who makes it, but it was like, Tom got it and he's like, this looked interesting, so I got a couple of these. It was like a ginger beer, but with booze in it, and it was really good. But like I said, I could only drink one of those, because it's like, if I drank more than that, I'm just going to have heartburn all night, because ginger. Anything that's like real spicy like that, you know what I mean, is just going to fuck me up all night. Remember what it said, Tom looks like he's ready to blow chunks. I don't think so. Zach says, oh god, oatmeal cookies. I haven't had a proper one in forever. The cookie, not the shot. Well, the shot's pretty good too. We make oatmeal cookies every now and then. Because for whatever reason, we always have tons and tons of oatmeal like in storage in case of a zombie apocalypse or whatever. And so every now and then, like, Tom will get a bug up his butt and he'll be like, man, we have all those oats down there. I should make some cookies. And he'll go downstairs like at 9 o'clock and like make some fucking cookies. You know what I mean? But we haven't done that in a while. Xander said, weed doesn't make you lazy. I'm stoned at work and listening to you guys right now. That's productive. See, there you go.
Where's my drink at? Here.
See, Tom's already lost his drink. He's already lost his drink. Yeah. Man, I miss those old days at iBar. It's not there anymore. I mean, it's there. Barbarella's still there, but it's in a different location. I miss their old location, though. I didn't like... Because where it used to be was, like, you know, the main corner of, like, the main drag, like, of downtown Orlando. And so you'd get assholes wondering, but you know what? It's like it had been there for so long, and it had such a reputation that anybody that was going to cause trouble, they wouldn't usually cause trouble in there. I'm not saying trouble didn't happen, because it did, but it's just like usually most people were like, that's the cool place where everybody can go and hang out and everybody's chill. You know what I mean? So, but I kind of miss that. I don't know. I miss that building. There was something about the way it was configured, and it was like, and it looked really cool inside. It looked kind of like, it was really big, and it kind of had a divey vibe, but it wasn't a dive, if that makes any sense, because it was really big. You know what I mean? I don't know. I always just really liked it there, and it was fairly clean for a nightclub.
It was fun. What's there now?
I don't know if there's anything. I think Dimitri told me that there had been a country western bar there for a little while, which is dumb because there's a country western bar literally right there, like right across the street. What the fuck is that place called? All I remember is the letters that are like American flag letters. I don't remember what it's called, but there's one literally right there, like fucking 20 feet away. But that's not there anymore. So I don't know if there's anything in that building. It would be awesome
if he went back in there.
If he went back in there.
He might go back in there.
Because, man, that building is, like, iconic. That shit was there for, like, 30-something years, that bar.
See, that was because of the COVID fucked that up. People stopped going downtown, and the fucking business just dropped out of the fucking place.
Yeah, but he just kind of stopped going out, and it's just kind of like... And, you
all
know,
of downtown died.
And, I do like the place where he moved it at. I didn't actually know this until fairly recently. But John, the guy that owns Barbarella / iBar, he owns that whole building where it is now. Yeah, like that whole sports center thing. Yeah. That was another sideline that he had. Yeah. So he was telling Tom that he's like, I don't even have to open that. Because he only has it open, one night a week?
Yeah, he says he's making money out of it.
2 nights a week?
He's just doing it for fun.
Yeah, he just does it because everybody missed it. Yeah. And it's a whole... So he's just like, fuck it. I'll just open it up Saturday nights or whatever, and everybody can come and dance. And
next time I see him, I'm gonna ask him what the possibility is to reopen it. Independent made a shit ton of money, and people are over all that. They'd go back to it.
Yeah, they probably would now.
Yeah, oh yeah.
I mean, if it was the way it was before, because there's just like I said, there was something about that building. There was something like about the inside of it that was like it's kind of like the castle. You can't like really replicate, like when you go in the castle in Tampa, there's nothing else really like that.
No, that's like trying to move Disneyland. You'll never be able to move
that's Disneyland. What I mean. It's just it's got its own vibe. You come in, it's all dark. It's like red. There's a dungeon, and it's just kind of like the stained glass windows, and it's, you know what I mean.
The castle's one of the best goth clubs in the United States. Probably the only thing that would match it would be an old club in Boston I used to go to that's now gone, called Man Ray. The castle was much bigger, and it is in a castle. It's a fucking Masonic.
I think it used to be a Masonic lodge.
And it's big though. You know what I mean?
It's where all the cigar factories used to be in Ybor City.
Yeah, and it has an outside and an inside. And it's made out of stone, and it does look like a damn pirate castle, like some out of Disneyland. And it's just a beautiful fucking goth / fetish club. You can see it on YouTube. Just look up The Castle. Or in fucking
Ybor City.
Ybor City.
YBOR. Which is Tampa. It's Tampa. But it's like the old part of Tampa.
Right. And Jen still works for them. Does a lot of their graphics. We used to know a lot of the dancers. Because they had girls dancing on boxes. The cutest goth girls ever. The outfits and everything are fucking fantastic. I don't know what it's like now. We haven't been in years.
We haven't been since Vampire Ball.
We need to go back. Yeah, they have Vampire Ball once a year. It'd be fucking packed.
They have Vampire Ball. They have Steampunk Ball. I think they still have that.
There's 1, 2, I think 3 dance floors.
Yeah, it's huge.
There's a downstairs dungeon for fucking BDSM stuff. It's got cells and everything.
Yeah, it's got big cells. Like prison cells.
And they're like 1500s pirate prison cells with fucking wrought iron fucking cages and shit. There's a bar down there. The upstairs has got a big main event. It's got fucking screens and everything. 3 bars.
Yeah.
There's all kinds of porn stars that you guys have jerked into have been there. It's just a great...
The whole atmosphere of it is really cool. I used to... Well, like I said, I used to drive there from Daytona every weekend, and that's a 2.5-hour drive each way.
Me and Jen would be in there, fucking in that side bar, making little videos. Remember our Gothic Orlando YouTube we used to have? And fucking right behind us was Larkin Love.
Yeah.
Remember Larkin Love?
Yeah.
She's a porn star. You can look her up. She used to live here then. She's gone now, though. That's good. It's everybody's focusing on New York and LA. I've been in New York. New York does have some good clubs. All right. But I think fucking castle beats anything out of LA.
And it's been there for
forever.
Ever.
Yeah.
I think they've been there for 40 years.
Yeah.
Something like that. It's been a long time.
Yeah, nothing like the castle could exist in the LA area. And I actually was really born in the LA area. I was from a southern family that was living there at the time when they got married to my mom and my dad. My dad got out of the Navy, and my mom was living there with her parents. And fucking, but my mom was originally from Virginia. My dad was from Mississippi. And I left California in 1981. Never went back. I got a lot of relatives there, though. My mom's side of the family. And the closest thing to say the castle that you could find in LA would have been like the Viper Room. But that was a very metal scene, the Viper Room.
Yeah.
But I'd easily hang out at the Viper Room, hang out with Lemmy and shit back when he was alive. I'd love to have done it. It's just that even that kind of looked new compared to when you look at the castle. The castle looks like something out of the 1500s.
Yeah, because it's an old building.
Yeah, 1800s.
And like I said, it's got stained glass windows, and it looks like an old castle.
It was made to look like an old Spanish fort from the 1500s.
Like I said, I think it was a Masonic lodge.
It was a Masonic lodge. Originally was. That was the traditional architecture of this area. Florida is the meeting place of two empires, the Spanish Empire and the British Empire. And Florida got purchased by the American Empire when it overthrew the British. Florida has always been a biracial state. It's Anglo-Latino. And it's always been that way, pretty much. And because back in the pirate days and everything, it was like that. It's just an interesting place, man. I love Florida. I think Florida's I consider Florida to be the capital state of the South. Some might say, well, Texas. No, Texas is its own thing. I think Texas is like an independent country almost. Similar, but very different. That's the desert. A lot of that's desert and grasslands and plains. Texas has a very Mexican flavor to it, and it was always biracial too. It was a mixture of the Mexicans and the fucking Irish and Germans. They were the ones. It was a private. It was actually Texas when Texas first started. It was a joint business venture between Mexican families and American German families in the cattle industry. So it was always two people. But Florida, I'm gonna say Florida's the jungle, man. This is the tropical state. Very different from Mississippi, very different from Alabama. But I just like it here. Jen's sick of it. She's from here.
Yeah, I was born here.
But I enjoy it. It's like something
hot, man.
It's like something out of Disneyland, Pirates of the Caribbean, and that's here too. But it's like a pirate fucking. Now I liked New Orleans.
I don't like the heat, and I don't like the rednecky shit.
Yeah, there are certain elements to that.
But there's cool shit here too.
Yeah,
like, you just got to know where to look. That's all. It's not all rednecky shit.
I can navigate
like
through. I can even navigate through the rednecky shit. You know what I mean? Fuck, my family's a bunch of rednecks.
Yeah, mine is too. But
I can navigate through it. It's just that shit gets old, because that's the basic setting. That's basic bitches, and they get frustrating because they're locked only on one television channel. They got one way of doing things. They're not real flexible. There's more than one way to live. They're not really into that.
Yeah, I've noticed.
Yeah.
That's what I don't like about it.
They don't have good fashion sense. That's the main thing I got against them.
Because look, man,
I don't have good fashion sense.
I don't have a problem with people that are like different than me, but I can't hang with people who think that the way they live is the way.
It's the right way.
Yeah,
right? Yeah.
I just can't.
Yeah.
You can live however you want as long as you're chill with everyone else living the way they want to, within limits. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Sometimes they malfunction. They're not quite sure. They have a very small Overton window of acceptability.
Yeah, which blows my mind.
Yeah,
a little bit. Even in this day and age,
it depends on the generation.
We were at a Dollar General the other day, not the one by our house, but when we stopped at another one, like on the way back from Ichiban, right?
Yeah,
because I had to get some cat food, and there was a whole line of people
Yeah, this is some weird shit, man. You guys are gonna like
There was a whole line of people
waiting to check out.
But the self-checkout was right there.
Yeah.
So we're just like, are you guys not...
No to check. And they're like, oh, no.
No, we're not using the
We're not doing self-checkout.
I'm like, this is like 2023, right?
I had to explain.
And we're like, okay, well, I'm just going to use it then if y'all aren't going to.
Yeah, I had to explain.
It's a huge line.
I had to explain to Jenny, I understand. She probably knows, but I have to re-explain.
Yeah, I know.
Mansplaining is part of a man's job. I said, these rednecks...
Is it? You're fine.
A lot of these rednecks have not conquered the fucking banking system. Okay, they don't have ATM.
I guess not.
They don't have ATM cards, and if they do have an ATM card, they may not actually know how to use that fucking machine. Which to me, that's fucking mind blowing, because that means that they don't know the internet and they can't make online purchases. Which explains why they look the way they do and why they dress the way they do.
I guess so.
Because they got to go to the mall to get their clothes.
I just didn't realize that anyone in this day and age was that far behind.
Well, no. 2 days later, we're at the other fucking Dollar General store, which Dollar General store here is like our version of 7-Eleven. They're just fucking...
Well, they put them in food deserts.
Food deserts, right.
Like in rural areas.
And they're wonderful stores.
They got everything.
They got everything. And it's cheap. They're not pretty though, but they got everything in there.
Yeah, they're pretty workmanlike.
I need needles. Well, we got needles. I need a fucking hot pocket. Okay, we got. I need milk. We got that.
You just
I want
need one
eggs.
hot
We got
pocket.
that. I want some chocolate. We got that. They got everything. I need some fucking floor mats. Yeah, we got that for the car.
Other day, I was like, I need some like clothes hangers.
I went in there and said, I need
two for $1.
I need some fucking Harley Davidson fucking 50 weight oil. 20 W50. Oh, we got that. They had oil there. So all right, Harley Davidson oil. Okay, cool. All right. So they got it. They got shit. And it's cheap. We were at the other one doing self-checkout. And dude proudly says, oh, I don't do that. I'm old school.
That's right. I forgot about
Remember that shit? I don't do that shit. I'm old school. That's what's wrong with the world today. Not hiring people. And I didn't want to get into it with the old dude because I'd have to fight him. I'd have whipped his ass. But he just didn't know what he was talking about. I was thinking, dude, she doesn't want to check you out. She's got other work to do fucking stocking these shelves. Get a bank account, get an ATM card, and learn how to check your own shit out. But they don't understand.
I prefer self-checkout, honestly.
Self-checkout,
I was really glad when they established that.
Yeah.
Some people say, and Tammy was saying maybe it bothers people because it's like taking people's jobs away.
It's not, though.
But the thing about it is that when you're, if you're working at Dollar General, I mean, checking people out is like a pretty small part of your job anyway.
That's not what they're doing.
Like most of the shit that they're doing is like bringing in
stock
inventory and like putting it on the shelves and stuff like that. So
they hate checking you out.
I also hate checking people out because I hate people.
They're like, why don't you learn how to do this yourself? Because they're
right. Jesus Christ, person.
They're very understaffed, and their whole thing is to stock an inventory.
Yeah, they got to keep all that shit.
Right.
And they got to keep the store clean, and they have to keep it organized and all that other kind of stuff. So they don't really want to check the people out, I feel.
At your average Dollar General store, there's only 2 or 3 people working.
Yeah, we go in there, and sometimes there's only one person in there, depending on what day.
And they love us at our next door. They know us. They say, that's my favorite couple.
Yeah, we come in there all the time.
Yeah, we go in there all the time. My favorite goth couple.
The dude knows us at the liquor store, too, which I'm not sure if that's something to be proud of. But
we were talking today about my fucking Snake Plissken.
Yeah, they were talking about they were talking about like Escape from LA and stuff.
Yeah, he fucking liked the liquor store.
He was asking us about the castle the other day, too, because I guess he goes there.
That's right.
So even in like rednecky areas,
he may be listening because we gave him the show.
That's right. Yeah. So even in rednecky areas, there are like stealth goth people.
Now look, Jen calls this a rednecky area. It is from her point of view. It is not from the point of view of fucking Heidelberg or Laurel, Mississippi, where I'm going. You can say what that? No. This is the big city compared to out there. That's the fucking scary place, man.
Well, yeah, I would not want to go there.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, I was gonna go with you.
Yeah.
I would have just so I didn't have to miss you all this time, all those days you'd be gone. But like,
we're always together anyway. And every time we come back, we have fucking wild sex, man.
I mean, we do that anyway, even though we see each other every day.
Today. We were throwing down today.
Like,
should have recorded that
right
shit
before the show. Actually,
we should have showed that shit. I said, give it up.
I was in here in the office working on editing the video.
Give it up. She's like, yeah, I'm gonna give it up.
All right.
Yeah, I'm giving it up. Yeah.
Fucking, I was kind of tired of working on that video anyway.
Yeah. I figured you were fucking bored, so I'm going there. I'm gonna go in there and I'm gonna fuck shit out of it. I'm gonna go the rest of them. Hold on.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I know. I told him I don't know how long he's gonna be gone. I don't know. Last time it was 2 weeks. I don't know if it's going to be that long this time. Like I said, I'm still going to do the shows and stuff, but we'll see. So I'll still do a movie review Monday night. I don't know which one I want to do, though. Because the internet was saying, yeah, I did Mulholland Drive, like, when I was gone. I'll probably do some shit like... I've been wanting to rewatch The Spiral Staircase from 1946. I don't know why, I just got that in my head. I was like, man, I really want to, like, rewatch that because it's been a long time. So I might do that one, but I'm not really sure. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, so I'm definitely going to do a movie review Monday night like normal. I'll do the regular show Wednesday night like normal. Depending on what the poll... Whatever the poll winner is, if it's a... Okay, here's what I'm going to say. If you are on our Patreon or if you're a YouTube member and you can vote in the topic polls, if the topic... I don't even remember what topics I put in there because I think I put that poll up like 2 weeks ago because I usually put them up like, you know, sometime in advance because I write down everybody's topic ideas and then I was like, when I have 5, you know, I put them in a poll and then I just put them up to go up at the relevant time. So... if the topic comes up being something that it's like, oh, that would be better if Tom was here, then I might save it and, you know what I mean? And just do something that I could just talk about. You know? I don't know. Well, we'll see how it goes. The poll doesn't close till Sunday afternoon, so we'll see how it goes. Yeah, High Desert said I've seen check writing at stores go completely out. Thank God.
Oh, yeah,
that fucking took forever.
I saw an old woman write a check. And me and was looking at the guy fucking behind the counter. We're looking at it like, what the fuck is this? Yeah.
Isn't it funny how like some younger people is like, what is she doing?
Mm-hmm. Writing a check. I understand the fear of a totally electronic currency, kind of like China has. They want it here, but. That has not, you know, having an ATM card or a credit cards in a bank account. No, I just don't. I don't understand how they survive without it.
In this day and age, I don't see how anybody
which means
can like live in the world without having an internet connection and a bank card at the very fucking least.
Yeah, and this is not in the middle of nowhere.
No, we're not.
Yeah.
We're literally only 20-something minutes
from downtown
Orlando. Like, we're maybe 28 minutes, something like that. It's not far.
And during the time I've
lived... Less than an hour from Disney World.
During the time I've lived here, downtown Orlando has grown into a world-class city. It's nice. Got some beautiful apartments and fucking scenic shit and lights. And then you go over towards Disney World, beautiful fucking rides that fucking like the slingshot and all kinds. It's pretty out there. It looks like something, I don't know, out of Dubai or something, you know. This is a nice place.
It's fancy.
It's fancy. And everything does kind of look like a theme park. Pretty much. Well, all the middle and upper class, the middle class and upper areas.
Yeah, there's a lot of areas that absolutely don't look like
there's some dumpy areas, but middle class and up looks like something out of a damn theme park. Manicured lawns and manicured trees, and it's pretty.
Yeah, they try.
The freeways are pretty. They got all this fucking shit.
They try to make everything look nice. Because, like I said, tourism is our main. That's our main economy. You know, if that goes, we're kind of fucked.
And the economy is booming. A lot of people have moved here. They brought a lot of their talent and money with them. It's a fucking great state. It reminds me very much of California in the '70s when it was booming. When I lived there as a kid, it kind of reminds me of that better. Because a lot of California's ghetto. I was living in Carson. Carson now is the hood. Fucking Dominguez area. Fucking, but, you know, places get old, you know, they get worn out.
Yeah, I mean, it just happens. It's a natural evolution.
And a lot of these dumpy places here in Florida, around in this area that we're in, back in the 60s, those were the good areas. Mm-hmm. And some of those houses, like, they're kind of dumpy, and you look at them, they're 80s houses. But back in the 80s, man, those were the rich neighborhoods. You know, just that those houses are old now. People with money don't want them.
Yeah, I mean, everything gets old. That's just how it should happen.
But you look at the house, and you're like, man, this is like a house from fucking Poltergeist.
Yeah.
And that shit would have been a dream house in California back in the 80s.
Yeah, Tammy said, I used to work at Walmart, and they were always paging the people off the floor to go up and run the registers.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about it, and I know some people, like, maybe piss and moan about, oh, they're not paying me to, like, ring up the groceries and blah, blah, blah. But it's like, is it really that much of an ordeal? No. And like I said, I would rather ring up my own shit, to be honest. Yeah. It's much quicker. I can do shit much quicker than other people can do it. You know what I mean? So it's just kind of like, I just want to get out of here without having to interact with people. If I have to, the less I have to interact with people, the better it is. So I will take self-checkout every time. All right, I got to pee. You talk. You talk.
I'm going to talk. The reason... Hold on, let me see what's going on. Everybody's going on here. From Epstein to Hamas versus Israel. Okay, and that's all day. Okay. The reason why I was saying that a digital currency and then having an ATM card is not quite the same thing. So a lot of people are not really up to speed of what a digital currency is. A digital currency is a currency that's owned by some kind of unelected fucking board of people, of fucking do-gooders or fucking, you know, control freaks that decide how much your money is worth. Like, in other words, you get paid a certain amount of money. They're talking about giving everybody universal basic income. There's a certain amount of fucking something. There is some good. That is kind of a good idea, because if you're going to make everybody unemployed by exporting jobs, you better fucking pay them something, you know, if there's welfare or whatever. But the problem comes down to this: they decide where you're going to spend your money. You say, yeah, I got $1,000. I want to buy an AR-15 or a fucking pistol or something, which is legal to have in this country. They're going to say, yeah, you can have it. It's legal, but we're going to charge you 10,000% fucking tax, and the price goes up. So it's an interactive money that decides how much you're going to pay. So then they're going like, now, yeah, you could have bread, but we don't want you to buy that bread right there. So we're going to add 100% tax on that bread. But the price will be higher. We want you to buy this bread because my brother-in-law owns that bread company. So they'll be able to do all kinds of shit. It'll be a disaster. People will revolt against it. It wouldn't work. These are all just the cockamamie, pie in the sky dreams the eggheads come up with. All right? Same kind of eggheads, but the Germans and the bent cross, it's all these fucking delusional fucking power dreams. All right? It ain't gonna happen. Okay, go ahead.
Oracle has to take her kitty to the final vet visit tomorrow.
Uh-oh.
And the kitty is hiding under the bed.
How old is that cat?
I think she said 17.
That's a pretty old cat. Was it incontinent now?
She said the kitty looked like Pookie, but with a longer tail.
Yeah. Is it incontinent or something?
I saw that. I don't know, but like earlier.
That cat has no idea what's going on.
And I was just kind of like, I know, but, you know, it's not the kitty that I worry about. It's like, I don't, you know, man, that bums me out so much.
I've seen whole horses be put down. It's sad.
Yeah, okay. Well.
But the horse had no idea what was happening.
I know they don't, but it's just kind of like.
Yeah. They inject a shot and the horse gets sleepy and falls down and never wakes up.
I'm more worried about like how I would react, you know what I mean?
The thing about putting a cat down is, you know, I don't know how they're doing it. Are they putting a cat in a room and putting it down, fucking carbon monoxide in there from the back end of a tailpipe of a car? That's the way they would do it in mass at some of these execution places that they do.
God, don't say shit like that.
Fuck. Or are they doing it with an injection? And if they're doing it with an injection, I would want to be with the cat.
Well, that's how they do it, obviously.
That's how they do it? Okay.
Yeah.
All right,
Why?
yeah.
I can't believe you fucking said that.
Because that's not how they put down fucking Garbo. Drop Garbo off. They said, okay, we'll take care of it.
Well, they don't generally do that.
Okay.
They don't generally do that.
Yeah. All right.
I wasn't there when Garbo got put down.
Yeah, I dropped him off and said, okay, we'll take care of it. Thank you. Is it all right?
But yeah, Oracle said I'm going to wander off and spend some time with my kitty since it's his last night with us. Man, that's sad. I'm sorry. Good night, Oracle.
Why is the cat sick? Is the cat sick?
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, okay.
Like I said, it was a while back, but I didn't get to it. But I think she said he was 17.
Yeah, that's old.
It is, but, you know. I randomly think about it, like, every now and then, and I get, like, all upset.
Yeah.
You know? Because I know it's going to happen, but it's like, I don't know how I'm going to react to it. You know?
Janitor's talking about he wants us to cover the 1920s Wall Street bomb.
Yeah, I think that was in the poll. Because somebody recommended that, like, a long time ago.
Okay.
But I put it in the poll a couple times, but it never won. Yeah. But I was saying that while you were in the bathroom.
Yeah.
I said, if whatever wins the poll because the poll closes on Sunday.
Yeah.
At noon. If whatever wins the poll is a topic that I think would be better if you were here, then I might save it and like go to the second one, and then we'll save that one for when you come back.
Danny just brought up a good fucking point. You're talking about how good those casino buffets at the casinos were down in Biloxi, down in Mississippi.
I've heard that, yeah.
Oh yeah, we used to eat. Me and my ex-wife used to eat there fucking a couple times a month, man. They were fucking great. And thanks for reminding me, because I'm gonna stop off there and fucking eat on my way up. That's where I'm gonna go. Yeah.
You gonna film it and send it to me, like
Maybe.
all the food that you're
Maybe.
Look at all the food that I'm eating that
I'm
you
gonna go to
you don't get.
I'm gonna go to Harrah's or fucking Treasure Bay. Yeah. They had fucking steaks there on the fucking buffet. Fucking Cajun fucking seasoned crawfish, not that bland crawfish that they have Chinese food. They have fucking Xanarans in there. That shit was fucking hot. Yeah. They got fucking great food at Mississippi casinos. I'm going to go ahead and plug the Mississippi casinos. If you want to go to a fucking good casino during the summertime, man, take one of these little tiny flights and fucking go to Biloxi or fucking Gulfport Airport and get off there and go to those fucking Mississippi casinos. They're fucking great. And it's not super crowded. It's not like a big city, but they're just beautiful casinos, and you'll have fun there.
So now I know Tom's gonna go and eat at all the Mississippi casinos.
Go to Mississippi casino.
Get all kind of good food, and then he's gonna send me videos of it, and I'll be like,
"So awesome. You should have come."
I'm sitting here eating a Little Debbie. Cool.
It was during those days. It was about $20 for the casino. No, excuse me, $20 for
the. Well, that was a long time ago.
Yeah, $20 for the fucking what you call. The thing is, though, is that the food, the cost of the food, doesn't really mean anything to those casinos.
No, it's a loss leader.
That's nothing. Yeah,
they're just
trying to get you into the casino.
They just want you to stay there longer.
Yeah.
Well, I was watching a whole video about that the other day, where it's just like, yeah, the whole reason that they put buffets. It was on Weird History Food, actually. Yeah. It was like the history of buffets, which, like I said, started out in Europe, but they were like, well, they started them in Vegas. Because the casino owners were like, hey, if we put a fucking free buffet in here, then these people will stay here all fucking day because they don't have to go anywhere. Yeah. They don't have to leave to go to a restaurant or whatever. So it's like, we'll keep them in here longer and take more of their money.
The buffet wasn't free.
Well, in the old days
it old days it were, yeah. The buffets weren't free. You had to pay to get in there. Now, they might have been free if you had a room. Yeah. If you were staying in a room, they were probably free. But because they try to get you to stay in those rooms as long as they can.
Well, yeah.
And
they just want to take as much.
They're trying to get as much money as they can out of you.
Which it's a business. That's what they're doing. They're just trying to get all the money they can.
Just go down there and play the fucking roulette table, playing those 2 bets on the outside.
Then he's gonna call me and be like, I lost all my money. Can you come get me? I'm homeless.
Yeah, Jan, I fucking lost all my money on hookers.
That sounds like some shit you would do.
No, I won't.
That sounds like some shit you would do.
No, she's worried now.
I lost all my money and I have an STD. That's what he's gonna say.
No, those are clean girls down there. I was kidding.
How would you know?
I was kidding. No, I'm gonna. But no, I do want to stop off at one of the. I think I'm gonna fucking stop off at Harris. We'll see how I feel.
Yeah, I mean,
maybe on the way back.
I mean, try to have a fun time.
Yeah.
I know it's not great.
I'll fucking record it. I'll show you. That it's kind of imagine like Ichiban.
Yeah.
No, more like Koi Wan.
Yeah.
But it's fucking steaks.
Yeah.
And fucking
man, I don't have
fucking
steak in
Cajun
a long time.
Food and shit.
What was like? You made some steaks like a few months back, and that was like really.
I got steaks frozen.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Yeah, those are off that farm.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Yeah, I got all that shit off the dam.
That was a long time ago.
We got cows around here.
Yeah. Yeah, you go to the farm and you just like buy blueberries or eggs.
Yeah, I spent like fucking $150 on fucking beef, but it wasn't a whole lot of it, but we still got some of it left.
Oh, okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Guess I was gonna say, because we just had some steaks a little while back. So yeah. I mean, I know it's like I said, it's not a fun trip really because he's got to go see his dad, but he'll probably have fun. I got to be here by myself with no money. At least he's not taking my car, so I'll be stuck. It's not like I have anywhere to go, though. I don't have anywhere to go. I'm not going to go to the club by myself. You know? It's not fun, and it's like I don't really want to drive, and it's too far. You know what I mean? It's like, so I'm too worried about it. So I'll probably just stay home. I might go out to eat a few times, but that's probably all I'll do, to be honest. Yeah, Danny said the casino buffets and the catfish farms are a bargain in Mississippi. Yeah, I can imagine. I don't know how much they are now, because like I said, that was a long time ago. When Tom was talking about his first wife, that was shit. When was that? That was probably back in the early 2000s. You know what I mean? A long time ago. So I imagine they're probably more now. Although, I don't know, like the buffets we go to, like Koi Wan and stuff like that, and Ichiban, they're only about. I think the lunch buffet at Ichiban is 20? No. I think it's $15.99, like plus tax and drinks and stuff like that. I think it's $15.99. Oh, bangin'. Oh, okay, which means good. Okay, sorry, I can't see that good. Yeah, Danny said the casino buffets and the catfish farms are bangin' in Mississippi.
Yeah.
Well, you know, like I said, send me videos.
I gotta pass through there on my way up there.
Because, like I said, I'm probably not gonna go no place. I'm just gonna be sitting in the house the whole time.
I don't want to make you jealous.
Show you all the good food you're eating.
Look at that shit.
And then I'll be like, ah.
Yeah. Usually it wasn't. I mean, it's been a long time since I've been there, but I think back in the day it was about $20. Now that doesn't cover what you ate. They're just trying to bait you into that damn casino, and they want you to play some on that blackjack table or on the fucking one-armed bandits. You know, slot machine. Never play slot machines, people. Never play slot machines. The worst one. Actually, in terms of odds, the best ones is fucking blackjack. But you got to be good at blackjack. And still, odds are always in the house's favor.
Yeah, always.
Always.
I think blackjack, the odds are least in the house's favor, but they are still absolutely in the house's favor.
Now,
like I said, it's a business. They're just trying to make money.
Everybody I knew from back in the time I lived down in Gulfport who made money gambling were people that drove down there in fucking VWs. They lived out in the parking lot. And they would go into the casinos. They would live off of that fucking $20 fucking a day damn
the
food.
Buffet, yeah.
Buffet. And they would go down to the fucking poker table. And they would play against other tourists. The house takes a cut. But you're not playing against the house. They don't care who wins. And what they're looking for is they're looking for weak players. So they're going around and going, where are the weakest fucking players? I'm going to take their fucking money. That is not the same as playing against house. You're not playing against the house. You're playing against weak players. House taking a cut. That's the way you do it. And some of them made good money that way. Thing is, they were all old guys living in fucking VW RVs and on retirement pay. And man, fucking living in that casino would get old after a while. They're living in a casino
Maybe they
parking
like
lot.
it.
They like it, but I would do that.
Yeah, Xanada said, I've known people out here in Nevada who live off gambling by playing craps or betting on sports, but they do live in the parking lot.
They live in a parking lot. Yeah.
Nice guys, though. Yeah, I mean, hey, if that's the way you want to live, and like I said, a lot of them are retired, so they probably get
they're
Social Security or whatever.
Yeah.
So it's not like they're going to starve to death or nothing. They get so you can do what you want.
Yeah, and if he's some old dude, he's living in a fucking RV. The RV is pretty much paid for. He's getting a fucking couple $1,000s a month. He's eating out of there. He's having a good time. He has good winnings. They never fucking really come up. They have good winnings. They spend them on hookers. That's what they do. And then they go back in there and gamble and fucking lose away. It's like an endless cycle. But they're living in the parking lot in the RV. Yeah.
So that's what Tom's planning to do. He's going to go there.
I'm going to do that.
He's going to win a bunch of money
and
spend it all on hookers.
Isn't that something
And then he's not going to tell me.
No.
No, I didn't win any money.
No.
I spent it all on hookers. Why do I have this STD? I don't know.
These are dudes in their fucking 60s and 70s. I don't know.
I'm just teasing you. Victor says, my friend and his girlfriend were playing slots at the casino, and when they left, she realized she left her phone at the slot machine. They drove back. He found the phone and decided to play one more time. He won $20,000. And I think of that every time someone mentions casinos. Man, that's like fucking...
That's outside the fucking
realm. Yeah, but that's like Willy Wonka, where he went back in to buy that one more candy bar, and then that was the one that had the golden ticket in it. Yeah. It's just kind of like that.
Yeah. That's not what usually happens. Usually what happens is the one-armed bandit takes all your fucking money.
Yeah, you'll lose even more. That's why I don't even start. I don't have that gambling instinct.
That's the worst one.
I'm just used to like hanging on to my money because I never had any.
Yeah.
So it's just, to me, it seems like really wasteful. And I'm just like, I know the odds are against me, and it's like, I know I'm just going to lose all my money, so I don't even...
Best one's blackjack, craps, certain bets on the roulette table. But it's just raw odds. And the odds are is that over time, house wins. House always wins.
Yeah.
So, you know.
That's what I figure.
Yeah, if you want to fucking actually try to live off of being a gambler, it's poker. Because you're not playing against
us. Like there's some people that have made a living doing that, but you have to be really good at it.
You have to be really good at it. And I knew guys that did it. They said you had to be, not only had to be really good at poker, you have to be really good at choosing where you're going to sit down at what table.
Yeah.
Because you're looking at the players.
Yeah.
You're saying, where are the weakest players? You're going to go take their money. You know. If you know all the regulars, you go, I ain't going there.
Well, yeah.
Know that, dude. That motherfucker's good. I'm not going to play against him. I'll lose my money. Fucking, you're going to play against the weak players. And take their money.
You're going to play against some people that look like marks.
Exactly. Exactly.
Although, if you were smart, you would go in there looking like a mark.
Yeah, they know better, though.
Well, yeah.
They know better. They know better.
It's like going in there going... Doo-doo-doo.
They go, that is not a mark.
I don't know what I'm doing.
Yeah, they know.
Well, you can't overplay it,
they
obviously, because you can't, you know what I mean. Xana said, the most I've seen someone win is $10K on slots. Yeah. But the casino took several hours to give over the money, and you have to pay tax after $1,000.
Yeah. It's still free money.
Well, yeah, it's that's several $1,000s more than I have, so they can take a couple hours to give it to me. That's fine.
Yeah, some of that shit they take almost half.
Which again, that's several $1,000s more than I got right now, so I'm not complaining about it.
I think it depends on what fucking state you're in or whatever. What I think it's about almost half. I think on winnings. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's a state thing or
federal. I don't know.
Because some people, well, Florida does not have state income tax. So when you file taxes, you only do federal income tax.
Yeah.
But I know some states you do federal income and state income tax, but Florida doesn't have that. So I don't know. I mean, obviously you have to pay if you won like a big jackpot in some sweepstakes or something. You do have to pay tax on it. But I think they give you the option nowadays. It's like, hey, do you want us to take it out before we give it to you?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So you can like pay the tax on it before, like, so you won't even notice it's gone. Maybe.
The casinos are probably about 6 hours from here. Maybe 7, 6.5, around that time. One day I'll take you.
Yeah, I mean, 6 hours is no big deal.
It's not that much, yeah.
I mean, I'm not gonna do any of my money with that shit because it's like I have little enough money as it is. I'm not gonna lose all of it on that kind of crap. DVD Dragon said STD in Mississippi is called Mississippi Burning. Yeah,
that's funny.
Tom comes back with the Mississippi Burning, and I'll be like, "What have you been up to?" You know how I like to tease him. Well, you're the one that always like jokes about hookers and stuff like that. Yeah. So it's like, you know, you're kind of
asking. She gets paranoid.
You're kind of asking for it. You're always bringing shit up about it.
Teasing Jan about it.
Yeah. What was that you said the other night that I was like, I didn't really think anything of it, but I was just kind of like, I thought it was weird that you said it. You said it on, was it last week's show?
The show, yeah.
Last week's show or the show before? I don't remember. I think it was like one of the Sidetracks show.
About cheating.
Yeah, and you said you said something like just kind of randomly, like out of like, oh well, you know, it could happen to a guy just one time. It's just like a mistake, you know what I mean? And it's just kind of like, you know, she'd probably forgive you and blah blah. And like, and I was kind of like, I gave you that look, you know, like that meme face. Yeah. And I was just kind of like, I didn't say anything at the time. But then later, I was like, why did you say that, like randomly? Because it didn't have anything to do with what we were talking about.
No,
But he explained, he's like, oh, there was a whole context behind it. He's like, I've been watching this YouTube video earlier, and it's just like there was this guy that was talking about this, and he was thinking about that. Yeah. So I was just kind of like, oh, okay. Well, I didn't know the context behind it.
No, it wasn't a guy that was thinking about it.
Oh, it was a girl.
Oh, okay. It was a girl that was talking about it.
Because sometimes you say things, and you know the context, but nobody else does, like, and I don't. So it's just kind of like, why did he just say that randomly? That's odd. So I was just like, what was that all about?
The context was I was watching one of those dating programs. It was called Whatever.
And I didn't know that.
There's a channel called Whatever on.
So I was like, you just brought that up out of the blue.
Whatever was fucking funny. That's
what are you
on YouTube.
Trying to tell me?
Oh no, on Whatever they had a girl. I don't remember exactly what it was. The girl was saying that fucking her boyfriend cheated on her, but it was okay. She forgave him for it, type of deal. But I don't remember what had happened after that. I was just talking.
Oh, okay. So you were thinking about that. Okay.
Yeah.
But like I said, I didn't know that.
I was saying that. Yeah.
And from my point of view, it just sounded like you just said some shit randomly, and I was just kind of like...
Her boyfriend cheated on her, and she kind of forgave him for it, but the shit came. She did some other shit later on, and he didn't forgive her. I don't remember what it was. I remember.
Oh, okay, so it was a whole thing.
Yeah.
It was a whole thing. I didn't know. You watch those videos all the time.
No, I just thought...
I don't watch them.
And the thing is that these are people in their 20s.
Yeah, well,
so I don't know. I don't know who the audience is all the time. I'm trying to talk it to a general audience. I like to fucking go to kind of like a slightly younger default, like I'm talking to people in their 30s. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because a motherfucker like me got to spread wisdom. You know what I'm talking about?
I never really think about the ages of the people that we're talking to. I don't really think of myself as any particular, you know.
Had I fucking known how things really were back in my fucking 20s and 30s, it'd have been a lot better. But I was back in those days in the pre-internet era, it was easy to live under certain delusions about the way the world actually was and the way human nature actually was. Fucking, which, I don't know, can cause fucking discomfort. Because you have fucking high expectations for certain things, but that's not the way things really are.
It's better to just kind of like think, well, I don't know if I'd go this far.
It depends on the person.
Yeah.
Some people, the average person, I don't expect much out of them anymore. But the thing is that you got to realize that I'm trying to deal with people who are above average. Like Jen's very above average. Well, she gets mad when I say certain things, and I'm saying, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the average. That's why I married you. That's why that shit all went down. You know what I mean? If you were average, you'd be long gone. You know, hold on, let me get this here.
All right.
Let me get you some. You want some more of that, or you want juice this time?
I mean, that Coke is good. Okay. Well, is there any left?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, lots.
I feel like we'd probably gone through the whole 2-liter by now, but I guess not. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Well, I mean, you know, he says nice things about that. But, well, I don't know if I get mad necessarily. It's just kind of like, I don't know. I don't like to generalize about people because I don't know everybody. You know what I mean? Everybody's different. So, I don't really think about things that way. Spread wisdom. Yeah. I never really think about things like that. Like I said, I know we have people in the chat that are all ages, and we have friends that are all ages. To be honest, we have friends that are in their 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s. We have friends that are older than us and stuff like that, and it's just not really something that I think about. Because when you talk to them, it doesn't really... There's not like a big, generation gap, okay, boomer type situation. You know what I mean? Like, everybody's just kind of on the same page.
There you go.
So... Like I said, maybe that's kind of just us being in a particular subculture where everybody likes the same shit, so it's like everybody's talking about the same shit, or, you know, things that are adjacent to that. So everybody is just kind of, like I said, on the same page about things. You don't really get this whole thing where it's like, oh my god, they're 20 and they don't know anything. You know what I mean? You don't really get that too much. Xana's talking about Del Taco. Yeah, we only, honestly, we only have 2 Del Tacos. The one I used to go to was in, I want to say it was in Winter Park or Apopka, which is like near the, not University of Florida. One of those college campuses over there. UCF. University of Central Florida. And there was one over there. And my friend used to live over there. My friend Jen used to live over there. So we would go there someday because it was open all night. So, you know, we'd be out drinking or whatever and be like, let's go to Del Taco. So, but I think that we only have 2. But they are good. They are better than Taco Bell, I would submit. Del Taco better than Taco Bell.
Yeah.
We only have 2 around here, like, I think.
Right. They're just not around.
Yeah, the only one I've ever been to around here is over by UCF. Like, do you remember where our friend Jen used to live? Like, over in, like, was it Winter Park or Oviedo or something? I used to live in Winter Park.
When I was a kid back in the 70s, fucking Del Taco sucked. They were worse than fucking Taco Bell. But now, fucking Jen took me to one. We went to go see one of those damn live in theater fucking...
Riff Tracks.
Riff Tracks.
Yeah. And there was a Del Taco by there.
There was a Del Taco on the way, and that bitch was fucking fire.
I told you, it was good.
It put Taco Bell to shame. To shame.
I don't even know if they're open all night anymore. Because that was a long time ago.
And it was a fast food taco place. It wasn't fancy or anything. It's just the shit that they give you is fucking great.
I like
that. Now, it's an
tacos.
American taco.
Yeah.
A Mexican will not be impressed. A North Mexican might. Or a fucking, a Mexican American from Southern California would probably like it.
It's good for American fast food.
It's good, yeah. It's,
and it's better than Taco Bell.
Yeah. Yeah. It's its own thing.
I've never been a huge fan of Taco Bell, I gotta say.
I liked it because it was just so cheap and you could get shit.
Well, yeah. See, I mean, I think that's kind of the appeal. Mm. Like, the food is acceptable. It's edible. It's fine. But yeah, I think the price point was the big appeal.
I used to get a whole fucking pack of like 20 tacos for like $5 back in the middle
you could get like a whole bunch of food.
Fucking huge.
Like, so all your drunk or stoned friends or whatever, you'd be like, oh, bro, we could feed everybody.
Yeah.
For like $5.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's amazing. I don't know if you can do that anymore.
Yeah, Xander's going fucking Del Taco Superior, bro. Yes, it is.
Yeah. And I like, too, that they also have French fries. I don't know if they still do. Yeah. But they used to have French fries. You can get tacos with French fries on the side. Maybe you can even get a taco with French fries on it. I'm not really sure.
What's Xander saying about that last one he said about?
Del Taco is good because they say, hey, this is fake Mexican food. Here's a side of fries. Yeah, with your burrito. That's what I was just saying. And I like that. Yeah, and their French fries are kind of floppy, but I like that. I like floppy French fries. I like crispy French fries, too. All French fries are good, really.
Yeah. DVD Dragon Sam can come back fucking fat.
Tom is going to come back from the Mississippi trip fat from the buffet, broke from gambling, and with a child support bill from hookers.
Oh, he's trying to get in trouble. No, look.
You're not going to be gone that long, are you?
I won't be gone.
He's going to be gone 9 months, and then he comes back with a baby.
And I got to come back, and I'm fucking dealing with the deep South Mississippi fucking Scottish-Irish clan of the fucking Ross Carpenter fucking family. All right, it's cool. My fucking cousin is he's an army. He was a Navy veteran who served with the 101st Airborne Division in Afghanistan. The Navy served with the 101st. He was doing combat patrols in Afghanistan as a Navy guy with my old fucking division.
This is Scott.
As infantry.
This is Scott you're talking about?
Scott Carpenter. Okay. Yeah. He looks just like my dad. He posted a picture of him and my dad at the same age, and he looked more like my dad than I looked. I look a little bit more like my mom, but you can definitely. I look more like my granddad too on my dad's dad.
Yeah, you showed me a picture of you and your granddad like at a similar age, and you look a lot like your grandpa.
I got pictures of that shit somewhere.
You look a lot like your grandpa.
Hold on.
I remember you showing me.
It's on the other one. It's on my other tablet. But it's going to be fucking business. Now, my other cousin Catherine. The Carpenters are that's my dad's sister married a carpenter, so all of her children are carpenters. They're Cajuns. They're from Louisiana. But it's all about the same thing. They have a slightly coon-ass fucking accent and shit, and fucking, but they're just crazy. My female cousin Kat, she was named after my grandmother. She's probably coming too. She was cool. She's goth.
Yeah, she's a goth chick. She's on my Facebook too.
Yeah, I got a picture of her. I'll show her.
She's super cool.
I've
never met her in real life, but
yeah, she's all polyamorous and shit, and fucking her boyfriend's wife and fucking shit, and she kicked the fucking wife out, and now she's got the boyfriend to herself, and all kinds of weird shit that was happening.
Oh, Victor says, Tom, if you just stick to pegging, you won't have to worry about any of that. Coming home with a baby.
Hold on 1 second.
I got
a message from my cousin.
He's not listening.
Just got back. Maybe revisiting him earlier. Tommy Key said the doc was telling him this morning he don't think it's too long. So the nurses are pretty insistent on the animal. Okay, so the doctor thinks my dad's dying.
Oh, shit. So...
It's all right. Well, hey, I got to go when I go.
Because you're just going to rent a car and go, right?
Yeah.
You can go whenever. I thought that we weren't sure, like, what was going to happen. Because it's like, originally, Tom's planning, well, I'll go on Monday.
Okay.
But depending on what happens.
Yeah, yeah. This is all not a surprise.
Yeah.
This has been going on for a long time. Okay, hold on one second. Let me see.
Updates in real time.
Yeah.
That's a live stream, baby.
I was hoping for the best, but, I figured that fucking he's probably going. He's sick of that shit.
Yeah, it gets to a point where
yeah,
you don't really... Because I went through the same thing with my grandmother. Like, obviously, I didn't want her to die because, I was really close to her and stuff. But after a time, she was like, I don't just want to do this fucking shit anymore. It was too much.
That's my cousin Kat.
Yeah, she's cool.
Yeah.
Is she going?
Yeah, she's probably going to be there.
Because I know he was talking to her last night.
Yeah.
And,
she became goth because I was goth.
She's
a little kid. She's seen me going to the fucking French Quarter and shit, getting ready at her house. She was fucking still in high school. She's like, don't go to the club, fucking. And I was like, no, I gotta go to the club. And all her little friends goes, no, don't go. I gotta go.
We're too young.
Yeah, we can't go. It's you can't. Don't go. Said, no, I have to go.
I have to go.
Yeah,
it's imperative.
She looked like that then.
Aw.
Yeah. She's like, don't go.
She's gonna be like,
yeah, they wanted me to fucking hang out all fucking night with them and their little fucking slumber parties and shit.
Aww.
I was in my 20s. I said, no, I gotta go. What are you talking about? Hang out with you fucking little girls and shit.
You little girls.
Yeah.
Aw. Yeah, everybody's saying, Zach's like, oof, sorry, Tom. Yeah, and then Baxter says, Tom, I'm sorry. Yeah.
No, I figured.
Yeah, that's why we weren't sure. Like I said, that's why we weren't sure when he was going to go and stuff like that, because we didn't know what was going to happen. Because, like, when he had the bypass, however many years ago, that was 3 or 4 years ago, Tom's like, well, I'm going to go out there because I don't know what's going to happen. But he ended up recovering from that.
Right, so I was so he's dying. He says, waiting to hear back from the doctor, probably tomorrow. He had an emergency surgery today, the doctor did. Seems stable to us. But he's telling us the cancer and the COPD, I don't know what that is.
Yeah, that's like that breathing.
Yeah, too. So it's likely, even if that doesn't get him, probably took most his remaining time. Hoping for the best, planning for the worst.
Well, that's all you can do.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, I heard from my mom today, too, that my stepdad's not doing that great either. And, like, he's been in the hospital, and then he came home today, and he's got home hospice care. So I don't know how that's going to go.
Yeah.
But...
Yeah, her stepdad's died, too.
Yeah. So, I kind of figured... I saw him at my grandmother's funeral. When was that? Like, that was probably a month or two ago. And he was, like, walking around and stuff, but you could tell that he wasn't doing too good. But, we'll see how it goes. I'm kind of worried about my mom. I don't know. Because she kind of lives out in the middle of nowhere in Ocala. And, their neighbors look out for them and stuff. They have other people that live around there. So it's not like she's by herself. But I don't really like the idea of her living out there by herself. So.
He's not awake.
Okay.
So this is, you know what I mean?
Yeah, Tammy said.
They got him sedated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tammy said, speaking from experience, it might not be a surprise that your parent is going to die, but it still hurts.
Yeah.
It does, yeah. Even if you're prepared for it, it's always... Because, like I said, when my grandmother died, who, like I said, I was very close to because I grew up, living with her a lot of the time. And it's like, you knew it was going to happen. She went to hospice. She was in the hospital. She knew she had cancer. She was like, they did surgery. They didn't get it all. And she was like, fuck it. I'm not doing chemo. I'm not going through that.
Yeah.
And so we knew that it was happening. But still, when it happened, it was really upsetting.
Yeah.
It was really upsetting. But, it took me a while to, like, get over it. But, what are you going to do? You can't do anything.
No, nothing I can do.
Happens to everybody.
I can't help him.
Yeah, Tammy said that's what my mom died from, COPD. Yeah, because remember, Tammy said her mom died the other day.
Yeah, he's saying it's sucking. He's saying the doctor says it's probably sucking him down.
Yeah.
We'll see. What can I do? There's nothing I can do,
That's what I mean. It's like, well, and I think that's why people get upset about it, because you feel like you should be able to do something, but you can't.
No.
Realistically.
No, it's fucking, it's the way of the Force. You're only given so much time, and things fucking, you know what I mean? He's in the best care he can possibly have. They can't do anything.
Yeah.
So I can't do anything.
Right. I mean, all you can do is just kind of like...
He's awake-ish.
Be there.
Yeah.
And a lot of times, you know, even if they don't... Because, like, when I was with my grandmother, like, she was in a coma. So it's like she didn't know we were there, I don't think. But, like, you know, everybody's talking to her and stuff. Yeah. But I think everybody's just there for, like, everybody else. You know what I mean? Like, as a support system. That's just kind of why you do it. Yeah, Victor said, are they talking about hospice? That's usually the next step. Make them comfortable.
No, he's in ICU. He'll die there.
Yeah. My grandmother was in ICU. She had stomach cancer. And they did move her to hospice, but I think she was only there 2 days. I think. Because I was working and they called me and they said, you know, oh, they're moving her to hospice. And I was like, okay, well, I'm going to come there in the morning. And then when I got there, she was already in a coma. And then, like, she died later that night. You know what I mean? So she wasn't there that long. Same thing happened to your stepdad.
Yeah.
He was, what did he have? I can't remember. ALS? He had ALS, right? And,
yeah, he died poorly.
He did.
Yeah.
He did. They eventually took him to hospice, but I don't even think he was in there. How long was he in there? A couple of days,
hours.
Maybe.
12 hours. He died there.
Because I remember we went to see him.
Yeah.
But I think he died, like, the next day.
Yeah, he was dying of being paralyzed, basically. He couldn't even take a breath. They just had to intubate him. Fucking, they're blowing fucking air into his lungs. He couldn't breathe, and he just fucking faded away.
Yeah.
I wasn't a fan of him, though. That was the thing. He was a real dick.
He was. I will say that. I know it's not cool to speak ill of the dead, but...
Yeah. That was a particular... That dude was a fucking particular situation.
I was also.
She knew him in that motherfucker.
I was also not a fan.
You're right.
I was not a fan.
You just gotta call it what it is, you know.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just saying. It's like, you know, it sucks he died the way he died, but you know, he still wasn't. He wasn't a nice person. Yeah. Jeffy Hart said, dealt with updates on loved ones a few times myself. It's never fun. I'm so sorry, guys. Yeah. I mean, you know, it'll be all right. I've only met your dad in person one time. He came to visit us. Do you remember he came to visit us several years ago for Thanksgiving? He came here for Thanksgiving, like several years ago, and had Thanksgiving with us.
Who?
Your dad.
Yeah. It was a couple years ago.
Yeah, that's the only time I've ever met him in person. Like, I hear him on the phone all the time, like when Tom talks to him on the phone. Like, I can hear him on the phone, but that's the only time I ever met him in person. Yeah, Victor said we can move patients from ICU to hospice if that's what the family wants. Xander also says ALS is a miserable way to go. Yeah. And like I said, I wasn't a fan of the dude, but that is a shitty way to die.
Yeah.
It's a shitty way to die.
When I look back at his life story, though, I kind of think there was a certain amount of fucking, what do you call it? Karmic... Fucking
maybe like not everybody gets that. Like, that's why I don't really believe in karma, because like some people that did absolutely nothing wrong like die in horrible fucking ways, and so I don't think there's anybody watching out or any kind of karma or anything, which is a shame. There should be, but I don't think there is. But in his case, I don't know if I'd go that far, because like I said, that's a shitty way for anybody to go. I wouldn't really wish that on. I'm not going to say I wouldn't wish that on anybody, because there are couple people I can think of I could wish it on, but I don't know if he was quite bad enough. But I didn't know him that long. You knew him a lot longer than me.
Yeah.
So I don't really know.
I grew up with that bitch.
That's what I mean.
Yeah. I knew what he was really like.
Yeah, like I said, I wasn't a fan.
And all my I wasn't a fan. My stepsisters and my stepbrother and shit, fucking, we didn't live together, but I fucking knew that whole fucking story. Yeah.
Oh, that's right. I remember you telling me some shit about it. I remember you telling me some shit about it. All right. Danny says, I remember Tom talking about the time his dad took him to see The Thing, which is an awesome memory to have.
Oh, yeah.
Didn't he take you to see Alien too?
Alien also, but he took me to see Alien in California. He took me to see The Thing in Mississippi 2 or 3 times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So his dad took him to see The Thing and Alien. He got to see him in the theater like with his dad, which is pretty cool. Tammy says, they sent my mom home from the nursing home the day after Christmas, said she was okay, Then her home health aide found her dead in her recliner Tuesday morning. That's the thing. It's like, they never know. I guess they try to do their best and shit like that, but that sucks, man. That sucks. And like I said, I've been thinking about this for a while, because Tom was like, especially since however many years ago it was that he went when he had the bypass, and he was like, I'm not sure if he's going to pull out of this, but he did, and that was, I don't know, 3-4 years ago. I don't even remember now. But it was still when we were at the old house, so it must have been more than 3 years ago. And but all this time, we've been kind of thinking, you know, he calls him every now and then, like once a month or something like that, and he's like, man, he's not doing too good, and shit, so he's getting to that age. Like I said, he's not really that, I mean, comparatively, because my mom is, actually, my mom will be 70 this year, but she's not, I mean, she seems in fairly good health, actually, because my stepdad is, I believe, significantly older than she is.
So we're going to play all this by ear.
Yeah, like I said, that's all you can do. Like I said, you're renting a car, you can just leave whenever you need to leave. You know what I mean? It's just kind of like...
He's saying, toss, drink one for me. Stuck in Mississippi, man. He says, I'm processing all this too. Fucking.
Yeah.
He says, I saw a discrepancy out there which blew my mind, but probably got to have Mississippi license and medical recognition. I don't know what he's talking about. What's your song?
I can't see that.
Dispensary.
Dispensary.
Yeah. Oh, he's talking about fucking, he's a veteran, so it's probably a place where you can fucking buy booze and shit. It's probably what he's talking about.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Xana said, hey, back in the old days, they did shit like bloodletting to try and cure people, and it made them worse. At least we live in modern times. Yeah, and that's the thing. It's, Xana said modern medicine can make a lot of the death process more comfortable. Yeah, like I said, at least that's what they did to my grandma. It's like, you know, she didn't seem to be in any particular pain or anything like that. So at least they fucking do that for people. Not back in the old days where it's like, hey, let's pull his arms off. Maybe that will help. You know what I mean? We're going to get the demons out, or whatever the fuck they would do back then in the medieval times. So, you know. Yeah, Tammy said she's got to drive to Pennsylvania on Sunday and clean out her mom's apartment and have her funeral finalized. Yeah, I mean,
everybody's people's dying.
That's what I mean. Like, the older you get, like I said, my grandmother just died. I went to her funeral, like, whenever that was, because I think I talked about it on the show. My uncle died. I don't know if I brought that up. My uncle died of Alzheimer's. My grandmother's son, my mom's brother. He died of Alzheimer's a few weeks back, and then, I heard today that, but I don't know if my stepfather is doing all that well. But like I said, he hasn't been doing that well for a while. He's got all kind of problems. He's also Southern, so
yeah,
could be. It's all this lifestyle, man. I don't know. I want to live a long time, but I don't want to live a long time if I'm suffering. I can totally see if you have some fucked up disease or something like that where you're just in pain all the time. You're just like, fuck this, man. You're just like, you don't want to deal with it, Yeah. I can totally see that.
I'm showing my cousin.
Oh.
We're streaming right about now.
Well, hey.
Yeah. Live streaming.
We're kind of drunk.
Doing a show, yeah.
Kind of drunk. It's Friday night,
Yeah.
What are you going to do? But yeah. I do love that your dad took you to see The Thing and Alien.
Yeah.
I wish I had seen those in the theater. I mean, I was old enough to go to the theater when those came out, but I didn't have anybody that would take me to see them. Because obviously I was too little to go, like, by myself. But I was excited that on my birthday a couple years ago, they did The Shining again on the big screen. And I was super excited because I never got to see The Shining on the big screen. And we went, and it was a whole different experience. I was really jazzed about that. Tammy said, yeah, I lost my uncle in 2020, my grandmother in 2021, and 2 dogs last year. The Hubs lost 2 uncles last year, and now my mom. I can't take much more. Yeah,
he wants to know where we're streaming. He's going to jump in the... My cousin's going to jump in the fucking...
Oh, yeah? All right, well, let me run to the bathroom real quick. All this rum, man, it's going through.
Yeah. Oh, I'm going to send him the fucking link.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So you can talk.
Yeah. Send my cousin the link. My cousin Scott. He's another fucking ex-military badass. He fucking had more combat experience than I did with the 101st, and he was in the fucking Navy. Blows my fucking mind. He was doing fucking patrols in Afghanistan with the Navy in an Army unit. It's fucking ridiculous. Okay. Let me go over there to him. Okay, he's got the link. He'll be coming in a bit. He said he's already there. All right.
Is already here?
Yeah. What's up, Scott?
Should we talk about funner things or?
No, we're going to talk about some shit.
Okay.
Because
just asking.
The show here knows my dad. You know the whole story about the chicken necks?
Turkey necks.
Turkey necks, excuse me.
Tom has done many
You know about
impressions.
Clarice across the street taking care of him, Clarice's sister. The black wing of our family, they know about taking care of him.
Yeah,
So
everybody here knows everything.
They know
about
everything.
us.
There he is, Scott Carter.
Pretty much.
So what's up, cuz? Yeah, we're both I was just saying, we're both fucking ex-101st, but you were in the Navy in the 101st and got some more fucking combat experience than I got on the damn patrols in fucking Afghanistan. I told him everything, man. I told him about my time in Brazil. Fucking, they know me. Time in Brazil. Time fucking as a State Department dependent. The weird shit that happened after I got out fucking service with fucking that weird fucking bomb unit. I fucking had told him about fucking the Nazis in Brazil that I fucking saw. What else?
We still need to do a show about that.
Yeah. I told him in general pretty much everything. I told him about fucking Frost. My two uncles on my mother's side, they were in Task Force 160 that are now fucking those dudes are in their 60s, man. They're jacked as shit, and they're bodyguards to fucking Saudi royals. Bodyguards and helicopter pilots for the Saudi royals. Told them all the fucking weird shit that our family was up to. And then we were just talking a minute ago about the time my dad took me to see The Thing 3 times in Laurel, Mississippi.
That's a great fucking movie. That's why.
And every time he'd take me to see it, I must have been about 15 or 16. I would be scared as shit fucking driving back in the passenger side of his fucking truck. Scared as shit of that fucking thing with the head with all the fucking legs.
We have you got to be fucking kidding me.
Yeah, you got to be fucking kidding me. Yeah.
As we've talked about before, I mean, The Thing is it's easily in my top 5 favorite. Maybe my top 3. Actually, definitely my top 3. Well, we've talked about this before. If The Thing was a real monster, you would never be able to defeat that monster. That is easily the scariest monster, and I will fight people about that.
Yeah. Now, my cousin Scott... Maybe I'll show you the fucking thing. My cousin Scott's got a fucking tattoo on his back. A 2 M16 stuck in the ground in fucking combat boots. I don't know if that was from some of his dead buddies, but he's got Army tattoos on his back, and he's an ex-Navy guy. Got Navy medals and Army medals simultaneously. That was a weird time, fucking Scott. That was a weird fucking time.
All
Let me see.
Weird times.
Yeah. What's Scott saying?
Went to Peru and seen Hitler look-alike bombing around Elvis in Vegas.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe it.
Okay. I'm gonna fucking get some Scott video. Get some Scott photos.
Are you allowed to show that?
Yeah, I can show Scott photos. Of course I can show.
Well, ask him first.
No, he don't care. He's good.
Man. You
He's
gotta
a man.
watch, man.
Scott's a man.
You gotta watch because he will send pictures of, like, pictures of me to people, and I don't even know that he sent them. He's like, yeah, I sent some like topless pictures of you, or like porn or something like that. And I was like, okay.
There's Scott's
like,
back.
I don't care that much.
There's Scott's back with the fucking soldiers and the M16s and shit. Let's see. Hold on.
Dennis said Tom's out here doxing people. Yeah, pretty much.
And Scott's middle name is my name. He's got Ross in there. Scott Ross Carpenter.
Oh, so it's not your actual middle name. Did you ever tell anybody what your middle name is?
No, my middle name is fucking Francis.
It's fucking Francis.
Fucking Francis.
That would be better if it was actually
And me and Scott's granddad's name was Bolivar. So we had French and Spanish names in our family.
How cool would it be if your middle name was Bolivar?
Bolivar. Yeah, Bolivar.
Or Bolivar.
Bolivar, yeah.
It's Francis, though.
Yeah. There's Scott.
Victor says, what's his social security number?
I'm gonna tell him his fucking social security number.
I don't even know your social security number.
But no, Scott, I was telling him how much
You look like my dad. That you look more like my dad than me. There's Scott.
Well, when I met your dad, I mean, it's hard to tell because he's, a lot older.
He's older now, yeah.
So I saw some resemblance, but it wasn't like a huge resemblance.
There's Scott as a young man. Right there. Back in the day.
The Cajun side of the family.
Scott also said in Peru there were Nazi gift shops.
Yeah, Nazi gift shops.
Which,
Yeah. Brazil,
I need to take pictures of that shit.
In Brazil, they had Nazi fucking weed dealers.
Isn't there a whole... I don't know if this is still going on, but somebody please remind me. Because I thought that I read something about how in Japan they don't really have like a lot of cultural context about the whole Hitler thing.
No, they like the Nazis.
So they'll just put like Hitler on stuff and like Nazi shit on things and be like, ooh, it's neat.
Well, they were allied to the Nazis.
Well, that's true too, but it's just kind of like, it's funny how they're just not like embarrassed about it at all, which I think
they don't have the same cultural context.
That's what I'm saying. So it's like they just think I think that's kind of
funny. When I was in Korea, I once mentioned the Nazis. And to one of those girls in the fucking tea houses and shit up Seoul.
One of those hookers?
I don't think, no, this one wasn't a hooker.
No, I'm just teasing.
It was a regular girl.
I'm just teasing.
And she goes, and I was talking about those concentration camps, and she goes, oh, yeah, I see pictures of that. And he goes, but the government did that, right? And I said, yeah. And he goes, well, she goes, well, because they were bad. And that's a very Eastern mentality. Well, if the government did it was because you're bad. It's very conformist.
That's not generally how it works.
Yeah, well, in the East, if the government did it, it's because you're bad. Yeah.
So it's like victim blaming.
Mm-hmm.
That's nice.
Well, no, it's just that it's father knows best.
Oh, absolutely.
It's very much father knows best.
The
government knows
down
best.
With that.
Yeah. The government, of course, knows best.
Yeah. Oscar's here. Hey, Oscar, what's up? The thing creature invincible. If it bleeds, we can kill it. Says Dutch. Yeah, but that was Predator. And another thing too is that even if you killed the person or dog or whatever that the thing was possessing at that time, it could possess more than one person at once, and then also it also inhabited whatever came off of that, like drops of blood or whatever. You would never be able to contain that. I just don't think you would ever be able to contain that if it was a real thing. So I've always maintained that the monster in the thing was the scariest monster if it existed in real life, because you would not be able to defeat it. So I like that they kind of approached that in the movie too, because they were thinking about, hey, if this thing got out of this base, like the human race would be dead in, X months or whatever. And that's probably absolutely what would happen. Dana said Hitler is kind of funny looking. He is very funny looking. He is kind of funny looking. Yeah, Scott says the thing would be fucked if it was real, and the blob too. Yeah, the blob would also be bad. I'm working on... I know Danny's been waiting for this because I've been working on it for a bit, and I am working on it. It's just taking a long time. I'm doing a history of horror movies. I've been wanting to do it for like a really long time. So I'm doing a history of horror movies, like video essay, and I have it all recorded. I have everything like that. When I'm in the video editing process, I'm at the end of the 1960s. So that's where I'm at as of today, because I worked on it like several hours today, and I'm at the end of the 1960s. But in that, when I get to the 1980s, one of the things that I point out is that in the 80s there were kind of, but not a lot, but there were like several 50s remakes. Obviously, you know, like The Fly, you know, David Cronenberg and Tobe Hooper did Invaders from Mars and stuff like that. But also, there was a 1988 remake of The Blob, which I would submit is one of the best remakes ever. That is like way better than the original. Because the original was good, but it was kind of goofy. It's kind of funny. Steve McQueen's in it. He's a teenager, even though he's obviously like fucking 30 or whatever. And so it was a little silly. They didn't really take it seriously. The 1988 one, they absolutely took it seriously, and they made it super gory, and it was like really, really good. Like, it was still kind of funny too. Like, it had comedy in it, but I thought it was like a lot better.
Scott, you up in Heidelberg at my dad's house right now? Look, I got the message that you fucking sent me. I understand it. He's probably gonna go. It fucking busted me up when your dad went, man. When fucking I loved your dad, man. Fucking we would fucking do all fucking kinds of crazy shit when you were still a little fucking kid. All right. His dad, my uncle, one time took me drinking with him. I was probably about 13. But this is
13-year-old. Let's go drinking. That's what happened back.
But
in the day.
this was fucking Louisiana.
Well, I remember that back being like that. I grew up in Florida,
back
and
it
wasn't really that
very early 80s, late 70s.
Either.
He took me to the bar and everything. I was about 13. He was fucking. That's my uncle Wilson. Wilson was the shit. But then he gave up drinking for a long time. And then what ended up happening to him later on after he lost his job, he basically killed himself. I fucking, to this day, man, fucking, we both know. All right, we both know. I'm sorry that shit happened to you. But fucking, I loved your dad, man. He was fucking hilarious. But now's my time. He's probably gonna go. But you know my dad, you know how he is. He's not gonna want us to fucking wallow in that shit. He's just going to Valhalla. He's a serviceman too. And we're gonna see him on the other side of the nether world of the fucking Force. So if I come up there, we're gonna have a good time. All right, just like in New Orleans, we're gonna have like a wake. We'll party. We'll see what we'll do. We'll have fun. Okay, because my dad was upbeat, and he'd be like, fuck it. He's sick of the shit anyway. I know how he is. He's sick of this shit. He had his time. He got sick.
I mean, I always liked the idea of kind of just making the best of it.
Well, your grandma was the same way. She was sick of the shit.
Yeah, well, like I said, she was in a lot of pain.
Yeah.
Like I said, she went in there. She was kind of cranky about having to go do the surgery. She's like, man, fuck this shit. But they were like, okay, well, we can do it. We can get it all. And then they didn't. They did all that, and then they didn't get it all. They're like, well, we can do chemo. And she was like, no.
Yeah.
No.
I'll
She's
be
like,
up
if it's going to happen, it's going to happen.
I'll be up there Monday. And if he goes, which it looks like he probably will, we'll settle the estate and close the place out and fucking we'll handle it. Yeah.
But like I said, you just got to make the best of it.
Just got to play it by ear. See what happens.
It's just I can't.
Yeah. It's even a lot for Scott. He's like, I'm not sure how to process what's going to happen next, but
it's fucked up. It's like I had a hard time. Like I went to my grandmother's funeral very recently, and you know she was in her 90s, so she lived like a really long time. But she was like in really good, pretty good health up until you know right before she died. And everybody was there. It was like there was family members I hadn't seen for like forever, and it was crazy. Yeah. But she had a very traditional like church funeral. Yeah. So everyone was crying, and it was just kind of like I don't really like funerals like that. And it's like, but I mean, they did try to keep stuff upbeat though.
Scott's replying to me.
Where are we looking at? Oh,
started up there.
Yeah. If anyone could run on Stubborn, it'd be Uncle Tommy.
Yeah, that's my dad.
Dave Eggyolk Wilson was wild. You probably know who you're talking about.
Wilson was his dad.
Okay. Got baby memories being in the bar.
Yeah, with Wilson, yeah.
It
wasn't a baby, but...
Yeah, well, you know.
Yeah, that was New Orleans. That was fucking New Orleans area. Fucking... Where was that? Metairie? It was where you live now. Or where you used to live with your family. Fucking bar up the street there. Fucking, it was fucking funny as shit. And we were driving the brown bomber. That fucking car that I rode to death one time in the 90s. Burned that motherfucker up. It died right in my dad's fucking driveway as I came back from the French Quarter. Drove it all the way back from the French Quarter. The fucking engine just seized. It seized as I went into the damn driveway. That was it. That was the end of that car.
Well, that's at least you made it home.
That was your mom's friend's car that she gave to my grandma, little mom. Gave her that car. Ugliest fucking brown car of all times. It was just a fucking pile of fucking mildew. What it looked like. Now, what's he saying?
So not as bad as my car then.
Oh no, much worse. Okay. Much worse.
So why are you always bitching about my car then?
Oh no, that car was a matte brown.
I know my car is not pretty either. But,
it was matte brown mold colored.
Okay.
With a fucking ripped up red interior. It was old when they got it.
Okay. Because Tom's always bitching about my car.
What else did he say?
Legit drank himself to death knowing he was allergic.
Yeah, that's his dad. Wilson drank him. Okay, he's gonna bring it out and say, my Uncle Wilson lost his job. He was through. He wanted out of the shit. The world had changed. He didn't like how it was going. Drank himself to death. Went to the hospital several times and said, you don't stop drinking, you're going to fucking kill yourself. It was fucking suicide. Yeah, killed himself by drinking. I've never seen anybody do that. But that was just something, your dad, man, he came up with that. I guess other guys have done it.
Well, they made a whole movie about that called Leaving Las Vegas.
Leaving Las Vegas, yeah.
With Nicolas Cage.
Yeah.
But that was later.
He did that because he figured y'all were already grown, all the kids were grown, and you guys were doing good, so he felt useless, I guess. Which your mom fought as hard as she could to get him to snap out of it, but...
I feel like, and we've talked about this before, I feel like that's almost, I don't want to say endemic, even though I just did.
Yeah.
To men of that generation.
When the job's gone, you're gone.
Yeah, which is crazy to me.
He had that job, that refinery, for a long time. Yeah.
And then it's like they retire, and then it's like a few years later they're dead.
He got fired for fucking telling dirty jokes that I thought were funny as fuck. I mean, his dad was funny as fuck.
Yeah, but still like in a work.
And he would tell all kinds of fucking naughty ass jokes. And he told some naughty ass joke and put it out over the fucking little internet thing that they had at the work. And fucking somebody complained and got his ass fired. Or early retirement type of deal. You got to take your retirement. And busted him up. And he said, fuck it, I don't want to be here anymore. Damn. I was shook by that when that happened, Scott. I loved your dad, man. He was fucking hilarious.
How old was he?
Not old. 60s probably.
Oh, that's not old.
Yeah. I think. How old
I
was
would
your
have
dad,
thought it
Scott?
was old when I was younger, but now that I'm in my 50s, it's
late
not,
60s maybe.
It's not old at all.
No.
Yeah, Scott said he'd take me to the bar on the Honda trail bike.
Yeah, he'd take you to the bar, of course.
Yeah.
He was an alcoholic, but he mostly managed it. There were times where he'd relapse, but it didn't matter to me. I knew what I was dealing with. He was fucking funny as fuck, and he was a good dude. Real good dude. He was not an evil drunk or anything like that. He was funny guy.
That's always the best kind of drunk.
Yeah, he was fun.
The Trevi Twitch says, sorry for your loss, good sir. I lost my dad 10 years ago this coming September, and I loved him very much. I'll be 50 this year, and he only lived to 66.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, your dad's in his 70s, you
75.
said? Yeah, he's 75.
75, and I'm 55. 54.
54, you are.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like I said, my mom is going to be 70 in a couple weeks, actually.
Scott, we got to hit those fucking casinos, man. We got to hit the fucking casino, we got to hit that casino buffet on our way out of that bitch.
Tom just wants to eat.
I want to eat. I want to go to Harrah's, man, or is that a fucking pirate
Because we
day?
eat at buffets down here, too.
I haven't eaten down there in a long time, man. The fucking...
We eat at the Chinese buffet.
We eat the Chinese buffet,
pretty much every weekend. Tom loves his buffets.
I love buffet.
Well, you can
tear the shit out
you
of
can
fucking
eat a
buffet.
lot more than I can, so it's
when I concentrate.
it's more it's more
Yeah.
it makes more financial sense for you. It's like I feel kind of bad because it's just I mean they're not horribly expensive. What is Ichiban is what, like $16 a person or something?
Yeah.
Like plus tax and drinks and stuff.
He's talking more about his dad. His eyes were wide open.
Oh yeah, like he knew what was yeah, that was sad, but he was eyes wide open with the decision. Yeah, like he knew what he was doing.
Knew he was drinking himself to death.
It's like they fired his ass over dumb shit.
Yeah, it was dumb shit.
Yeah, Got him canned because of an intern.
Got what?
Canned because of an intern.
An intern fucking complained, yeah.
Zach says, my mom had COPD the last couple of years, and it's now terminal. For us, the worst part is how bad the drugs hospice has her on, and the lack of sleep is screwing with her head. Very little, she says, lately makes sense, and that's on top of her already having a pretty high-maintenance personality in general. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's, I mean, everybody deals with it, though. Yeah. It's like... I get upset about it when I think about my parents, because both of my parents are still alive. All of my grandparents are dead now.
Yeah.
But
all of mine are dead too.
But my parents are still alive.
Yeah.
And when I think about them, I don't see them that often. But when I think about them dying, it's just kind of like, I don't know. It's really upsetting. But I don't see them that often, so it's just kind of like, I don't know. It's a weird.
Yeah.
But then on the other hand, I'm just like, well, everybody goes through this. It's just kind of like the natural order of things.
Yeah. The older die off, and then it's handed down to the younger generations. Well, Scott, me and you still got our moms, and then when they go, it's on us. Fucking me, you, Catherine, Casey, and then all your children, and then me and Jen. But we're the end of the line over here because we're not going to have children. Too late.
We only have fur babies.
Yeah, just cats. And but shit, Casey had what, 2 or 3? Casey is his sister, my other cousin. She's all. I showed Catherine to everybody. Yeah, you got cute sisters, and we had a good looking family, and it's just kind of going down on your side. Where it's going to end out. It's going to end, but that's all good things come to an end.
But all bad things come to an end.
Yeah, bad things come to an end.
It's all kind of.
It's all good.
Yeah, Scott said, "Sorry for hauling y'all's live down." No. It's like we talk about this shit all the time.
This is an open lines Friday.
Yeah, Friday night Sidetrack show. We just talk about whatever comes up.
Right.
There's no topic or anything. Yeah, Scott says also no children for me, not a breeder. Yeah, me neither.
Yeah. Once you bend through certain things, man, it doesn't quite have the same. There's a certain window you got to hit. 20s. That's when you're supposed to have them.
And honestly, and
then you get too smart. You know what?
Well, no, it's like when I was a teenager.
Yeah.
I remember telling my mom when I was 14, 15, I don't really think I'm going to have kids.
Yeah.
Like I said, I grew up around a lot of kids. I have 3 younger siblings. My parents run a daycare. I have like a fuck ton of, I don't even remember how many cousins I have. 20-something cousins. I have a lot of cousins. Because my mom has 7 brothers and sisters, and so they all had kids. So I was surrounded by children my whole entire life, and I was like, you know what? I just don't think this is for me. So I told my mom that when I was young, like too young to be even dating or anything. I was like, you know what? I don't think I'm ever gonna have. Oh, you'll change your mind. You'll change your mind. My mom says. I never did though. Never did. I thought about it, because I was married before, when I was real young. I got married when I was 22, and I was married for 14 years. We talked about it initially, but neither of us was really that gung-ho about it. And I figure if you're not real gung-ho about it, then probably you shouldn't. Because I kind of feel like people that really want kids, yeah, let's have some kids. It's like, yeah, y'all should have kids. If you're just kind of like, well, I don't know, but probably you shouldn't. Probably you shouldn't. Because you can't take it back. You know what I mean? And that's what I was thinking. It's like, man, what if I do it and I don't like it? I can't take it back. I got to raise this shit now. You know what I mean? So it's just kind of like, I just never really liked the idea. So I just never got around to it. Like I said, I was married for 14 years. We never had any kids. And I just really never had any desire to. Thankfully, I have a brother who's 4 years younger than me, and he has a couple kids. Well, his wife had 2 girls from a prior relationship, and then they had 2 boys. But my other 2 siblings, they seem as uninterested as I do in having children. Both of them, my sister is in a long-term relationship. My brother is married, my youngest brother, who was born in '86. And he might have kids with his wife, but they really don't seem all that interested in it. Just wasn't something I was into. I was into doing other shit. They take up too much of your time. I get it, like some people like that, but I don't really like that. Victor says, Tom and Jenny could always adopt an older kid. Like 10, 12 years old.
No, right.
I want to do that, but not now. Yeah, it's like, I don't know, man, because I'm just kind of like... Man, we have 3 cats. And,
that's plenty.
And that seems like...
Yeah.
That's about the limit of the shit that I want to put up with. You know what I mean? They're fairly easy to deal with. They're kind of a pain in the ass, but, you know, I love them and stuff like that. But it's like a human child? No thanks. And honestly, I think that I would... I don't know. Do you think I would fuck a kid up?
No.
You don't think I would fuck a kid up?
Just that, you know...
I always felt like I would fuck a kid up.
Nah.
Well, obviously, I can't have kids now, obviously, because I'm too old, but you know what I mean?
That's really something you should do in your 20s.
When you still have energy.
Yeah, when you have the energy to do it.
When you still have energy.
But the way they have engineered fucking life in the United States, like when you're 20s, the motherfuckers are partying. They're not having kids. So, that's the problem.
It is much more fun to party than have kids.
Yeah, it's funny. It's more fun to party than have kids. Yeah.
Well, we still have party. We still party
we
now.
party fucking. We're old. We're still fucking partying.
Yeah. And it is much more fun than having children, I will submit. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, Scott says, we got 2 indoor cats and 1 is diabetic. That's enough stress for me. Yeah, exactly.
Scott, send me a picture in Messenger of those black and whites of my dad and your granddad side by side in their fucking sailor outfits. You got that? You got that picture? I'm looking for it right now. I thought I had it in a conversation somewhere. I'm looking for it. I want to show the audience the fucking resemblance. In a lot of ways, you were more like my dad, and I was more like my granddad, according to the stories.
Did you know your granddad?
Never met him. He was dead.
Yeah, I thought you...
He was dead before my dad was an adult. Heart problems, just like, you know. But like I said, it was that Southern diet.
Now, see, I knew both of my grandparents.
Yeah.
Both my granddads. Now, my granddad on my dad's side, very much Southern diet. Now, he died in 1991.
Mm-hmm.
So I was just out of high school when he died. I can't remember when my mom's dad died. She found him, though. He died from a brain aneurysm.
Did he say he had it?
Wait a minute. Yes, I'm going to need to dip. Don't know where that's at.
Okay.
Let me look on Uncle Tommy's
right.
shelf.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you posted a couple black and whites of that. Trying to find it. What's everybody saying?
DVD Dragon says, we already have plenty of people here. Most of them we don't like.
What?
Like, as far as, like, reproducing.
Oh.
Like, I get why people want to have kids, but I don't know. I just never had that instinct. I just never had that.
I actually, look.
That's why I don't even want to call it an instinct, because not everybody has it. Because I certainly don't.
The overpopulation thing actually is a myth. If you fucking listen in terms of Elon Musk, he's right about that. There's a book that I read and Jenny read it a long time ago called The Lucifer Principle. In order to keep a civilization going, you have to have a certain breeding population. And fucking once it goes underneath a certain rate, the civilization falls apart. And because there's no replacement. And the replacement has to be a certain kind. You can't just have a generic person make the replacement. And the example that was used in that book, and that was what was it? The guy's name was Bloom, wasn't it?
Harold Bloom. Yeah.
Harold Bloom.
I have that book somewhere.
Yeah, it's a great book.
It's over there. I think it's over there.
It's called The Lucifer Principle, written back in the 90s.
Yeah, it was a long time ago.
Yeah. And the example that he gave was the Mayans and fucking the Mayan civilizations in Central and South America. They didn't have the technology to keep the population very high because they didn't know about how to fertilize land. And the population would get to a certain level, they couldn't feed everybody, and then it would collapse. It would collapse into fucking cannibalism and starvation. But now we're now in a fucking situation where it's even worse, where the population, the technology is making the population obsolete, which would cause a fucking fertility crash which a civilization would never recover from. So then what ends up happening is there's not enough people to run a high-tech civilization. It goes back to Stone Age. I totally believe it. He showed the shit, and I was like, yeah, that's probably it. Okay, here you go. I found the pictures.
That's my granddad. That's my granddad. In a way, that kind of looks like both me and Scott.
Look at that suave motherfucker.
Yeah.
Yeah, you showed me that.
Yeah. Oh, shit. Oh, man, it went down to the bottom.
Oh, Tom fucked it up.
Yeah, I was trying to go to show him pictures of my dad, how close they were. He had some pictures of them side by side.
Are you too inebriated?
I'm too inebriated. It don't matter.
Are you too inebriated?
He sent the photos.
To make me another drink or no?
Yeah, I can make it. Okay. This is the I Love Me wall of the fucking entire family service. I'm in it. Fucking Scott's in it. All our ancestors are in it. Flags and shit. Yeah. Where is that, Scott? Where is that? I've never seen that one. The huge I Love Me wall. Yeah.
I do not have any pictures of myself on the wall.
Yeah.
I mostly have horror movie posters.
All right, let me make another drink.
Scott says that's in the living room.
It's in the living room of what? My dad's house or his house?
Our military heritage shelf. I'm assuming he means your dad's house.
Okay, probably, yeah. All right.
Tammy says we can adopt her. She's older. Yeah, I mean, you're old. You're kind of like old enough to like, you know, do your own thing and like provide money and stuff like that. See, that's the kind of child I would like to adopt. The child that is old enough to have a job and they could like provide some income. That would be awesome. I don't want these little parasites that just take all your money and don't really contribute anything. You know what I mean? Like I said, I'd rather the cats. Honestly, I can't imagine. I don't know. Like I said, the cats are so stressful that they're not stressful, but there's a lot. They need a lot of attention, and so I can't imagine like having fucking human children. I would just not be able to deal with that. Yeah, Scott says, "Damn crumb snatchers." Yeah, that's what I always thought. I mean, you know, it's weird because, like I said, my mom kept telling me, because I told her when I was a teenager, I'm like, I'm not gonna do that. She's like, oh, you'll change your mind. But I never did. My mom loves kids. She loves kids. She had 4. Like, I have 3 siblings. She had me when she was 18. And, so not only did she have 4 kids of her own, but she also babysat everyone else's kids, and she ran a daycare for many, many years. She just loves children. And I was like, whatever that gene is, I did not get that. That's for sure. I did not get that gene. And I told her that. It's like, I'm pretty sure I didn't get that. You know what I mean? Like I said, I never changed my mind. I thought about it a couple times, but I was always ambivalent. And then I thought to myself, if I'm ambivalent, then that means I shouldn't. Because I can't take it back. That is a big decision. And I don't want to, and I would never want to, like, because that's another human. I would never want to bring another person into the world that I was ambivalent about. You know what I mean? Yeah. That would be bad. I don't want to do that to another person. So, since I knew that I was ambivalent about it, I was just like, I don't think that's a good idea. Tammy says, well, I'm an orphan now. She was trying to get us to adopt her.
Yeah,
Tammy. I said, well,
Tammy,
at least she could bring in
something, right?
But she could, like I said, at least she could have like a job, and she could bring in like I said, that's the best kind of adoptee, because they can like actually provide some financial.
Yeah, you come in here, we'll adopt you, and you help pay some bills around here.
Right, that's the best kind. Tammy says, "LOL, older than Tom." Yeah, she's older than you are.
Yeah, she's older than me. Shit, so I'm gonna adopt her as my daughter. Or we're going to adopt you as girlfriend. We haven't really seen you. You haven't passed the girlfriend fucking test yet.
Is there a test?
There might be a test.
Oh, Tom's like
saying it's up to Jen. It's up to Jen.
Oh, it's ultimately up to
Jen. It's ultimately up to Jen.
Tom's kind of hoping that I'm going to find some shit.
That's fucking
He's
funny.
just like, all right.
Fucking funny. So, yeah. All right, Scott.
Yeah, how do I, Scott says, how do I get in on this adoption racket?
Yeah,
they pay bills.
Yeah,
that's what I mean.
Yeah.
So like, let's adopt some people that like actually have like careers.
Y'all
and
gotta
stuff.
pay bills. Yeah,
Sure.
Right. So Scott, how's Texas, man? I know Scott moved to. I think Scott moved to Texas, and Kat's in Texas too, isn't she? The Republic of Texas, the Free Republic of Texas.
Zach says, I'm also worried for my dad. They've been together, him and the dad and the mom have been together for almost 30 years. And I'm worried about what he's going to do once mom's gone. Because his mom is not doing too good. Yeah.
Oh, Scott says he's in California. I didn't know you were in California.
Okay.
What part of California are you in, man?
That's the thing I've kind of noticed.
Yeah.
What?
She went from California all the way to Mississippi? The fuck is... I thought you were in Texas.
That's far.
Okay, Casey's and Cat is in Texas. Okay.
Oh, okay. San Diego, he said.
San Diego. Yeah, you're over there with my aunt fucking Lois.
Yeah, stayed after the Navy.
That's right, after the Navy stayed there. Yeah, okay.
I have noticed
Same thing
that,
my dad did for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have noticed that couples that have been married for a long time, that have been together a long time, I hate to say, but in general, this is a generalization, but I have seen that if the wife dies before the husband usually doesn't do all that well.
Yeah.
And usually dies like a few. But if the husband dies first, wife usually does okay.
Yeah.
You know, for a while, like she'll live alone or, you know, find somebody else or whatever. But it's just kind of like the dudes tend not to do so well. But it depends on the person.
Yeah, tell me how San Diego is, man. Fucking San Diego was great in the 70s. I fucking loved it. Me and Lois and Wesley fucking read and shit later on. We wrote a whole book about that shit with the poltergeist. Scott fucking probably has heard about the poltergeist, but I don't think he knows all the fucking details of it up there at Mammoth Mountain.
Oh, we wrote a whole
He was a
book
little
about
kid when that was going on. Wrote a whole book about it. That was some weird shit, Scott. You would have loved it. Paranormal shit.
And it still happens from time
Still
to time.
happens in here every now and then, yeah. I do weird shit.
Tom does weird paranormal shit.
Yeah, make the alarms go off and fucking...
Yeah, you've
things
been
will
making
fucking-
like the fucking fire alarm go or the smoke alarm go off.
Yeah.
The last couple days. I think because you've been stressed out. That's
Yeah,
why.
stressed out, the alarms
It
go
doesn't
off.
like go off for hours and hours, but it'll go off and then in the bedroom and then it'll go off in the hall and then it'll stop.
But he said he fucking wish I was in Texas. Too many motherfuckers out on the left coast. Okay. We can just move, man. Look, you would fucking love Florida. If you like the good parts of San Diego, Oceanside, around that area, you would love fucking Florida. Because, man, it reminds me so much of fucking that area back in the 70s and the early 80s when San Diego and Oceanside were fucking really cool. Kind of feels like that over here. It's I love Florida. I would have really only live in Florida or Texas right now, based on what I'm seeing. Mississippi, you know, great too, but it's fucking boring, man. There's really no work there. It'd be a good place to retire, man, on fucking shit, but there's just nothing to do there.
Yeah, I'm not really into that living in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, there's nothing to do there.
I need some fucking nightclubs and like some shit to do, you know?
Yeah. The only thing in Mississippi is cool is on the fucking coast. Biloxi, Gulfport, that area. Past Christian. It's pretty nice there.
Tammy says if we adopt her, she
Yeah.
also has 2 cats, 2 dogs, and a husband.
Okay.
that
What
comes
do we
with-
do with the husband? What do we do with that?
Foursome?
Yeah. Just that. So
I
we're all
don't
going to
know.
start swapping and
I'm
shit?
just
Okay.
throwing shit out there. I don't really know. That might be kind of weird. Yeah, Tammy said she's 55. So
Yeah.
she's a little bit older than anywhere.
Yeah.
But not by much. Yeah, Zach says my dad is 63, so isn't that old, but I'm still worrying. Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean 63 is,
Yeah.
like I said, it would have seemed old to me a long time ago, but now it, you know,
Yeah.
that's only 12 years away for me. So
Scott, the hurricanes ain't shit, man. He's like, fuck the hurricanes. You're rare to actually get any hurricane damage. It's kind of rare for it to happen. I mean, it is a
it
risk.
does happen,
but not that much more than Mississippi or anywhere else.
the worst that I've lived here most of my life. I was born here. We went through a few. I think there was kind of a bad one in 79, but we didn't have any damage. The worst shit that we went through, I think, was... What year was that? I want to say it was 2004, but maybe it was later than that. We did actually have 4 hurricanes / tropical storms in a 6-week period. But the worst that happened in my neighborhood was it blew all my fences down. It tore some shit off my roof, and the power was out for about 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And
Scott,
and my street flooded.
Scott says it's twice the income. Yeah, twice the income, but it's fucking 3 times the fucking bills. It all kind of evens out.
That's the thing. Like Florida, it's cheap to live here, but if you have to work here, they don't pay you anything.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So if you have a job that's like remote from like a place that pays better, then you can probably get more for your money here. But if you have to work here, then it's still kind of a struggle because they don't pay that much.
Yeah, it's like that with everywhere though.
Yeah, that's what
you're struggling in wherever you go if you're working local, because it adjusts to the local economy. You could go to Boston, which is a rich city, and still struggle. They pay more, but everything costs more, so it all just kind of cancels out. What you want is you want to be in Florida where the fucking prices are lower, but you want to work remotely for, like, say, like a New York company that pays you New York prices. That works out.
That's kind of what I'm trying to do at the moment. Like, I'm trying to, like, find freelance stuff that is like, I have a freelance client that's in Connecticut that pays more, but, you know what I mean? In Florida, people, they don't really want to pay anything. Like, I see jobs here, like, locally. They want somebody that has, like, 10, 20 years experience. And that it's like, oh, we'll pay you $16 an hour.
Yeah.
I'm like, bro, no one can live on that.
Yeah.
Sorry. You know what I mean? But they're still trying to, like, get away with that stuff.
Scott, if I was going to live in California, man, it'd be Northern California or out there somewhere in, like, fucking, in the woods. Up and around fucking Yosemite, Sequoia. I love those areas. But I'd be a mountain man up there or a fucking park ranger.
He's gonna grow, but he's gonna look like fucking Grizzly Adams.
Like Grizzly Adams. I'll be fucking
hugging bears with a big ass beard.
I'd be fucking playing fucking guitar, fucking singing fucking Rocky Mountain High and shit.
Yeah, it's fucking like John Denver.
John Denver, fucking hanging out with the bears and shit. But
don't get eaten like Grizzly. Man. Because you know how that.
I would imagine ex-military guys would have a much easier shot at becoming fucking park rangers.
Well, yeah.
I would think so. You'd probably get preferential treatment.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm kind of old for that. Fuck it. I'm going to stay here in Florida in the fucking swamps, man. I got this with me.
Aww.
I got this with me.
You know you love me.
Yeah, of course. Married you, bitch.
That's nice. You're such a smooth talker.
That's fucking fucking sweet as shit, man. It's fucking sweet.
That's about as sweet as he gets.
Don't lie to them like that. I say all kinds of sweet shit. I say all kinds of sweet shit.
He does actually.
She goes, "Oh."
Yeah.
Yeah.
He just doesn't say it.
Depends on when it just.
He's got a rep to protect.
It comes over me sometimes.
As they say.
So you know I love you.
Yeah, he does. I had to wait a long time before you married me, though.
So you looking so beautiful.
Yeah.
Roll over.
Yeah, that's about how that goes. That's why he says that.
No, it's not true. It's just that it comes over me. I'm like...
You did make me wait a long time. I gotta say that, though.
What's that?
You did make me wait a long time.
To get married?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Well, we were friends, you know. The shit went on for fucking 12 years.
Yeah. Then
we were married during that time.
Basically, we just acted like we weren't.
Yes,
it just wasn't legal.
Yeah, we've been together.
It just kind of surprised me because when you first brought it up, last
that was 3 years ago.
September, no,
2 or 3 years ago.
You've only mentioned it a couple of times.
Yeah, and you poo-pooed that shit. You guess you were in a bad mood or something. So okay, I ain't gonna marry you then.
I don't remember that.
Yeah.
You must have come at it weird.
So she must be getting ready to split. That's what I was thinking.
Nah. We
weren't going anywhere though. I just said, fuck it, we're going to get married because fucking, come on, we're not gonna break up. Just stop fucking playing games.
We're old.
We're old now. We've been looking after each other for fucking 13 years. We're not going anywhere.
Pretty much, yeah.
So, you know. It
did surprise me though when you brought it up. We were sitting in Books A Million.
Yeah.
At the coffee shop.
Yeah.
And he just brought it up out of nowhere.
So we're going to get married.
And I thought you were kidding.
No.
I thought you were kidding.
That's just fucking shit on paper. They know what I mean? That's just paperwork. We already were married. It happened naturally.
I mean, yeah.
It happened naturally. We fucking years kept flying by.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I'm like, well, we're fucking married. We've been married. We've been married for at least 8 years.
I mean, yeah, probably.
Yeah, 8, 9 years, yeah.
It was just hilarious to me that when I posted the picture, like we just went to the, what county do we live in? Lake County?
Yeah.
Like the courthouse?
Yeah.
And like they take little pictures of you in front of their little marriage wall or whatever.
And, shit,
and so we went down there and they took pictures on my phone and stuff, and I posted on my Facebook. I'm like, hey, we finally did the thing.
Yeah.
And like a whole bunch of our friends were like, finally!
Yeah, what the fuck?
What the hell? Why did it take you guys so long?
Tara was like, come on, really?
Did she really?
Yeah.
I don't think she commented on that post, but you said that she sent you a message.
Come on, really? Yeah. Tara was holding out for me.
Aw. Yeah. She thought you were kidding.
I guess she thought I was kidding. So she said, yeah, we've been together for 13 years.
I mean,
that's all last I heard of her. Broke her heart.
Aw. She's got a boyfriend.
She's got a boyfriend. Yeah, I know. But I've known Tara for a long time, too. Look, for y'all out there in the audience, no, Tara isn't listening. Tara didn't have a chance. And I'd tell Tara that to her face. Said, no. Crazy, Tara.
Hopefully she's not.
I like Tara, but, no.
I like her, too.
Yeah, she's nice, but fucking if there was an opportunity there that she would have had a long time ago, you crazy, Tara.
Well, I remember back in the day.
Yeah.
When we were either, like, before we were going out or, like, right around the time we were first going out.
Yeah.
I remember her telling...
She was trying to fucking sow some bad fucking seeds everywhere.
Yeah.
Because she was trying to fucking get with me. She was trying.
It was a long time ago.
A long time ago, yeah. She wanted all women to stay away from me because she had me fucking marked. Yeah. Tara loved me.
Didn't she tell Paul Vane some shit?
Oh, she'd just do anything to fucking get me isolated.
Because I think Paul told me.
She was fighting and fighting to get me. Yeah.
Yeah. That was a long time
Tara
ago.
didn't have a chance. No.
But,
Yeah.
And
she subtly fought fucking Sonia.
Oh yeah.
Too over all that shit. That was before I knew you.
What's going on with her nowadays?
Sonia messaged me.
When?
Probably about 4 or 5 weeks ago.
Really?
Yeah, out of the blue. Let me see.
Did you tell me that?
I thought I did.
Maybe you did, and I don't remember.
Mentioned something. Someone said she posted a photo of herself. She had blonde hair.
Now I remember you saying that, hair. But I don't remember.
You said you look good, Sonia, and she goes, only good. And I said you look great. She goes, thank you.
I'm not fishing for compliments or
Sonia
anything.
fishing for compliments.
Oh my god, I would never.
Yeah. And I said, so you're talking to me.
I'm just not that kind of
So now you're talking to me. She said it something sideways, kind of like, well,
Oh, see, I didn't know about any of this. I knew about that first part, like, because I saw the picture. Because you showed that to me.
Yeah, she goes, so now you want to talk. And she said, like,
because I was like, wow, I didn't, like, recognize her because she has blonde hair now.
Then she vanished again.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's a long story if you haven't been a long follower of the show.
Well, maybe some people have not been here for a long time.
You can tell.
Well, where do you want me to start? That's a whole can of worms.
I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show her.
DVD Dragon says 12 years in the friend zone, a police action where you never declared war. Just kidding. I mean, here's the thing: before me and Tom were going out, when we were just like hanging out, and when we were first going out, I'm not trying to like inflate his ego or anything like that. I'm just telling you how it was. There was a lot of chicks gunning for his ass. Yeah. But like obviously. Yeah. You know what I mean? And nobody got shirty with me. Yeah. Cuz here's the thing. I'm a nice person. And I think that probably helped me because like cuz if I was a bitch, I think everybody would have been all up in the shit. You know what I mean? Oh my god, that cunt, blah, blah, blah. But I'm a nice person, and I think a lot of people felt bad.
This is who she's talking about.
Yeah.
That's Sonia.
So nobody came at me. Some people came at me sideways, like they would tell him shit about me. like without me knowing about it. Like they would do that kind of crap. Like they would be underhanded. But a lot of people were gunning for him at the time. Yeah. So there was that. I like Sonia. I like Sonia.
Sonia was a friend of ours.
I like Sonia.
And we hung out together.
We have a complicated relationship.
Yeah. It was
I haven't talked to her in a long time though.
Yeah.
We have a complicated relationship.
We kind of had a weird triangle kind of going on for a while.
It was.
And Sonia liked Jen, and Jen liked Sonia, and I liked Sonia. She was a friend of ours, but Sonia fucking was the kind of chick that constantly had to be on top of everything, and she wanted to be number one, and she fucking was very kind of like...
She's very catty.
Very catty, and she would constantly do things like try to be Jen's friend, and then
say
slightly sideways shit
about me behind my back.
Yeah. Or sometimes in front of her face.
Yeah, she would do that too.
Yeah. But then she'd back off of it.
So I could never entirely...
Yeah.
She's not like... She wasn't like the kind of friend that like some other female friends that I have where I could say anything and I know they wouldn't fuck me over.
Right.
I would never entirely trust her 100%.
And I knew Sonia before I knew Jen.
Yeah, you did. You've known her for a long time.
And me and Sonia were buddies. We were not fuck buddies, but we were buddies. Sonia didn't want me going out with her. Because that would take away from her fucking FaceTime, I guess.
Even though she wasn't even fucking you. She wasn't.
No. She wanted to
Y'all
control
weren't
everything.
dating.
No, we were buddies. She was trying to get it.
Yeah.
But she was trying to play very hard to get. But I didn't play those kind of games. You know how I was.
I know.
I ain't fucking...
You're just like, yeah, I see what you're doing. Knock that shit off.
Yeah, so she was trying to get me to pursue. But I don't play that. And
Tom does not need to pursue.
No. I came from a background of plenty. So,
like the cornucopia? Imagine the cornucopia, but it's filled with hot girls.
You're right.
That's what Tom had.
Yeah.
So he's not impressed.
And I liked women had to have physical beauty, but that really wasn't enough. You had to be really cool. Jen and fucking Sonia were cool. But out of the two, fucking Jen, 100%. Sonia had fucking issues. I liked her. She was funny. But
she is very funny.
Super funny.
She's fun to hang out with.
Yeah,
actually.
yeah.
She's a riot.
Hilarious.
She's a riot.
Y'all dudes know what I'm talking about. Okay, y'all know what I'm talking about. Sonia wasn't wifey material. No. Jen was. Jen is with you through thick or thin, at least with me. You know what I mean? And
I will take a bullet
there was
for you,
no
bitch.
real games with Jen.
No, I don't do that.
It was just me and Jen just talking like we're fucking dudes almost. Jen is very kind of like dude-like. Sonia was like chick-like, but like in a catty kind of negative bad way.
Yeah, in a way that I don't really like. I don't like chicks like that either.
Right, but in a weird way, that was her act.
Yeah.
That was her act. She was trying to be like that. I like Sonia though. Sonia loved you. Too. Sonia did like you. Just that Sonia wanted it to fucking be above you.
Yeah, I know.
And she didn't really deserve it. So it's just like, Sonia fucking...
I've dealt with people like that.
Yeah.
I don't... Yeah. I have a hard time dealing with anybody that has any kind of... anybody that's not, like, genuine.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Anybody that has any kind of, like, facade or anybody that, like... I have a hard time... I don't really like dealing with anybody that's trying to pull something off or be something that they're not, or to just be real, just be normal. It's just kind of like, I don't understand why you can't just be that. Even if you're dorky or even if you just be that. It's like, I like that a lot better than trying to be something that you're not. And look, me and Jen are not talking shit about Sonia. Sonia's a fucking great person. I like
She's
her.
Funny. Yeah, we like her. We still like her.
I haven't talked to her in a long time, but
It's just, she was a fucking handful, and she knows she was a fucking handful.
Well, that was kind of her whole thing.
That was her fucking thing.
That was her whole thing.
She was very much kind of like the local version of fucking Cher Bono. And she knew that.
She did a killer fucking Cher
She could impersonate Cher Bono.
It was so good. It's so good.
Like you were watching
We used to get her to do it at iBar. Sometimes
do Cher.
And she'd do Cher.
And she would do Cher.
Oh, it was so good.
Yeah.
It was so entertaining.
Yeah.
It was so good. I wish we had video of it.
Yeah.
I don't think we do, though. But it was really good.
Yeah.
She was exactly like her. Exactly.
Yeah. Fucking Scott's going, bazinga.
Oh my god.
Legit. I'm too lazy to. I don't know what he's talking about.
I'm too lazy to be anything but genuine.
Yeah.
Don't have the memory to keep up with facade. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's too much work. Why would you do that?
You see, he's been with his old lady 12 years now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we met, I think, in 2009 or 2010. I was still married when we met.
Yeah.
To my first husband.
I didn't steal her, though.
Yeah, that's how my ex-husband spun it. Yeah. But that's not really what happened. No. That's not what happened.
We just met. We were friends, but we weren't hanging out all the time. And then they
I admit that, me and my husband were kind of on the outs at the time. And when I met you, because I had noticed you before, because I'm like, that dude seems pretty cool and stuff like that. And then, like, I met you, and then I really, really liked you. And then I think that accelerated... The breakup. But we were breaking up anyway.
Yeah, but then me and Jen were like friends for like a couple years. We were dating
for like a year and a half.
Yeah, we were like dating other people.
Yeah, like I went out with a couple other dudes. Yeah. You went out with a couple chicks.
Yeah. And it was Sonia that was saying, do not go out with her. That was Sonia.
Yeah.
Do not go out with her. She's just gone through a breakup. Let her go let her experience other guys.
Sonia knew my ex-husband as well.
Yeah, she's just infatuated with you. As he said. She's not at your level. That was such a weird shit that she would say too. She would play all kinds of fucking crazy shit. And then and here's the thing, fucking in a way, me and Jen and Sonia were dating each other for a little while.
We did have a little weird.
We had some things going,
threesome going on for a while.
Yeah, but she ended up going back to her husband.
Yeah. Well, they have a kid.
Yeah. That shit was going to be a disaster because the way fucking Sonia is that she would eventually fucking X Jen out. She would try to X Jen.
That's kind of what I...
And out of the two, of course, Jen 3 times over. But,
Only 3 times?
3 times, 4 times. Yeah, 3 times over, yeah. You were trustworthy. She wasn't. She was flaky.
Because like I said...
I liked her, but she was flaky.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's just kind of like... she's kind of one of those people that it's like, you're friends with them and stuff like that, but it's like, you're not going to like... lend them your wallet or anything. Well, you know what I mean? It's just that kind of thing.
She was
like you. I would trust you with pretty much anything.
Yeah.
I can't. I could be wrong, and I don't think I am. But I do not think that you would ever fuck me over, and I would never fuck you over. I just wouldn't.
Happened.
It
would have already happened.
I just wouldn't do that.
It would have already happened. The thing with Sonia is that she was cool. She was very cool. A lot of fun, and she was a good person. But she had a huge ego. Okay, and she'd hurt a bitch to get in charge of some shit. And part of the reason why fucking Sonia fucking wanted me was because of you.
Yeah.
If you weren't there, she wouldn't have been fighting for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that was part of it.
It's competition.
Competition, yeah.
Because some competition came up for your attention.
It's kind of like Sarah.
Oh, God.
Sarah did the same thing. That was another crazy bitch.
Holy shit.
She was furious.
Scott probably doesn't know that story.
No, Scott doesn't know her.
Oh, that's a great
Sarah
story.
was a chick that moved off to Germany. She's back now.
I keep expecting her and
Sarah be fighting on the fucking stage and shit.
Hey, I didn't start that, okay? I didn't start that.
Yeah. Sarah called me on the phone when I was with her. She was furious that I was with her. And I wasn't dating Sarah. Sarah wasn't my girlfriend. She was just pissed that I had chosen Jen over her.
She couldn't fathom.
Couldn't fathom it. That's how arrogant she was. She was cute, but she wasn't that cute. What the fuck are you talking about?
Like I said, I will never shit on her to the extent that I'm never gonna. I would never do that to a woman where it's just kind of like, oh, because she pissed me off, like, oh, that ugly bitch or whatever. She's not ugly. She's beautiful.
She was cute.
She's beautiful.
She was cute in those days, yeah.
But yeah,
tall, thin.
Woo, nuts.
Here's another thing. You got people saying that women will never date a guy shorter. Fucking Sarah was probably about 5'9". I'm fucking 5'6". And fucking
Honestly, you have never had a problem.
No.
With anyone.
No. Matter of fact, the taller they are, the easier they are for me to get. If they're about 6 or over 6 foot.
Tom has dated some very, very tall women.
Yeah. It's because a 6 foot woman doesn't have a man to match her. Fucking most dudes run from her.
Well, yeah.
I'll dive right into it back in the day. I don't give a shit. I'm like a big game hunter. I'm like, no, you're tall. I love you though, babe. You're cute. You know, I was doing that back in high school. Fucking yeah, they got big old feet, like man-sized feet. You know, like that's a big foot. But it's not big when you look at the fucking full.
Right, it's the whole gestalt.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
I had friends in high school that were girls that were 6 foot, 6'1". They had a fucking hell of a time. And actually, I would argue that they have a worse time
than a short guy.
Short guy. Like tall girls have a worse time than short guys.
I learned that early on in fucking high school back when I was back in Brazil.
Nobody wants to date the 6'1" girl.
If you're a female and you're over 6 foot, you have a harder time dating than a guy who's fucking 5'4".
Because here's the thing, it never occurred to me until I was older that women that some women were like bothered about like dudes being shorter than them. Or it literally never occurred to me.
I'll tell you what, in my experience,
literally never occurred
based on dating women and having a
but I'm short, so maybe that's why.
That's only women that have never dated shorter guys.
Yeah.
Or good ones.
I mean, I'm only 5'3", so maybe that's what it is, but
if you look good and you're shorter than her, she doesn't give a shit. If you look good, you have charisma, and you dress nice, and other women are interested in you. Okay, you can't be average. You got to be above it. Then they don't give a shit.
No,
they don't give a shit because all that shit gets suspended. They're like put off to the side.
Well, like I said, and we've talked about this before. Like a lot of chicks will say, like on their dating profiles or something like that, when they're just kind of like shotgunning out there into the universe. Yeah, it's like, we want a dude that's 6 foot tall or whatever, but it's just kind of like in the wild. If they met a dude that was shorter, that was super awesome, that was super funny, that was like super hot or something, or was super charismatic, they would actually not care about that. Right. They're pretty and like I said, I literally never. I've dated people from my height up to 6'5". Yeah. And it really did not. I don't know. It just was never something that occurred to me to be concerned about.
Yeah, some women are very concerned about height.
They are, but
But you can kind of.
That's weird to me.
If you get them at the right time, it's the right guy. You can break them with that. Okay, fucking. There have been in the history of fucking Hollywood a lot of shorter guys who are like 5'4", 5'3", that were just lady killers. What was that one back in the fucking 30s and 40s? He could dance and shit. He was kind of like the Michael J. Fox of his time. I forgot his name.
What movies was he
in? He was in a lot of those old fucking silver screen movies.
Yeah, but and like
he
what
was
kind of movie?
I forgot what his name is.
All right, I gotta peek. Maybe you'll think of it one.
Yeah. But that dude did fucking super well. And what was funny is that he did really well with very tall women. And it's because very tall women are on the outside edge of desirability anyway. A lot of guys are, even if a dude's 6 foot, he's like, I don't want to go with her. She's 6'1" or she's 6 foot. So, very tall women actually have it harder than shorter guys, and I think a lot of tall women kind of know that. So, I remember back when I was in high school, back in fucking Brazil. At one of the clubs, I hooked up with one of the Swedish girls from the school, and she was fucking at the club, because we went to club in high school. In Brazil, you could go to the club at 16 and drink. She was probably about 6'1". She was cute too. We were dancing, fucking hanging off of each other and shit. Fucking, she'd pick me up like a baby or whatever, you know what I mean? Kind of funny. But she didn't have a man. Nobody was fucking gunning after her because of the intimidation. And I didn't really ever feel that intimidation because a lot of the girls were taller than me. It didn't matter if she was fucking 5'10" or fucking 6'1". They're both taller than me, so I didn't care. I just cared about how cute they were.
Maybe that's kind of, like I said, maybe that's kind of why I didn't care, because I'm short. I'm 5'2", 5'3", something like that. So most people are taller than me, so it wasn't really something that I thought about. Yeah. Because I was just used to everybody being taller than me.
Yeah. At 5'6", you don't care if she's 5'10" or 6'1".
It's like if a dude was 5'4" or 5'5", it's like he's still taller than I am, so it wasn't really.
On her dating profile, she's going to say you got to be 6 foot something, but no, that was not my experience.
Well, like I said, I think that people get a misperception from people's dating profiles. Yeah. Like I said, your dating profile is just you're shotgunning it out there into the universe. You're not looking for anyone specific. You're just like, well, these are some parameters that I'm going to lay down so I don't get this and that. But it's just like when you meet a person.
Yeah. All that's
a lot of that doesn't really apply because
she's looking at you, not statistics.
Right, exactly. Yeah. So I think that, dating profiles are not a good indication of what people are looking for, because it's like, man, if I had to fucking, God forbid, if I had to make a fucking dating profile, like I said, God forbid if something happened to Tom, which I think I would just give up on it. But if I did that, I have no idea what I would fucking put on there. I honestly don't. I don't have a type. I don't have a thing. Like I said, I don't know you. So how can I narrow it down? I don't know you in real life. So it's just kind of like height, shit like that. It doesn't matter. I have to meet you. I have to meet you in real life to know if I like you or not. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I don't want to like fucking limit things by putting like, oh, I have a height limit or I have this and that. And the other. That's dumb. It's, you know what I mean? It's dumb. I mean, I understand why people do it, but it's still dumb. Oh, Tammy said Mickey Rooney. Oh, maybe it was Mickey Rooney. Yeah. That's because he was famously real short, and he dated what's her name? Okay, I just spaced out and I totally forgot.
I gotta tell a story. Is Scott still on there?
Who played Dorothy in Wizard of Oz?
What was her name? Fucking.
Because Tammy says, was it Mickey Rooney?
Mickey Rooney. That's exactly what I'm thinking.
Because he was a little. I think he was 5'4".
5'4" or something.
I think, which is only about an inch taller than
Mickey Rooney.
I am.
Mickey Rooney was kind of like the Michael J. Fox of his day.
But he was funny.
He could dance. He was funny.
He was
funny.
funny.
And he was a good-looking guy. And Mickey Rooney,
charisma.
evidently,
it goes a long way.
Evidently, he just cleaned up.
I could see that.
And he was.
I could see that.
Mostly with real tall, fucking like model.
Yeah.
Type chicks. Mickey Rooney, you got it.
Yeah, that's who he was talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, DVD Dragon said, tall girls are hard to date. Oral sex is tough. You have to go up on them. Rim shot.
Dude, man. My first tall girl experience, man. It was fucking,
down.
I felt like I was having sex with a pony or something, man. You gotta get in the back, fucking get your fucking something to stand on and shit. These girls are cute.
Wait, hold on. I'm gonna get the step stool.
Hold on, get the step stool. Get on your knees, baby. Just come on, bring that shit down. No, I can't get it up that high. Come on. Yeah, it's just,
not quite so complicated with us, because we're.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm probably 3 inches shorter. Than
we're the right size.
Yeah.
The only thing that was odd being 5'6" with a fucking over 6 foot tall girl was, from my point of view, the size of the feet. I'm looking at the girl's feet and I'm going, God damn.
Because for a long time you kind of like grossed out by feet.
Yeah, well, it's just like, it would be like a size 12 foot in front of man. Like, look at the size of the chick's feet, man. But you get over it, you know what I mean? You're fucking young and you got a heart on. So
you used to tell me that you were grossed out by feet.
Yeah.
You seem to have lost that, though.
Yeah, kind of, yeah. No, you got cute feet.
I have adorable feet.
Yeah.
Well, my feet are tiny, though.
Yeah.
I have baby feet. I have size 6 feet.
DVD Dragon says 5'6" short kings rise up. Exactly. Yeah. It's the short man mafia. Scott's in the short man mafia, too. I think he's only a little bit taller than me. How tall are you, Scott? I forgot. Maybe 5'7".
I have really no idea why anyone would be bothered by that kind of.
Yeah.
Like I said, that's why I think that dating profiles.
He's 5'6" too. He's 5'6" and a quarter.
So that's why I think dating profiles are not a good judge of like what people are actually looking for. Because if I had to make it, I told like when you were in the bathroom, I said if I had to make a dating profile for fuck's sake, which I would never do.
Yeah.
Like if. God forbid if something happened to you, I would just be like, well, I'm alone. I'm just gonna be a cat lady. But
get you a robot.
Or else you get a robot.
Get you a robot. Yeah.
Or one of those weird disembodied torsos with the dick on it.
You'd be riding on it,
or something.
Like on the girls making the content.
Yeah. I love. Here's the thing. We've looked into sex dolls.
Yeah.
For videos.
Some of the videos we make, yeah.
And the weird thing is they don't really seem to have a lot of full body male sex dolls.
No, they're not very
popular. A lot of the sex dolls are because women don't buy them, and I guess gay men don't buy them either. Otherwise, they would have them.
Because it's easy to get laid when you're gay, I think.
Sure.
Yeah.
So the only
there's a demand for it.
Male-ish sex dolls are just torsos.
Yeah.
With dicks on them.
Well, they're cheap
and they're smaller than actual size, which is a little disturbing.
It's just something you grind on.
So it's just kind of like we talked about. It's like, well, should we get one of some of those for like making videos and stuff? But I'm like, they're a little bit smaller than normal. It's like, that's kind of weird.
They want a lot for them. And it's $200 just for the head. They're kits.
Yeah,
put one together.
It's a little bit weird. Like, well, and honestly, I think that
you ever think about putting together like a non-human elf chick with
for the money? I think it would be better.
Superhuman proportions, just fucking.
I think it would be better to get like a female one.
Yeah.
Because we could both do shit with that.
Yeah, he makes some videos on it.
And we could have different heads, but you know that's something in the future because they are kind
cool
of
costumes. Yeah, you're gonna spend at least
because the male ones are a little disturbing.
Yeah, that's weird.
They do have like some
they're all
full
laughing.
body male ones, but
they're laughing.
It's very weird. It's I don't understand why it's a chest with no arms, no legs, and just a dick, and it's smaller than actual size.
Yeah.
I don't.
They got girls on fucking media vids making fucking whole.
Yeah,
videos
we watched like videos because I wanted to see because I was like, well, is this something we want to invest in? It's like, are there people making videos with this?
There's a lot of girls making videos with it,
and they are, but it's just kind of like, oh, they're so weird though.
Yeah,
I think they're weird.
Yeah,
I don't love that they're not human size, and I also don't love that they don't have a head.
Some people might be going, "What the fuck are you talking about?" Okay, on some of these video sales platforms. Sometimes only the woman that is registered can be on it. To register a male guest is fucking complicated.
Yeah.
So she's more gonna do toys.
Yeah, you got to do solo shit because if there's somebody else, like our ManyVids account, both of us are on.
We can both be on it. Yeah.
So I can upload stuff with both of us on there, but on StreamMate I can't.
Yeah, and then
they can only be solo videos.
There's some customers that don't want a guy in the shot at all. They just want a fucking female solo video. There are gay male customers that are like that too. They don't want another dude. They just want to see the dude doing solo shit too. They have that. It's just the tastes of the customer. Now, one thing that is happening is the competition. There's a lot of fucking people out there making these things now.
Yeah. So
there is a lot of competition, and I know people in the industry, fucking the pro-am industry, some, you know, like the fucking what's his name, Bill fucking I don't remember if you can talk about his real name, and his wife.
Yeah, don't say his real
name. They're making stuff, and their thing is don't worry about trends. Just try to go after your own customers.
Well, see, that's kind of what I've always thought too, because it's just kind of like the way shit is now. There's so much shit out there.
Yeah.
We were talking about this before the show started.
Right.
Because Tom was showing me this, like, look at this chick on Twitter or whatever it was, who wears these gigantic fake tits.
Just fake tits.
But, like, she doesn't, like, she tells everybody they're fake tits.
Yeah.
I mean, because they're obviously...
Breast expansion fetish.
Right. So I was like, okay, well, I like that. But see, the thing is that there's so much porn, there's so much adult content out there and there's so many hot girls out there that you have to distinguish yourself. You have to find an angle.
Yeah.
If you don't, you're just going to get lost in the morass.
I mean, there is literally shit where...
There are billions of fucking people.
Somewhere out there,
maybe not billions,
some
but a lot.
Girl making money jerking off a rubber dick with a bunch of chocolate pudding on it. I mean, that's how ridiculous
you have to find a niche.
Like, what the fuck?
That's the only way you're going to make any money.
Yeah.
If you try to, like, appeal to the mainstream, you're never going to... especially if you're just coming in now, you're never going to compete.
Yeah.
Because there's so much of it out there. And there's just so much... There's so many hot girls. There's so many... And they're just doing regular vanilla shit or whatever. So you have to, like, find an angle.
Yeah, they got a British chick out there who's just in her house by herself with 2 or sometimes 3 big rubber fucking horse phalluses on her knees, talking to the camera about what Mama's been doing in the stable.
In the stable, yeah. And that's her whole angle.
Yeah, and she's not even really nude. She's just jerking these
off
rubber
the
fucking
fake
things.
horse cock.
Yeah, and talking to the camera, and she's got a fucking shit ton of customers.
Sure. Like I said, that's
Yeah.
all you can do in this day and age. You have to specialize.
Right.
If you try to appeal to a general audience, you are never. Yeah, you're never gonna like rise above because everyone's doing that.
Right.
And especially in porn, like I said, there's countless hot chicks.
Yeah.
On Instagram, on Twitter, on whatever. There's countless hot chicks. You can't compete with that. You just can't. If you're coming into it now, you really have to have some other kind of angle.
Yeah.
Or you're never going to stand out. Just ever.
A lot of the ones that are making big money, they look great, and they fucking are filtering customers from some kind of social media site. Like they have a good YouTube channel on a talk show about this shit. Like fucking old Adam, what's his name, and his fucking wife. And then his wife starts doing the black dudes. They made a shit ton of money on that.
Yeah. Well, that's a pretty common fetish, like the whole cuck fetish. That's like pretty. Because we got asked to do that like many times.
Yeah, a lot of times on Stream Mate. Yeah.
Yeah, Scott says a female one and a strap-on. Don't assume her gender. Well, that's kind of why, like I said, that's why we were thinking about getting a female one because I'm, I know you haven't been in the chat, but I'm bi. Yeah. So I would like that. I would like for there to be like a female thing. I would get into that, but it's just kind of like, it's like I could do the female thing and I could also like have a strap on and do that, so you could do all kind of stuff with it.
These motherfuckers are trying to pay her to fucking peg me and shit. And I said, man, there ain't no pegging involved, bro. Not until we're talking about Harley Davidson style money. Fucking, there's a price for everything.
Like I said,
you start talking about millions of dollars.
All of our, especially like Tammy and Zach and all those people that have been here for a long time. We keep making jokes about pegging because I keep teasing Tom about it. Like, I'm going to peg you one of these days. And Tom's like, oh, absolutely not. Yeah. But some people are like, hey, you guys do
how much money would it be?
How much would it take?
Yeah.
And Tom's like, well, it'd be like motorcycle money.
Like motorcycle money.
So one of these days, somebody is going to come up with enough money. And then you're going to have to do it.
I just have to fucking get special operations mode. You know what I mean? Like I'm playing a role. Like it's not me. It's somebody else. I'd be leather daddy.
It's just me.
I put my leather daddy outfit on.
It's just me.
Be power bottoming that shit, pretending like it's somebody else, like it's happening to somebody else. Even Ian Fleming books.
Bitch,
James Bond was doing buy shit in the fucking Ian Fleming's books to try to complete the mission. Because in
hey, you got to do what you got to do.
A spy is a fucking sex operative. Most of them. Doesn't matter what gender they are.
Well, yeah.
Just like in the movie The Jackal, it had fucking Bruce Willis is in it. He's playing this fucking international assassin, paid assassin. He's gonna fucking assassinate this. He makes out with a fucking gay dude to get his ID. Then he kills the dude.
Wait, which book is that?
The Jackal.
I'm gonna have to read.
You ever saw that one? With Bruce Willis?
Oh yeah.
Classic.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
He goes to some kind of, I don't remember if it was a hospital or whatever, but a fucking dude looked at him fucking crazy, like, oh wow, and it fucking Bruce Willis playing the Jackal goes, he's gay, and fucking goes and fucking makes a move on him, gets him up into his fucking apartment, makes out with him, and then just kills him.
I need to see that movie.
Yeah, it's good. Kills him and then takes his ID, takes his identity. So he needed. I can't remember what he was trying to do. I think that was how he gained. Might have been how he gained the fucking firing position to set up the fucking 20mm cannon to fucking kill that female politician. Remember what it was? Y'all, some of y'all know the movie. You can drop it in there. But no. If you've been listeners to the show for a long period of time, anytime we got into fucking special operations with the intel operatives, especially in the Cold War era, they tend to be women. They tended to be sex operatives. It's the most powerful kind of spy.
Well, that's the best way to get information.
To get information people is to fuck some dude and he fucking slowly drips out.
Sure.
Yeah. Just ask some of these fucking Swalwell fucking with fucking Fang. He was up there in the Senate. Fucking a Chinese spy. Confirmed. Fang.
Tammy says sometimes it's not a joke. She wants to see you get pegged like really badly. She just can't afford it right now.
You're gonna have to raise
one day
some Harley Davidson level money. We're talking about 20 grand. All right.
One day.
I got relatives in the stream.
It'll be win-win.
I got relatives in the stream.
Dude, I'll get what I want.
Yeah.
You'll get $20,000.
Women are always trying to peg motherfuckers in the booty. I can't understand it. It's this
I'm
fucking
just experimenting.
fantasy of female domination.
Hey, okay, like, not to be TMI.
Yeah.
You been in the booty?
Yeah. I go in the booty all the time.
So
you try to say turnaround is fucking fair play.
Sure, that's what I'm saying.
All right, see, that's how these women think.
Well, it's fair, right?
Scott says he said motorcycle money.
Just saying.
That's a lower entry.
Yeah, that's the joke.
Than I had.
We've had a whole discussion.
See, he's trying to fucking be more of a man than me.
We've had a whole discussion.
I gotta be realistic about it, shit. I'm talking about fucking not motorcycle money. I'm talking about Harley Davidson level fucking motorcycle money. And I start considering it because I know me. You start coming at me.
I know you too.
Somebody says, "Well, it's 20,000."
That's a lot of money.
20,000. That's a lot of money.
I mean,
yeah.
Like I said, it's not, dude. It's not like you have to go get like randomly like ramrodded by like some random dude in an alley or nothing.
Yeah, it's just you.
It's just me.
So it's like a medical procedure.
It's just me.
It's like a medical procedure.
We've been fucking for 13 years. You know?
Yeah.
At least.
Yeah.
Nothing bad's gonna happen.
Yeah.
Nothing bad's gonna happen.
Scott says you learn something about family every day. It's.
Oh, come here every Friday night. You'll learn all kinds of stuff.
It's all kinds of fucking funny shit.
Like I said, everybody knows everything about us.
I'm thinking about that $20,000, man.
He's
thinking
just
about that $20,000.
Now he's considering. Well, yeah, like I said, I think we talked about this last week or the week before, where he had seen some video about like some girl that had.
No, it was a dude talking about it.
Oh, okay. So it was a dude talking about
girls he knew.
Girls he knew.
Yeah.
I have a friend
in the sex industry.
But right.
Yeah.
But that had been paid $250,000
Yeah.
to go to, where was it, Dubai?
Dubai and some other places. They were going to fly in a pattern.
Essentially be in like group sex situations. It was one dude and it was a bunch of
Saudi oil tycoon's son birthday party.
Right. To be in that, like, you know, you have sex with the other ladies and you have to have sex with this dude, whoever he was, and whatever, for like 1 week. And you get to be like on a yacht and all this other
Yachts
kind of stuff.
and it wasn't, okay, look. It was about a girl who lived out in the middle of fucking nowhere, but she was like a 9. She looked fucking great. And she was on Instagram. And a verified account that was a private company approached her with a fucking deal. We represent something. They gave the guy's name, a certain company, and he's the son of a fucking oil baron in Saudi Arabia. And he's having a birthday party, and he's inviting you. We'll give you like a $40,000 down payment, all right, for a week of your time. You're gonna go, and they gave her an itinerary or where she was gonna go and everything. Didn't say anything about sex. Okay.
But I mean,
that's what happened when it got there.
you could imagine that that was...
you're right.
I mean, I would assume that was... I'm old, but I would assume that was implied.
So she didn't believe it, but she said yes, and they fucking put like fucking $30,000 in her account. And she was, okay, well, I'll be there. Because that was to buy clothing and stuff. And, you know, and they were sending her plane tickets and everything. So she goes and meets up with them. And it ends up being a situation kind of like one of those dating programs where the Bachelor, you know what I mean? Where there's all these girls fucking vying for this guy who's got a shit ton of money. And he was in his 30s. And according to this guy telling this girl's story, he was a good-looking guy and he was fun and everything. And they were fucking,
which is good. At least
there was about 20 girls fucking vying for this dude, this Arabic dude. But and they'd party with him and travel with him in private jets, and they'd go to all these different locations and like the best hotels and their party. And they were gonna get paid $250,000 a head at the end of like a week and a half.
Like I said.
And they all had sex with him, but they also all had sex with each other because they were having like these orgy things going on.
Sure.
And some of them had been on multiple trips with the dude. The only rule was they weren't allowed to like post any Instagram photos of him. Okay? And they couldn't mention him.
I wouldn't be doing that anyway.
Right.
To be honest.
Now that's what she's talking about.
Yeah.
And
because we talked about this. He told me about this situation.
Yeah. So how this shit went down is I said, Jen said, what happens if they came at me with like that? I said, Jen.
Not that they would, because I'm old, but you know.
They were looking for 19, 20.
Sure, I'm way past that age.
They were like, fucking, and Jen was like, what happens if they came at me with that? And I said, Jen, I'll tell you what, I'd be packing your bags.
Sure. And I'd be like, yeah, I'd probably go. I mean, that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money.
I'm just Sonny, baby,
for a
I'm
week's
sorry.
Work of discomfort.
But you know what I mean? Fucking, you know, you're not going to hook up with this dude because he's already married. That's really what the fucking deal was.
Right.
They're vying. And then the girl...
Well, it's like he wouldn't be calling me or stalking me or anything afterwards, so that would be good.
No, that bitch don't give a shit.
That would be good.
Fucking, what was the...
He would just forget about it.
What the actual deal was is that the dude was having a birthday weekend, but he was already married. That's why he didn't want...
So he just wanted to like, bang all the
Yeah,
all the
and
ladies.
what they were doing is they had just fucking agreed to be in basically a harem.
Sure.
Is what they agreed to. And some of them had been in there several times. And that particular girl went like twice. And she had feelings for the guy. She fucking thought he was great. But she stopped going.
Oh, I'm too old.
She got pissed because he didn't remember her birthday. So that's how emotional she was.
Shit, man, you don't even remember.
She's only fucking... Yeah, I don't remember. I don't remember my own birthday.
You don't remember your own birthday.
It's July 1st. That's what it is. I don't remember anybody else's birthday. I forget how old I am.
He does, yeah.
That's head injuries, though.
I gotta remind him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, so that's what that was about. And then, like, Jen said, well, what? And then I was starting to think about it.
Yeah, we were both like thinking about this.
I was thinking about this shit.
It was kind of like, you remember that movie that came out in the 90s? Indecent Proposal?
Indecent Proposal.
Where everybody was talking about, like, Robert Redford going to Woody Harrelson and saying, hey, I'll give you $1 million to fuck your wife, who was Demi Moore.
Right.
And they're all, like, having this big discussion about it, and everybody was, like, having discussions about it. I'm like, $1 million?
Yeah.
Just for fucking a dude one time?
Yeah. And he's not going to keep you?
Is he never going to call me again?
Yeah, right.
Do I never have to see him again?
Yeah.
Can I just, like, lay there and not get involved?
Right.
Maybe.
So,
I'm not going to enjoy it or nothing, but it's just kind of like $1 million is a lot of money.
I was joking around and I said, well,
money.
Jen, I think I'd have to start packing your bags.
Yeah.
She's like... But then I started to flip around on myself. I was like, what if that was a gay dude and he gave the offer to me?
I was like, what if he wanted... And I was like, well, I would be packing your bags then. Because $250,000, bitch, you go earn that.
I was thinking to myself, I was like, $250,000.
We could live on that for a long time.
That's a lot of money.
A long time. We could pay off like half of this house mortgage. All you gotta do, you just gotta let somebody in your booty just a couple of times. No, he's probably got a bunch of dudes. He wouldn't like...
Yeah, he'd be tired by the time he got...
Right. That's what I was figuring.
So I'm thinking, how the fuck would I play that shit off? So I was going, well, what I would do is I'd just kind of buck up like I was James Bond and shit, and I'd go get my best leather daddy fucking outfit out of the fucking closet and just fucking man up like a motherfucker and try to flip that shit around like I'm gonna fuck him.
Yeah.
So no, I'm the beta. Fuck, I'm the top.
Yeah.
Well, that'd be my only way out.
Look at Scott.
What
Scott says, he says, Scott says, $250K, I'm going to be down for basically whatever.
Yeah, $250,000, I'd be like...
That's a lot of money.
That's a lot of fucking money. That's a mercenary job.
I mean, now, I will admit, we talked about this before. There is some shit that I would not do for any amount of money.
Yeah.
But fucking a random dude for a week that will never call me again or anything like that, and if you said it was okay,
I'd be like, baby, look, I'm gonna
like I said,
take you to the airport.
I'm not gonna have fun or anything like that because like I don't know this dude.
I'm not like that. I'd be like, no, have fun, make this fucking enjoyable as you can.
I'd have more fun fucking the chicks. To be honest.
Make it as fun as you can.
I'm more into that.
Have fun, baby, have fun. Bring that money back.
And then we're like, now we have $250,000 and we can do whatever we want.
A pimp's love. It's very different from that of a square.
You're not my pimp, Tom.
I know. I'm just talking. If you ever see that movie, fucking
Idiocracy?
Yes, it was fucking hilarious. You see, a pimp's love is very different from that of a square. That the military officer, he's putting in this fucking fake golds and shit going. Trying to be a pimp. That was fucking great, man.
Scott also says $250K buys a decent bit of therapy.
Yeah.
And also says, I'm mad thankful my Wild Navy days happened before smartphones took hold.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're all happy about that. All of Generation X, I'm just like, all the stupid shit that I did when I was a child and a kid was not recorded. So, not saying I didn't do some shit later that was stupid, because I did. But
Daddy's talking about something there.
I'm not really sure what that.
I don't know.
I know, but I'm not sure.
We
what
can't
the
read
context
that.
of that is. I can read it. I just don't know what the context.
Kingpin. When Chris Elliot
went up to Roy Munson and Ishmael Borg and proposed that Roy peg Ishmael for $1 million.
Okay, yeah. I don't remember that. I don't remember that.
So that's the whole thing. I mean, for $1 million, you better let somebody peg you for $1 million.
That's $1 million fucking dollars.
I'll be mad.
Yeah.
That's $1 million. Like I said,
that's some life-changing money.
Right. It's not like they love you or they're gonna like hang around or nothing.
You just gotta fucking put up with it like it's torture.
Just put up, just put up with it for however many minutes it takes for them to like, for them to come or whatever, and then they piss off and they never think about you again, and then you have $1 million.
Yeah.
I know it's not pleasant. I know. Like I said. The whole situation, like I said, the whole thing about like having to go and like, just fuck some random dude and everything like that. It's like, I don't love that, but for $250,000, I would put up with it for a week. You know what I mean? I would put up with it for a week and then it'd be like, hey, I never see this dude.
You come back and we'll buy all kinds of shit.
And then we can have all kinds,
Yeah, and then that old fucking Saudi oil shaking like those whores. But I don't give a fuck. I got the money. I don't care. Be like, we got the money.
Well, and the thing about it is that even if he thought I was a whore, it's like, well, I'm not a whore, so I don't. Who gives a fuck what that
all in your mind.
Random ass dude thinks?
Now,
I don't give a shit what other people think.
Let me show y'all something. This is my old friend Melissa Nin from Boston. Okay, get another picture of her here. This is all relevant. Okay,
is it?
Yeah, this is very relevant. Hold on one second. I'm going to give you another picture of Melissa. That was Melissa. Me and Melissa used to hang out over at Man Ray back in the 90s. She's still around, okay? And these are recent photos of her.
You just called her today.
No. Oh, that was Melissa Gates.
Oh, that was...
This is Melissa Nin.
Oh.
All right? And I hung out with her in Boston, okay? She was kind of a girlfriend. I did kind of date her, but she was mostly like a buddy. She came to see me in Mississippi, and we went to New Orleans together. When Scott was about... How old were you, Scott, when you met her?
I'm going to go get another drink.
Yeah. Scott was probably about 16 at that time. And fucking... He was smitten with her. And she liked... Oh, yeah. Fucking Melissa liked Scott. That was fucking funny. And then we went down the French Quarter together. Fucking Scott wasn't old enough to go to the club at that time. If he was old enough, I would have taken him. But fucking, that was fucking funny, man. Fucking, Melissa was cute. She was leading the young Scott around by the fucking nose. And I thought that shit was so funny, man. That was cute, Scott. Scott was like, oh, yeah. He was fucking stepping and fetching for her and everything. She liked you. She also liked having all that fucking feminine power over you. It's funny. But at that particular time that happened, me and Melissa were just friends. We weren't really a thing. And I remember at one time she hooked up with that dude. We went to the club and she hooked up with that other dude and fucking came back late. Remember that? Yeah. But I haven't talked to Melissa in a while. Probably about a year or so. I'll see what she's doing. The other Melissa I just talked to today. Told her that I may be down there. But yeah, I was telling her about fucking that was Scott's first gothic crush. Was that Melissa right there?
Aw.
Yeah.
You know too many people named Melissa.
Yeah, there's a shit ton of Melissas.
Yeah, we also have a friend.
Yeah, there's a lot of Melissas.
Melissa.
There's Melissa Nin. Melissa was she was an orphan. Raised by a family, I forgot what state she was from. But she was part Russian and part Mongolian. That's why she looked like that. What's Scott say?
Victor says, when I was in high school, this guy offered me $500 to have sex with him. When I woke up, there was a ball of plastic hair on the nightstand. Turns out he said 500 doll hairs. That's a good story.
That's a good story.
Who made you gay today? Oh, he said somebody made him gay, but I forgot what it was.
Yeah, Scott.
Victor,
man,
every time we do a chat, Victor says something that
made him gay. It's different every fucking time.
It's different every time.
Yeah.
I love the creativity.
Yeah. He comes up with some new way.
Last time it was 90s Keanu Reeves, I think.
Yeah, 90s Keanu Reeves made him gay.
But this time, I don't remember what it was.
Anything can make him gay.
I mean, you never know. You never know. That shit's going to come at you, man.
Yeah.
Going to make you gay. Yeah, Scott said she was cool as fuck.
Yeah. Melissa was cool.
Okay, so that's a different Melissa than the one you talked to on the phone today.
No, I was talking to Melissa Gates today.
Okay. Because I know you used my phone today and you said, hey, I'm calling Melissa. And
no, different Melissa.
Like, oh, the Melissa that you talked to last time.
Yeah, she's getting worried about trying to keep...
No, it's just like... I don't know who's who.
Yeah, no.
Because like I said, we also know several people called Melissa. See if I got a picture. So I'm not sure like who's who.
See if I got a picture of
I don't know who you're talking to.
I have a picture of Melissa Gates somewhere.
Victor said I said dating a tall girl in junior high made me gay. Okay, so that's what it was.
Yeah.
I thought you said something like before that though.
Yeah. Made you feel like a woman, the next thing you know you flipped over and now you're gay.
I feel bad for like super tall girls in high school though. I knew a few of them.
They're all right.
I know, but it's just like, man, like I said, they had a bitch of a time because dudes were intimidated.
Well, they didn't want to look short next to the bitch.
Yeah, you know, that they were, and the girls were like freaking out. It's like, oh man, I can't wear high heels. I can't they can't do girly shit because the dude's gonna think I'm trying to be taller than them, and it was this whole thing. So, like I said, I would submit that super tall girls have a harder time than shorter dudes.
Yeah.
Because shorter dudes can have other shit to offer. Like I said, they can be funny or charismatic or whatever. But tall girl, no one's going to even look twice at that.
That is the Melissa I called today.
Okay, that's right. Yeah. That's your first wife, right?
That's my first wife, Tiffany. Yeah, that one. And that was the Melissa I called today. Yeah, but Scott doesn't know her.
Because she still lives in the same
house and everything, yeah.
Well, she still lives in the sort of same area as your dad.
That's a couple hours away.
It's a couple hours away.
Yeah.
Victor says sometimes short dudes have big weenies.
It's a lot of times, bro.
Well, Tom is a super example of that.
Yeah, I got video of it. You can rent it. You can buy the video.
You have like quite a large.
Yeah.
You have quite a large penis. Scott says $250K and a trip to Dubai made me gay.
Yeah. Scott said that shit. Yeah.
See, that's what.
Yeah.
I mean, like I said, I would not begrudge anybody. Mm-hmm. If somebody offered you $250,000 to go to Dubai and have sex with some chic son for a week. I would not begrudge anybody.
That goth Melissa I just showed you.
Hey, man.
I talked to her today. I haven't talked to her in fucking 3 or 4 years. She's maybe late 40s now. She just had triple bypass surgery a couple months back. They took her heart out, fucking fixed it, cut shit out of her veins. Diabetes. I said deep south shit, yeah. Gained 40 pounds. She was embarrassed. I said, maybe I'll stop by. And she said, no, they don't see me. She said, I'm so fat right now. I'm so embarrassed. And I said, it's okay, Melissa. Come on. I just want to see you again. You know, she's fucking damn near married. She's been with that same guy fucking probably longer than me and you have been together. Probably about the same amount.
Yeah, but because
13 years.
You went to see her last time you went to see her dad.
Yeah, right? I met him. He was fucking cool. He was real cool. He wanted me to stay.
Yeah.
He wanted me to stay and hang out. I said, dude, I got to go back. He goes, oh, man, I just met you. Because he had heard about me.
Right.
Yeah. So, I'll probably stop by and spend a few hours.
Yeah, you should.
Yeah. But, Melissa was like my fucking sister. Mississippi sister. Yeah, she was a cool Mississippi old school goth chick living in basically an old dollhouse that her dad built in a giant dollhouse that her dad built in the fucking woods right there near fucking Gulfport, out there past Christiana Gulfport on Vidalia Road. Yeah. That fucking little fucking crazy ass little house that she lived in, like some witch would live in. It went through fucking Hurricane Katrina and everything. She made it through all that shit. Fucking floorboards fell through and the rats came up. Her fucking dad came in and fixed the fucking floorboards. It was supposed to be a temporary house that her dad built. Her dad built a temporary house there so he would have a place, he and his family would have a place to live while he built the main house. And the main house that they have is fucking nice. But she still lives in that little bitty temporary house. Aww. Yeah, but she would go out a little... She was the executive from Hot Topic that I told you guys about a long time ago. Who fucking... She was like the regional manager of fucking Hot Topic. She came up with the fucking whole concept of those big-ass fucking pants.
The Jankos.
Yeah, they took Jankos and tried to make them goth.
All of us old people that grew up in the goth scene, we're like, what are you doing? That's not...
Yeah.
What are you doing with that?
Yeah, her friends kind of came up with that, and they were fucking making fun of it. We're going to take rave clothing.
So they're basically trolling.
They were trolling. That was the early version of the 90s version of trolling.
Well, there was a whole subgenre. Gravers.
Yeah, gravers. They trolled gravers into existence.
Sure.
Yeah. And the fucking Hot Topic in that time, that was around fucking 98 or 99, had a competition between all the fucking stores in the South to see who could make the most fucked up kid. They said, look, sell some kids some fucked up shit, take a picture of it, and fucking send it to us.
Who can make the stupidest looking kid?
Send it to us and whoever has the stupidest looking kid get $1,000 bonus. So they're fucking, that's the way Hot Topic used to operate. So fucking...
That's what I always suspected, to be honest.
Yeah.
When you told me that, I was like, yeah, that totally tracks.
So
that tracks.
So fucking Melissa took some kid. This is at the fucking at the mall down in fucking Bay St. Louis or Biloxi. I don't remember. It might be Biloxi. Took some kid, put him in big ass fucking black Jenkos from.
Lord.
All right, a fucking striped shirt, and they put fucking high heels on, stripper high heels.
Nice.
And then they fucking put makeup on him and sold him a bunch of accessories and had him walk down the mall. Took pictures of him. He walked halfway down the mall and he came right, but people are laughing at me. He says, no, it's okay. He says, you're cool. They don't understand. They don't understand it. They don't understand it. You're way ahead. He goes out to the fucking car like that.
Well,
That's the last time I saw him. Fucking look, man, it's not what y'all think it was, man. Fucking, it was a troll. That shit was a troll.
See, that's what I always suspected.
Hilarious bitches.
As I have said before, look, I grew up. We're old.
Yeah.
I grew up in the 70s and 80s. When the 90s came along, and all of this Hot Topic, goth mainstream stuff came along, I was sus about the whole thing. Yeah. And we didn't even have... I grew up in Daytona Beach, so we didn't have a Hot Topic until, like, later. Now, they did have some cool shit, I will admit. You could get some cool, like, corset-ish kind of things there. You get some cool tights and stuff like that. But as it went on, it wasn't really goth anymore. It was just kind of like some other shit.
Yeah.
But the whole thing with... Because I remember going to the castle in the late 90s and early 2000s. You'd be standing in line waiting to get in. And here would be these children, from my perspective, wearing these gigantic pants.
Yeah.
And the shirts and all the chains and stuff like that. I'm like, are we trying too hard? I kind of feel like that was 90s to me was like it was like such a try-hard decade.
I liked the 90s.
It was so try-hard.
I liked the 90s. I thought they were funny.
So try-hard.
I love the internet of the 90s. Especially the late 90s.
I'm not a fan. Yeah. And like I said, going back over...
Oh, you got that?
Yeah.
Let me see what that tastes like.
It's good. Well, all we have left is root beer, and I didn't know if that would mix with
Oh, that's good. That's really good.
So I put passion fruit in.
Yeah.
So I'm doing my history of horror video. And going back through the 90s, which is my least favorite decade for horror. Although, when I was going back through the history, I was like, oh, maybe the 2000s were my least favorite decade. But I don't know. But, like, the 90s were bad, too. But so I'm, like, going back through it, and I was just kind of like... The whole thing about it was that everyone was just trying too hard.
Yeah.
I think that's what I didn't like about it. I think that's what that's what I don't like about people in general. It's like, stop trying too hard. Just be genuine. Just be normal. Just be what you're like. Don't try to be something you're not. So I kind of feel like the whole thing about the 90s and to some extent the early 2000s, everyone's trying to be like extreme, and they're trying to be like, I don't know, they're trying to be too edgy.
Some shit worked out though.
And that just annoys me. It annoys me.
I'll tell you what worked out from the 90s when it came to the...
There's some good shit from the 90s.
There was some really good shit
from
the 90s.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying.
One of the things that came out of the 90s, that in the 90s mainstream, that I really liked was fucking Evanescence. Amy Lee and Evanescence. If you looked at those fucking lyrics, that was a Christian band. And the lyrics were written by basically a fucking 17-year-old girl. And those lyrics were over the top. They were over the top emotionalism. But there's just something very sweet about them. And she could fucking sing. Me and Jenny saw her live. She's fucking great.
I bought him tickets for his birthday or Christmas one.
Yeah. To go see Amy
We went
Lee.
and saw them at House of Blues.
Yeah, House of Blues.
Right in the front.
Yeah, and she's good to this day. She's had kids now. She's fucking put on a few pounds, and she's still fucking a cool chick, and she fucking puts on great shows. Goes to fucking Japan and fucking sings with Japanese bands and stuff, and just another Southern girl that fucking made it. And you look at Amy Lee at her age, and you put her next to fucking Jenny at that age, they look a lot alike.
I do kind of look a little.
You look a lot like Amy Lee from, yeah.
Maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's why you like me.
I showed pictures of you and pictures of Amy Lee at similar ages to my friend Saad in Saudi Arabia, and he's like, yeah, you definitely have a type. And I said, I know. And I said, I got one right here at home, man, just like that. Fucking, you know, you're a lot like her.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, same size, same breed, same kind of, yeah, same Southern kind of breed, you know what I mean? It's just, and both dedicated to your art. You're a writer, and she's a fucking singer, you know, but real similar. You're just as pretty as Amy Lee.
Well, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like I said, I'm not a musician, but I write
neither
horror.
is she. She just sings.
I mean, I write horror. I do my videos, my movie reviews, my book reviews, stuff like that. People seem to like those. So, you know. It's all a thing. Let me see. Scott says, wow. I don't know what he was
I don't know what you're talking about, Scott. Yeah, wow to what?
I'm not sure what he was wowing about.
Yeah.
Because that was a while back. That's what I mean.
Might have had something to do with
Victor says 90s internet made me gay. This one is real.
Yeah.
Look at how cute Jen looked. And what year was this? 2010? No, 2015? No, 2013.
I want to say 2012 or 2013.
Yeah.
Maybe. Tony took that picture.
Yeah. And I was there. Remember that shit?
Yeah, I know.
How could you say that fucking Amy Lee was cuter than Jen? No, Jen was fucking cute.
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 I'm cute as shit.
Yeah. She's still cute.
You're messing up my...
But it was just a different era.
I'm just like old cute.
You're old cute. No. No.
Oh, Tom.
Yeah. No, look.
Oh, you're going to mess up the lighting again.
That's Jen. Look how cute.
A lot of people like that picture. So they're like, oh, look at that smile.
Yeah.
A lot of people like my smile.
Yeah. And she was not young there. You were...
no, I was still old as fuck then.
You were 30-something then.
No, I was probably 40 then.
About 40 then? Yeah.
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 That wasn't that long ago.
Wasn't that long ago.
No. Well, that was after I divorced, and I divorced when I was 38.
Yeah.
So that was a year or two after that.
Yeah.
So I must have been 40.
Yeah, at least 40.
At least.
Yeah.
Maybe older.
Yeah.
Our friend Tony took those pictures.
Yeah. Look how cute, Jen.
He's a decent photographer.
Yeah.
I always liked that picture.
Yeah, it's a great picture.
Yeah. He had a whole setup in his apartment.
Yeah.
He was trying to fuck you that night, though.
Well, I know, but that's
why I went with you.
Well, that's why. Well, I asked you.
Yeah.
Because he's like, hey, you know,
he had my ex-girlfriend. I introduced him.
Here's a whole situation about this.
Yeah. I'm gonna show y'all who we're talking about.
We love them. We love them.
They're friends of ours.
But a while back, Tony is a photographer.
Yeah.
And he's like, I want to take some pictures of you. And I was like, cool. I wanted some pictures for, you know, shit that I could put out there, like on my author page and stuff like that. So he's like, okay, well, I'll take some pictures. But I knew what he was like.
Yeah.
So I say to Tom, you're coming with me. Because I know how this is going to go.
Yeah.
I know what's going to happen if you don't come with me. He's going to try some shit.
Yeah.
So Tom came with me. We actually had a fun time.
Yeah.
And he took some good pictures.
Yeah.
I think he bummed out that you came?
Yeah.
I think he was.
That's them.
I think he was bummed out that you came. I don't see anything.
That's them.
Yeah.
That's Aleta, my ex-girlfriend. And
that's her husband, Tony.
And Tony.
They've been married a while.
Yeah, and I introduced them.
Yeah.
Me and Aleta didn't really
quite work out, but we were still friends, and I introduced Tony to her because I was accidentally stole a girl off of him. I didn't know he was going out with her.
Oh my God, there was this whole thing.
Remember that shit? And I was like, I didn't mean it, man. I didn't know I fucking stole a girl off of you.
So I introduced. That was me and Aleta when we were a couple. Shit, can we get that face going on? Yeah, that was us. What year was that?
God, that's a long time ago.
Yeah.
2000.
That's
13, maybe?
No. That's got to be before I met you in 2009 or 2010. So it's got to be before that.
Yeah. That was her.
She's awesome. I love her.
Yeah, she's awesome. Jen's a good friend of hers. And
I love her.
They actually wanted to do some fucking
video together.
Yeah, she's rad. I love her.
She's a content creator, does erotic video and stuff. Her and Tony do porn. Look like other shit. So.
Well, they're like swingers.
They're swingers, yeah.
Yeah.
She was not a swinger at the time I was with her.
But she was cool, you know. That was her. That's her when she went to Japan. She went to Japan for a while for some kind of fucking...
Dang.
You're messing my lighting up.
Yeah, fucking you're lighting up.
You're messing my lighting up.
Oh.
What?
It's gotta like this.
That's Aleta in fucking New Orleans. She's in the fucking cemetery down there at fucking in New Orleans with bat wings on. This was a long time ago.
But yeah, I really like her. I like her a lot. Tony's cool too. I mean,
yeah, Tony's good too. Just that Tony will try to fuck your girlfriend, but don't take it personally.
I mean, you gotta watch.
You don't take it personally.
He tries to fuck everybody.
Yeah,
that's just his way.
Yeah.
So that's kind of
why he wants to fuck your girlfriend, but he doesn't want you fucking his girlfriend.
That's
your girl.
Yeah.
See, that's the kind of shit. That's the kind of shit with it.
They're constantly inviting us.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's this place in Orlando.
And I got pictures of them fucking.
Yeah, we've seen pictures. We have
and
pictures, videos, everything.
And they're fucking these girls and all kinds of weird.
They go to a place. There's a place in Orlando called Secrets.
Yeah, the swinger club.
It's a hotel, but it's like a swinger hotel.
Yeah, with a pool and all kinds of
shit. Right. So you go there, you get a room, or you can just like pay to be there for a night. There's a nightclub there. There's some other shit.
Yeah, we get invited there all the time.
And we get They invite us there like all the time.
Yeah.
And from what I understand, we've never been, but you can get a room, you can fuck in the room, you can leave your door open, other people wander in.
Yeah.
That's the whole thing.
Yeah, I don't think there's doors on the rooms actually.
No, there are, but like you can close them or open them. Like they leave it. But if you're in the nightclub,
if
you're in the nightclub, or the playroom, then it's wide open.
Yeah.
Like, nobody does anything without anybody's consent. It's not like that. But it's just kind of like, hey, if you're leaving yourself open, yeah, we're going to do that. So we get invited to that all the time, and I'm just kind of like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that.
Yeah.
So I'm just kind of, I don't know, I'm ambivalent about
We
that
don't really
situation.
have a place in that kind of shit. I don't know. I wouldn't mind going just to drink and watch other people, but they'd fucking probably...
That's what I mean. It's just... That's what I mean.
them bitches, and they were like fucking... Because a lot of them we know.
It might be fun to, like, go and just, like, have some drinks and see... And just, like, watch people fucking.
Yeah.
But then you might get, like, roped into shit, and it's like, oh... And then, like, you might get roped into, oh, man, here's some old fat guy that, like, suddenly is just... You know what I mean? And it's just... I don't want to get in that kind of situation.
Well, the funny thing about it is that a lot of those people that are there, we know them.
Well, yeah, I know.
And they're kind of like secretly there. Okay, this is a secrets photo. It's PG, so that's Tony, and some other ones, but that's
and some other random people.
Ones. Yeah, that's.
So they just go there every weekend, most weekends.
Yeah.
And they kind of do the shit, which
Yeah.
is fine. Like I said, everyone's consenting. It's fine. But they keep inviting us, and it's just kind of like, I don't know.
Here's another secrets photo.
Oh shit! Have I seen this one?
It doesn't have any nudity in it, so we can show.
I have not seen that one.
It's a reflection of a mirror on the ceiling.
Oh,
the one in the
no,
black booty shorts is Aleta. Yeah, that's the ceiling image of what's going on there.
So yeah, there's other ones in Orlando, but that's the one that I know about because they keep inviting us to it.
Yeah.
So, like I said, it's a hotel-ish.
Yeah.
But you go there, and it's like you can pay for the night, or you can pay for a room. Now, they say... I read some... I was writing a short story based on this.
Yeah.
So it's just kind of like... So I looked at some reviews of the shit for like from, Yelp and stuff.
Yeah.
And some people really dug it. And then a lot of people were just kind of like, bro, like, they don't even like police. Because places like this, they really have to... let's see, how am I going to put this? They really have to, like, kind of police how... Like, they can't have single dudes hanging around.
No, you can't have them around.
Because there's a lot of creepers, right? So people are going to, like, just show up and, like, look in your windows and jerk off and shit like that. So you can't have that all the time.
This was the Tom, Jen, Sonia era.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, remember that picture? Yeah. That's Sonia with the blue hair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So some people said that...
Oh. Jen and Sonia.
Is that me?
Yeah, Jen and Sonia.
Okay. I remember that picture.
Remember that shit? Yeah.
I remember that name.
Remember that shit. Look how cute they. Look how cute they were. Look how cute. There's Jen and Sonia. Look how cute they were. Jen went back when she had her red hair.
Back when I was cute?
No, back when you had red hair.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, so a lot of people complained that they weren't really policing the dudes. Because here's the thing. Apparently at this place, I've never been there, but what I've heard is that you get a hotel room, and if you want to, you can leave your door open, or you can leave your blinds open so people can watch you, or you can leave your door open so people can wander in and do whatever. So some people, like,
It's some decadent shit.
Right. So I guess, like, some people... and there's more than one place like this. This is just the one that I'm...
It's the main one.
Most familiar with because people have asked me to go there.
Yeah.
But, so apparently people were wanting... Because they're very, very strict about single dudes hanging around. Because they know that, like, single dudes are going to, like, show up and be like, hey, I'm going to jerk off to, like, all these... It's like lab porn, you know what I mean? So they try to, like, not have that. But apparently, from what I've heard from the reviews, they're not super stringent about it.
There's all kinds of fucking comments here you can listen to about you bathing in the blood of virgins and all kinds of shit.
Wait, where is that?
Put your glasses on.
I do have my glasses on.
Okay.
I just can't really see. Yeah, Evanescence was early 2000s after I graduated high school.
Yeah, early 2000s, yeah.
Yeah. Scott says...
That was... No.
What?
Evanescence was actually late 90s. It's just that you didn't know about it.
Look how bright this fucking shit is.
Their first big album came out in the early 2000s, but no, they were doing little stuff in the late 90s. You can look online. They were actually doing little shows and clubs and shit, and it was kind of Christian oriented. But that was when Christian stuff sucked, like Striper and shit.
It always sucked.
It sucked. The only one
I don't know what the deal is.
The only one that was good was Evanescence, and it was not. If you were just listening to it, you wouldn't know it was Christian because it was very kind of subtle.
Well, see, that's why it's good because you don't because it's subtle,
real subtle. And,
it's ambiguous.
Yeah, and they just used Christian imagery.
Sure.
Yeah.
Which, like I said, a lot of mainstream artists have used that. You can use that. Right. Like I said, I listen to fucking Nick Cave all day long, and he uses like Old Testament, New Testament shit all day long. I love that shit. But the problem arises when you try to push an agenda.
Yeah, it starts to dominate the art.
And then it's like not so good anymore.
Right.
That's why a lot of Christian entertainment that gets ghettoized into that is not good.
Any kind of fucking political or religiously fucking driven fucking media isn't any good. Fucking, none of them can. It's got to be more loose.
Shit's better when it's open to interpretation.
Yeah, right.
But because you can listen to it and relate it to your own situation.
Yeah.
Like it's not super specific. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Scott says, I don't consider myself goth because I didn't go nearly as hard as Tom. Just goth-ish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you were into the fucking into that damn medieval stuff, man. I remember that when you were a kid. You were into Lorena McKenna or something like that. You were into all that kind of stuff. A little bit of death. I think I showed you fucking some of that. Oh shit, man! I'm getting kind of drunk. I can't remember the fucking names of bands anymore. Dead Can Dance.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just that you were a little bit after a lot of that stuff happened. You weren't old enough to go to the club with me, man. And we were living in different places too.
I mean, the weird thing about it is that I kind of feel like I was into that shit from birth.
Yeah. But
it took a long time for shit to catch up with me, I guess. Yeah. Because in the early 80s, when all that shit first started coming out, like, it's like, oh, I saw, like, fucking early Cure and all that kind of stuff, I was just going, oh, there we go. Thank you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It was that kind of shit.
Answer questions, Jen. There's a shit ton of people saying all kinds of stuff.
Jen, are you bathing in the blood of virgins to stay so youthful? You can tell us. We're in the circle of trust. No, well, I would tell you guys if I was bathing in the blood of virgins. Yeah. I would never kill virgins just to bathe in. Yeah. That's fucked up. I don't know what it is. What is it?
Us staying active and you working out and fucking us working out and fucking doing stuff.
It might be genetics too. Like I said, my mom
Her mom stayed young looking.
70 and she's pretty young looking still. Her
mom doesn't look 70, no way.
No. So I kind of got lucky in that regard.
It's genetics, her training schedule, her diet, her lifestyle. I think part of it is that Jenny never had kids because I think that has a hormonal impact on women. I know it has hormonal impact on men. People don't realize that having kids impacts men. It does. Your testosterone lowers early. You become more dad bod because you have kids. It was nature's way of getting you to settle the fuck down and raise that child.
Those kids.
Right.
Because no one cares about you. It's like the next generation.
Right.
Sure.
I wasn't like that. I didn't have kids, and I'm fucking bumping test and steroids. So fucking,
same.
Which is and so does she. So there's ways to cheat. We cheating. Everybody that looks awesome in those movies you're seeing, they're fucking cheating too, doing the same thing we're doing.
I don't even consider it cheating.
Yeah, it's just like when your teeth fall out, you put false teeth in.
You just gotta fix it.
You gotta fix it.
You gotta fix it.
Right.
That's all.
When your hormones stop flowing, you replace them. It's called hormone replacement. And really, if you go through the black market, you know what you're doing. It's not that expensive. Just have to know what you're doing. Don't do that shit without fucking proper education. I studied for years.
Yeah, I mean, know what you're doing, but...
You know what you're doing, yeah.
Tom knows what he's doing.
Yeah, and fucking...
I let him inject me with things.
Yeah, and my best friend's fucking a biochemist. Fucking, you know, fucking Steve Rouse. He's fucking a doctor. Fucking, so... And we grew up together, so I fucking... He knows exactly what I'm doing. He wants to do it. But motherfucker coward. I said, dude, just fucking inject it. You know how it works. But there's something about some dudes, they fucking have the damn fear of doing the leap, taking the leap. You know, it's a leap of faith. But no, science is real. If you inject hormones. Yeah.
I mean, shit that's like science, that doesn't scare me.
Yeah, it works.
Like I said, you've been injecting me for a long time. It's fine.
A couple years now.
It's fine.
Very small amounts and it's certain things only.
It's fine.
Yeah.
And honestly, I don't know. Like I said, I don't know what it is. A lot of people have said that.
Our sex life is awesome. And a lot of it has to do with that.
Yeah.
Because we feel young and we look young.
Yeah, I don't feel like an old person.
No.
But it's like, I kind of feel like, I don't know. It might be kind of attitude too. Because from when I was a young age, I was like, man, I'm never going to be an old person. And I've said on this show before, it's like when I say like an old person, I don't mean like a literal old person.
Yeah.
I mean like a person that has like an old person attitude.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter how old. You could be 20 years old and have an old person attitude.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's like, I don't really mean that.
Well, another thing is you know, I got Scott on the line, my cousin. In case you're new to the show. The, oh shit, where was I going with that? Man, fucking the alcohol got to me.
Oh shit.
Yeah. Age had... Me and Jen are of a certain fucking generation where we kind of had the best of both worlds. We saw the old pre-internet world, and then we watched the internet world.
Yeah, we watched it all
in
unfold.
with it going. So we understand the importance of tech, you know what I mean, and social media and what its effects are, and how it affects fucking what the difference it was before fucking pre-social media. So we know what's happening. The boomers in general, not all boomers, but the boomers, because actually it was the boomers that invented the computers. Just that a lot of them are dead now. They weren't around for the social media era. The boomers are not quite making the transition very well. Shit,
yeah,
we can go up to the fucking stores here at fucking Dollar General store and see motherfuckers who probably aren't even boomers. They're probably Gen X.
They're probably our age.
They're probably our age, and they don't even have fucking bank accounts or ATM cards.
And they don't know how to use
They don't know how to use self-checkout. Okay.
That blows my fucking mind.
Yeah. James like, what the fuck? And I said, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I said. When I left, I was like, what the fuck is it?
Yeah.
There's a huge line. They're waiting.
For them, they are still in 1998.
I don't even remember 1998.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, ask fucking Scott. Scott's over at my dad's house. It's still fucking...
That's
probably
crazy.
1991.
That's crazy.
It's 1991 at my dad's house.
That's crazy to me.
Yeah.
Bitch. It's 2024.
Yeah. So,
get with the program.
So, one of the weird things about fucking social media and the internet is that in a way it's mind expanding. If you've done LSD, you know what the mind expansion is. The internet is actually also mind expanding because you're aware of things that are far outside your personal sphere. You know what's going on in other countries. And it's unfiltered. You don't have these fucking corporate fucking news agencies dictating to you what reality is. No, you could meet a user in Saudi Arabia and see videos that they are making in their own houses with their own opinions of what's going on. That's actual information, okay? Because all that shit adds up. All the little shit adds up. The corporate narrative of reality has always been a lie because it's just a way of controlling masses.
Well, it's just a consolidation.
It's the consolidation.
Sure.
And then there's the big money powers are involved in what narrative they're going to sell to the people that they need to have on their side in order for them to be in power.
Well, I kind of feel like it's more like they want the advertisers.
That too.
Whoever the advertiser.
But a lot of the advertising is going away in television. when you talk about television, the advertisers aren't there. So they're straight up government mercenaries now. They're just contractors. All that shit went into that goddamn fucking bill that Bush signed, Patriot Act. It's now legal to propagandize the American public, and it's also legal to pay news agencies to give the narrative that the government wants to give. Well, that's state-controlled propaganda. Exactly. That's the same shit the Soviet Union had. So why the fuck do you want to listen to them? I would never listen to them. Any of those three-letter fucking ABC, NBC, CNN, they're all government propaganda. And the difference between right and left and Republican and Democrat is an artificial difference. They did that shit because they wanted to give you the illusion of choice. It don't matter who you vote for. It's going to be John McCain. That's what it is. No matter who you vote for, John McCain. Some milquetoast, middle-of-the-road motherfucker that feeds the fucking military-industrial complex. That's what it is. Because that's really where the heart of the American economy is. Giving contracts to Lockheed and to fucking Raytheon and the rich families that are involved in those. So just wise up, people. I mean, I know a lot of our listeners know what's going on. I don't believe them. Me and Scott, we served the insane master. I'm now fully aware how insane that master is. It has nothing to do with the American people or enriching the American economy or bettering the lives of American citizens. It has nothing to do with that. It only has to do with shareholders and very rich families. You go to the restroom, Jen. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. All right. Let's see what we got going on here. All right. Yeah, Scott says I'm on the cusp before shit went to hell. Yeah, it's honestly, I don't know. I kind of think about this a lot, and I'm just kind of like, would I want to be a different age or a different generation? I don't think I would, because it sucks being old. It sucks being in your 50s. But I don't think I would exchange the experience of being just right in between. Because, you know, me and Tom, he's a couple years older than me. But we both spent the entirety of our childhood and most of our teenage years without the internet or without social media. And I kind of liked that. I wouldn't go back. You know, I there's a lot of things I didn't like about back then. Everything was much more difficult. You know, it was much harder to find information. So I wouldn't go back to that time. But I do like the experience of having been right at the middle of having spent like essentially like half your life without the internet and then like half of your life. Because the first time that I got internet was, I want to say 1995. So when I was in my 20s, right? Yeah, I was 23. I think I was 23 when we first got like full bore like internet. And I kind of get into that. So I was still young enough to get into the like, you know, meat of it, but I had still lived most of my life without it. And I kind of think that's a good life experience. Because you lived most of your life without it, but now you have it. Would I go back and live without it? No. No. I wouldn't. So, I can't imagine what it must be like to have grown up just having that from birth. That must be really... Well, I mean, it's not weird to them, but it's weird to me.
Yeah. Zach says, I can't believe these dudes are still awake. Yeah, we've been on for 4 hours, but we still got a fucking pretty decent crowd in there.
I'm still having a good time.
Yeah.
I don't see, we're not going anyplace, so like I said.
I am getting sleepy, though.
I am kind of sleepy.
It's after midnight.
I am kind of sleepy.
Yeah.
But, you know, everybody was in here. We were
Yeah.
growing up. Picture says 1998 was a great year. I don't really remember 1988. What happened in 1998? I don't remember. I don't remember.
Yeah. All right, I'll tell you what, Jim.
What's
Let's
that?
go ahead and shut it down.
You sure?
Yeah, I'll make us something to eat.
Oh, all right.
Sound good to you?
Oh, Tom's gonna make something to eat.
Yeah, I'm making something.
All right.
All right, and Scott, I'll be up there in a couple of days.
All right.
Yeah.
So here's what's gonna happen, as far as we know right now. We're gonna shut this down this evening. Go get something to eat. I will probably do a movie review on Monday evening. I will probably have to do it by myself, right? Because you'll probably be gone.
I'll be gone, yeah. Probably. Yeah, I'll be gone.
So I might also have to do the regular show on Wednesday night by myself if you're not back.
Yeah.
But we'll see how it goes. Like
Right.
I said, I said before, we'll talk about whatever the topic is going to be.
Yeah.
So we'll just work with whatever happens. We'll work with whatever happens.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna miss you.
I haven't left yet.
I know,
miss you
but-
too. Yeah, I miss you
I'm
too.
just saying.
Go ahead and shut it down, Jay. Let's
All
make
right.
something.
So I will do a movie review Monday night like normal.
Yep.
But probably Tom will not be here. So thank you everybody for dropping by this evening. We are very drunk right now. We're gonna go get something to eat.
Yeah.
And we will see you guys, or I will at least see you on Monday. And I will try to update you with what's going on with him. All right, so thank you everybody for dropping by. We will see you again on Monday. Good night.